Chapter 245. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped. He sensed the auras of many human cultivators up ahead. In human form, his senses had been drastically weakened, so he had only discovered them when he arrived here. Sacred Hall. They were already very close to the surface, but they still needed to pass through the long winding caves. The path before them was basically a path they had to pass through. If they turned back now, they would have to take a long detour. Yu Zijian asked, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Nothing. There are quite a few qi practitioners up ahead. Let's go take a look." They rushed forward, and the intestines of the colossal beast began to wriggle again. A while later they saw another stomach, a large cavern that was several dozen meters across. Several dozen qi practitioners were either sitting or standing. They all wore different attires. Not only were there disciples of the three mountains, but there were also a few independent cultivators. Every single one of them was still shaken, and many of them were injured. Clearly, it had taken them a great deal of effort to escape from the demon soldiers under Li Qingshan's command and gather here. They were already frightened. When they heard the sound, they all stood up and gazed into the tunnel. When they saw the two of them, many of them immediately became dispirited. They could not be bothered with them. Li Qingshan did not stop. He leapt high into the air with Yu Zijian in his arms. He did not just want to send Yu Zijian out. He planned on sending Yu Zijian out of the cavern, then turning around and turning into a demon to unleash a massacre. He glanced past everyone and took in their current state. There was actually a 9th-layer qi practitioner here. From his attire, he seemed to be a disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain. His face was pale, and he radiated with a deathly aura. Although he seemed to be in his 30s, he seemed like someone who had been dead for 30 years. Perhaps he was some first senior brother. There were 3 or 4 8th-layer qi practitioners as well. Less than half of them were 6th-layer qi practitioners and below. Sure enough, it was impossible to escape from the encirclement of his demon army without some strength. As soon as Li Qingshan leapt into the air, he heard a cold bellow. "Get down here! Come down!" His leaping action had angered the 9th-layer qi practitioner. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. That person was the eldest senior brother of the Burial Mound Mountain, a person who had absolute authority in the sect. How could he tolerate a 4th-layer qi practitioner leaping over his head? Today, he had suffered a great loss, and was in the midst of his anger. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian raised his hands, and a dark green ball of ptomaine poison shot forth. Its target was none other than Li Qingshan. This corpse poison ball was one of the ultimate techniques of the Burial Mound Mountain. It looked inconspicuous, but it was condensed from the corpse qi collected from 100-year-old corpses. Not only was it extremely poisonous, it could also invade one's protective true qi. Regardless of whether it was a human or a beast, coming into contact with it would only result in death. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He had already gotten used to these qi warriors' habit of killing people at the slightest disagreement, so he didn't feel particularly angry. If this world was really a coliseum, he had already gotten used to playing the role of a gladiator or a beast. The corpse poison ball exploded into a ball of dark green corpse qi in the air, enveloping Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian. "You're looking to die." The first senior brother swung his sleeve and snorted coldly. The knot in his heart eased up slightly. The disciples of the other sects and independent cultivators all distanced themselves slightly further away from him. They had heard long ago that the disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain were vicious and merciless, murdering countless people. Sure enough, the battle today was true. "First senior brother, that person is tall and sturdy. He seems to be suitable for refining corpses," said a disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain. A disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain said. They were not like the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, who were full of flattery to satisfy the first senior brother's vanity. However, they all had expressionless, dead faces. Only when they mentioned corpses would their eyes shine. That was their desire for power. In the Burial Mound Mountain, the stronger the zombies they controlled, the more powerful they would be. They could even surpass the level of qi practitioners. "Oh really?" Before the first senior brother had even finished talking, there was a series of swishes, and several hundred icicles shot out from the poisonous mist. They were both rapid and dense. The first senior brother did not move at all. He rubbed his wrist. He wore an ancient bronze bangle on his wrist. It was mottled with blood, but as soon as he touched it, it immediately lit up. He summoned a steel plate corpse before him. The steel plate corpse shone brightly, surrounded by corpse chi. Who knew how many times better it was than the zombie Taoist's iron plate corpse? Sacred Hall. The icicles struck the steel frame. The indestructible icicles landed on the steel plate corpse, but there was only a series of clangs and clangs. They left behind a few white marks, forming a layer of ice. Li Qingshan landed on the ground gently and placed Yu Zijian down. The thin layer of ice around them immediately shattered, sucking them back into the whale's ingestion of water. Ever since the battle last time, he had returned to the spring and replenished his ice condensate water, so he was able to use the whale's ingestion of water with greater ease now. His gaze was calm and cold. He said nothing. There was nothing much to say. They were going to fight to the death sooner or later anyway. What he had to consider right now was just a matter of when. However, Yu Zijian said furiously, "Why are you attacking us?" Underground, she had already witnessed the viciousness and terror of demons, but she found it even more difficult to understand why humans would still attack humans even at a time like this. The first senior brother said emotionlessly, "Because I'm willing." Yu Zijian was so furious that she was rendered speechless. "Let's go." Li Qingshan patted her shoulder and casually wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her up and leaving. They were not very far from the surface anymore. He could deal with them after he transformed. He decided that when the time came, he would kill this first senior brother, a little slower, and show him what "I'm willing" meant. "You want to leave? It won't be that easy." A few disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain summoned several dozen zombies, surrounding Li Qingshan. Every single one of them moved as swiftly as the wind. Among them there were 13 iron plate corpses. They possessed the arts of refining corpses that had been passed down through the sect. The zombie Taoists could not rival them at all. Li Qingshan said, "What are you trying to do?" The first senior brother said, "Everyone has to stay behind to fend off the demons." He had brought the strongest batch of disciples from Burial Mound Mountain underground. Right from the start, their target was not the weak demonic beasts in the shallow layer underground, nor the spirit herbs that had been harvested many times. Instead, they had chosen a shortcut and went straight underground. That shortcut was an underground river. However, in the river, they encountered the attack of an extremely terrifying monster. The monster's body was pitch black, and it moved like a shadow in the water. It directly caused a huge flood, and water arrows that were 10 times more terrifying than the icicles shot out continuously. However, their attacks were completely useless when they landed on the demon. They lost a few junior brothers and a large number of zombies. Just now they had escaped, only to be attacked by various demons that only appeared deep underground. They fought as they fled, taking the long way back to this cavern. Many other Qi practitioners had already fled here. Just now, he learned that something major had happened during the herb gathering ceremony this time. However, he refused to back down. Instead, he gathered up the defeated Qi practitioners, acting like he wanted to fight the demon. Li Qingshan asked out of curiosity, "Do you really plan on staying here and fighting the demon?" However, he sensed that the Qi practitioners who were not disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain all became resentful when they heard that, but they dared not say anything. "Of course you have to stay behind too," said the first senior brother. The demons were terrifying, but they did not pose any life-threatening threat to a 9th-layer Qi practitioner like him who had the steel plate corpse to protect him. Even if he came across the strongest demons, he could retreat with ease. And before that, he had already gathered enough corpses. The Burial Mound Mountain was different from the other two sections. What they cared about the most were not spiritual herbs, but corpses, the corpses of demons and the corpses of humans. All the sects had suffered heavy losses in the herb gathering ceremony this time. But on the other hand, it was also the perfect time for the Burial Mound Mountain to rise up and completely overwhelm the Green Vine Mountain and the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. As long as they turned all these Qi practitioners into zombies and refined a few powerful corpse beasts, the Burial Mound Mountain's strength would increase instead of falling. His position in the sect would be unshakable. Due to controlling multiple zombies in battle all year round, the disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain possessed an eye for battle compared to the other two mountains. The first senior brother was one of the best of the best. Having spent so much time with corpses, they had become even more indifferent to human emotions and morals. They carried out the saying of, the success of a general rests on the bones of thousands, to the fullest. Li Qingshan was unable to see through the first senior brother's complicated and dark thoughts for a moment. He only felt like he was up to no good. He swung the whale's ingestion of water and bellowed, "Do you think you can stop me?" The first senior brother was just about to give the order to kill one to warn the others. Song Ming cried out, "You're no Wuxia." Only a moment had passed since Li Qingshan leapt into the cavern, became enveloped by the corpse poison, and landed on the ground. After a close examination, he finally confirmed that the person before him was the Nyo Wuxia who had caused him to end up in such a state. Song Ming had been ostracized by the entire sect. No one was willing to travel with him, and it was even more impossible for him to enter the recorded spiritual lands. He could only advance carefully through the cavern with Ma Chaochuan, which was a blessing in disguise. He did not fall into Li Qingshan's trap. As soon as he sensed that something was amiss, he immediately fled back. It was similar to how he had escaped with a single strike from Li Qingshan back then outside the Proud Sword Manor. With that, there was a series of gasps in the cavern. The name Nyo Wuxia had become renowned recently. There were not a lot of people who were wanted by the Three Mountains. It was even rumored that he had killed the first senior brother of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Li Qingshan heard the whispers in the surroundings. He glanced past Song Ming and Ma Chaochuan and smiled. "So I'm already wanted. I didn't know. There sure are a lot of familiar people today. Whatever. I've already killed a first senior brother anyway, so killing another one won't be too much." The first senior brother said, "Since you're an enemy of the Three Mountains, there's even less reason for me to spare you. Disciples of the Green Vine Mountain and the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, why don't you get up and work with me to kill this thief and his accomplices?" Ma Chaochuan said, "He's not an accomplice. He was forced by that Nyo guy. Zijian, come over here." The first senior brother said, "Is there any place for you to speak here?" Yu Zijian said loudly, "You're the bad guys. I'm not going over." Just as they were about to draw their swords, a Qi practitioner rushed into the cavern. He flailed his arms and legs as he cried out miserably, "Monster! The monster is here! Run!" "What monster?" Song Ming grabbed him. "Skeleton." As soon as the Qi practitioner said that, blood-red flames surged out of his eye sockets, reducing him to a set of white bones in the blink of an eye. They scattered on the ground. Chapter 246. Only then did everyone realize that there was a small skeleton standing behind the Qi practitioner, holding a white bone sword that had pierced through the Qi practitioner's chest from behind. Slash. However, no one noticed when it had appeared there. It was like an inanimate object giving off no aura at all. After all, even zombies possess corpse Qi. What is this demon? The scattered white bones melted into a ball of liquid, flowing towards the white bone sword. The white bone sword was still an extremely ordinary dagger. There was nothing special about it, except that it was even tougher and heavier. However, it was still not enough to be used as a sword embryo for the Buddha-slaying sword right now. Shaoen's eyes were burning with fire as he glanced at everyone. Everyone who had been glanced past felt their hearts shiver. It was actually even more terrifying than when they faced demons. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. He called out, "Everyone run!" He grabbed Yu Zijian and rushed towards the entrance of the cave. Everyone had already become frightened. Suddenly seeing this strange monster, they lost all their will to fight. When they heard Li Qingshan's call, they immediately dispersed, fleeing towards the entrance of the cave in a hurry. The first senior brother was furious. He pointed at Li Qingshan and said, "Kill him." Several dozen zombies surrounded him. Their long fingernails were like a forest of spears, stabbing towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan suddenly halted. A gust of wind swept over from behind. The iron plate corpse extended its claws, stabbing towards his back. However, he had anticipated this long ago. Without even looking back, he forcefully twisted his body and stabbed into the group of zombies, colliding into the chest of a zombie. It was a simple Iron Mountain lean, but when Li Qingshan used it, it was like a battering ram. There was a series of cracks, and the zombie was sent flying back, smashing into a few zombies behind it. All of their bones were broken, immobilizing them, creating a path. He took a step forward, about to break out of the encirclement. His two claws reached towards Li Qingshan's face. The sacred hall. He had stopped taking these regular zombies seriously a long time ago. The only ones that could pose some threat to him were the dozen or so iron plate corpses. As long as he paused even slightly, the iron plate corpses would swarm him together. Although it was not dangerous, it would still be troublesome. He came to a halt and turned around again, charging left and right through the group of corpses. He was as swift as a tiger, specifically targeting the regular zombies. With just a few moves, he tore through the enemy formation. Although the iron-armored corpses possessed tremendous strength, their reactions were slow. They could not even touch a hair on him. Li Qingshan leaped towards the entrance of the cave. In front of him, two rogue cultivators had already rushed to the entrance of the cave, but a figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. Before they could react, two sharp claws pierced through their backs, dripping with blood. Steel plate corpse. Everyone shivered inside. The figure was the shining steel plate corpse that originally stood beside the first senior brother. Eldest senior brother said coldly, "I'll kill whoever dares to run." The steel plate corpse was like a supervisor, blocking everyone's path of escape. He stared at Li Qingshan with bloodthirsty eyes. He swung the whale's ingestion of water casually, and the crystal blade swung down viciously. The steel plate corpse brought its claws together and actually caught the ice blade between its hands, tossing it outwards. Li Qingshan was sent flying. He somersaulted in the air and landed gracefully. He was surprised, not because of the steel plate corpse's strength, but because the steel plate corpse did not seem to be like regular zombies, only knowing how to clash head-on with force. The iron plate corpses surrounded him from all directions once again. Their vicious faces and the pungent stench of corpses made Yu Zijian so nervous that her heart almost leapt out of her chest. However, she saw that Li Qingshan remained composed. He even sneered slightly. The first senior brother's confidence was not without reason. Even Little and found it rather difficult to deal with a 9th-layer Qi practitioner. Coupled with the other Qi practitioners, it would be even more difficult for him to emerge victorious. However, there was nothing he could do about these disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain. Jade green vines sprouted from beneath Little Anne's feet, wrapping around him, but they missed. Whoosh! The two skull prayer beads rose up and expanded against the wind, turning into two giant skulls. Their teeth rapidly chattered, as if they were letting out extremely strange laughter. Then, like two fiery meteors, they smashed down head-on. The two collisions combined into a single sound. The entire cavern shook gently. The skulls rolled on the ground, rampaging through the crowd and leading to a series of chaotic cries. However, apart from an unlucky person who was smashed to death by the skulls, the others were mostly unharmed. Little and turned into a white blur, passing through the crowd and arriving before the steel plate corpse. A sneer appeared on the first senior brother's dead face. This skeletal monster really was reckless. In this cavern, the strongest was not even him but the steel plate corpse he controlled. Even against Qi practitioners of higher status, it had the ability to rip them to shreds. If it were not for the black water demon lurking at the bottom of the water, he would not have suffered like this. If the skeletal monster had used its startling speed to move about randomly in the cavern like Wuxia and kill weaker Qi practitioners, it might have been able to cause him some trouble. However, it was just digging its own grave right now. The steel plate corpse swung down with its claws, and the cavern was filled with a shrill whistle as it ripped through the air. The might and momentum made even Li Qingshan frown. If he wanted to deal with this steel plate corpse, he would have to demonify. These first senior brothers really were the peak disciples of the three mountains after all. Every single one of them possessed startling techniques. Unfortunately, they had run into Little Anne Little and did not move at all. He stared straight into the steel plate corpse's eyes, and two thin streaks of flame shot out of his eye sockets. The steel plate corpse was impervious to all weapons. Regular techniques could not harm it, so why would it care about two thin streaks of flames? With a bang, Little Anne was torn to pieces. His crystalline white bones scattered across the ground. All the Qi practitioners let out a sigh of relief. Their gazes towards the first senior brother were filled with reverence. They thought, the Burial Mound Mountain's arts of refining corpses sure are impressive. Looks like we won't be able to defy this person today. The The first senior brother was complacent inside. Just when he was about to say something, the skull flew up from the ground. The skull flew up from the ground, and the scattered bones pieced together. The neck bone, rib bone, and leg bone made a series of crackling sounds as the human form was restored. Li Qingshan stopped worrying as well. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to grind her to dust first. Yet right now there was not even a single crack on her white bones. She had only purposefully spread her bones apart to avoid bearing too much force. Everyone, let's do it together. The first senior brother's expression became even colder. He had never heard of a monster like this before. Killing it would probably be difficult. At the same time, he controlled the steel plate corpse, but the steel plate corpse maintained its posture of swinging its claws as if it had frozen. It did not move at all. Only after a while did it slowly straighten itself out. However, the first senior brother was already in utter shock. His face became sheet white, and he actually broke out in cold sweat. That was because his connection with the steel plate corpse had already been severed. The steel plate corpse's actions right now were not under his control. First senior brother, what's wrong? The disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain had never seen their composed first senior brother show an expression like this. Most of the disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain had hearts of steel and were extremely cold. The first senior brother was one of the best among them. Even if a mountain collapsed right before his eyes, he might not be able to shock him so much. However, the steel plate corpse was equivalent to a second life for him. Who knew how much effort he had poured into it? All of his strength, status, and authority had been entrusted to it. Suddenly losing it all, even he could not help but be thrown into disarray. At this moment, the steel plate corpse extended its arms and turned its head as if it was adapting. In the end, it turned towards the first senior brother. Its eyes shone with red light, like a ball of flames was burning inside. The first senior brother's heart sank to rock bottom. He stammered, but his voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. First senior brother, what did you say? A disciple beside him asked. Run! The steel plate corpse lunged over, and the first senior brother leapt up like a zombie. The disciple who asked the question was still confused. Why did the first senior brother send the steel plate corpse over? The steel plate corpse grabbed his shoulders with its claws and pulled hard, ripping him in half. Blood and slippery organs scattered on the ground. At this moment, the two huge skulls condensed from the skull prayer beads rolled over to the zombies that surrounded Li Qingshan. They opened their mouths and sprayed out flames. As if the flames had a mind of their own, they surged into the eyes, ears, mouths, and noses of the zombies. Like the steel plate corpse, all of the zombies stopped moving. Afterwards, like a well-trained army, they turned around together and lunged at the Qi practitioners. The weapons of the Burial Mound Mountain immediately became the nightmare of all Qi practitioners. The dozen or so indestructible iron plate corpses were the nightmare of nightmares. The technique flickered, but it was unable to stop the advance of the zombies. Cries and howls rose and fell. The dark underground cavern immediately became a living hell. And the zombies were the demons of hell. What's going on? Are the disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain trying to silence us? No, I don't know, Ark. Before the disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain had even finished speaking, the iron plate corpse that originally belonged to him had lunged at him and plunged its claw into his heart. The disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain completely relied on controlling the zombies to fight. Now that they had lost their zombies, they were like tigers without claws and teeth. Their battle prowess was even worse than other Qi practitioners. Some of them even tried to control the zombies blankly, but they all died a violent death. Immediately, no one doubted the disciples of the Burial Mound Mountain anymore. As the first senior brother was currently being chased around by his renowned steel plate corpse, he was in a horrible shape. A few zombies pushed a middle-aged man to the ground. The man felt pain in his arm, having been bitten by the zombies. All he knew was that he was dead, but the zombies dispersed together, lunging at the other Qi practitioners. The pain from his wound vanished. He looked over in surprise, and his arm had already been set ablaze. The flames rapidly spread through his entire body, burning away all of his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, only a set of white bones remained. The blood-red flames flew into the skull's mouth. When the zombies bit down, they injected the blood-red flames in their bodies into the skull. That was something even more terrifying than corpse poison. With a swish, a streak of golden light pierced through the heads of over a dozen zombies, returning before an 8th layer Qi practitioner disciple. It was a golden pheasant's feather. He managed to maintain his composure with much difficulty. The disciples of the 3 mountains understood each other's moves very well. They knew that they could kill the zombies like this. Just when they were about to let out a sigh of relief, the zombies only stiffened before lunging over and drowning him, forming a small pile of corpses. Chapter 247. With an explosive bellow, there was a flash of golden light, and the pile of corpses scattered. The disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain stood up again. As an 8th layer Qi practitioner, it was impossible for him to be injured by regular zombies. Whoosh! Suddenly he felt a terrifying sword intent attack him from behind. He wanted to turn around, but it was already too late. Lowering his head, all he saw was the tip of a bone-white sword protruding from his chest, which he quickly pulled back. Little and moved through the crowd like a ghost, searching for openings and killing powerful Qi practitioners. As long as he found an opening, the sword style he had learnt from the cursive sword calligraphy would be enough to kill them in a single strike. Within the chaos, Li Qingshan had already entered the cave with the dumbfounded Yu Zijian. Not a single zombie would come to make trouble for him anymore. Right when he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something. Turning around, he saw the first senior brother flying towards the cave as well. His clothes were tattered and he was in a horrible shape. Close behind him, the steel plate corpse pursued him relentlessly. Li Qingshan smiled. He raised the whale's ingestion of water, and ice condensate water surged out, immediately condensing into a thick wall of ice. On the other side of the ice wall, the first senior brother opened his mouth as if he was cursing aloud. He had even gathered all of his powerful true Qi, like a roaring lion. Afterwards he struck the ice wall with a thump. His face twisted as he slowly slid down. Li Qingshan grinned. The ice condensed from ice condensate water was as tough as high-grade spiritual artifacts. How could it be destroyed so easily? Whoosh! Through the ice wall, the first senior brother watched helplessly as Li Qingshan turned around and fled, vanishing into the dark cavern. He did not even have the time to curse, as the steel plate corpse's claws were already inches away. The howls were sealed in the ice and rapidly pulled away. Yu Zijian widened her eyes, but all she saw was darkness. Not only had Li Qingshan sealed off the first senior brother, but he had sealed off all the Qi practitioners' paths of retreat as well. Niu Wuxia. What's wrong? Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked at Yu Zijian as if he already knew what she wanted to say. However, she shook her head soon afterwards. Nothing. She furrowed her brows as if she was deep in thought. What she had experienced in the underground today had greatly impacted her pure mind. If she could comprehend something from it, it would be a treasure more valuable than any spiritual stones or spiritual herbs. The light flowed into the gloomy depths like water. Li Qingshan stopped and placed Yu Zijian down. The exit is up ahead. You can leave by yourself. Yu Zijian asked, what about you? Li Qingshan said, of course I have to go back underground. But the underground is very dangerous now. In Yu Zijian's eyes, the underground was hell. There were even terrifying monsters. When she heard how Niu Wuxia wanted to return to a place like that, she immediately panicked. For me, the top is more dangerous than the bottom. I'm wanted by the 3 mountains. Those 3 old coots are probably all up there. Yu Zijian said, Qinglu is up there too. You know that she's a good friend of mine. She has an elder brother who's a commander of the Hawkwolf Guard. You've heard of the Hawkwolf Guard before, right? Anyway, he's a very impressive person, and he's very amiable too. Let's beg him to put in a good word for you. Well, definitely. Her voice gradually weakened. She was simple, but she was not stupid. After what she had gone through today, she understood the viciousness of human nature even better. She was just a penniless girl, so why should she beg those important figures for help? And even if they were willing to help, could they really guarantee Niu Wuxia's safety? Li Qingshan smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions. Sacred Hall. She covered her face with her arm and lowered her head as she began to sob. Li Qingshan asked, why are you crying? I'm so useless, she sobbed. If you're useless, why would I save you? Don't worry, I have my ways. I won't die. You should go. Really? Yu Zijian rubbed her eyes forcefully with her sleeve and raised her head. Her eyes were still red, and her face was streaked with tears, but it was filled with hope. Really? Li Qingshan saw how she behaved, and his heart softened. He turned her around and pushed her gently from behind. Stop being so fussy. She staggered a few steps before suddenly stopping. She turned around and sucked in a deep breath as if she had made a great decision. I'll stay behind and assist you. She pressed down on her sword and stood there. The light behind her added a layer of light to her, which actually gave her a graceful bearing. Snot, Li Qingshan said helplessly. What? It's almost flowing out. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose. Yu Zijian sniffled hard in a hurry, and that tiny bit of graceful bearing vanished. Li Qingshan turned around and strode underground. Yu Zijian called out from behind, Oi, I'm serious. Don't go. Li Qingshan had already vanished. Only his voice drifted over, echoing through the cave. Let's talk about it after you've mastered your divine arts. Yu Zijian chased after him a few steps. All she heard was her own footsteps. The suffocating pressure and fear filled her heart once again. She gulped and backed away slowly. The jagged rocks seemed like demonic beasts. No, she felt like she was in the stomach of a huge beast. She had no one to rely on and she was all alone. Suddenly there was a violent tremor from underground, as if a huge beast had flipped over. The demonic beasts all seemed to come alive, brandishing their claws and fangs as if they were about to lunge over. She cried out and turned around to flee. Li Qingshan felt the violent tremor as well. It was rather familiar. Yes, he had felt the same tremor when he first met Millipede in the manor outside Salt Mountain City. Wasn't he sleeping? Had something happened to him? Li Qingshan sped up and rushed underground. He arrived before the cave. A huge hole had already cracked open in the ice wall, covered in blood. Only a few Qi practitioners remained in the cave, huddled in a corner. They were filled with despair. The zombies had completely vanished, and only 3 iron plate corpses remained. It was possible to imagine just how intense the Qi practitioners' resistance was before they died. However, whether it be the zombies or their corpses, they had all been reduced to nothing, becoming nourishment for little and wielded the white bone sword and stared at the cave that led underground. The first senior brother was heavily injured and had fled towards there, but she did not send the steel plate corpse after him. Clearly, she had sensed the origin of the tremor too. The first senior brother clutched his injured chest and pushed his true Qi as hard as he could, flying underground. He would look back from time to time and see that the monster had not caught up. There were other paths that led to the surface. As long as he could escape, he would definitely be able to rise up again. If he did not get his revenge, he would be less than human. The tremors grew more and more intense. He had already participated in many herb gathering ceremonies, so he knew that earthquakes happened often underground, so he did not take it to heart. Suddenly a green streak of light brushed past him. He only managed to make out a blur. It was a cultivator in the uniform of the Green Vine Mountain, leaving behind a strange smell. Before he could think too deeply about it, there was a thump, and a huge figure slammed into him. Chapter 248. Who knew how many times more violent the collision this time was compared to when he slammed into the ice wall? Not a single bone in his body was intact. He only relied on his true Qi to stay alive. The wind whistled past his ears as he was pushed back rapidly by the huge figure. He tried his best to open his eyes, but he discovered that he had returned to the cavern. He saw a skeletal monster, and beside it was the steel plate corpse that he had spent countless efforts to refine. With that, a pink gas swallowed him, and he lost his final sliver of consciousness. His segmented body was a gorgeous pink. Who knew how many legs there were on the sides, moving quickly and rhythmically? He moved with startling speed. Only a blurry streak of pink light could be seen. It was like an underground train whistling past, kicking up a violent gust of wind that made his clothes rustle. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen Millipede's original form, but he did not see his form. Instead, he saw a raging river of demon qi. This was the first time Li Qingshan had experienced Millipede's strength. Normally, this guy who only ate and slept did not seem dignified at all, but he was a demon general through and through. He was a powerful demon general at that. The remaining Qi practitioners all held their breaths as they watched this sight with widened, lifeless eyes. If everything they had experienced before was a nightmare, then what they felt right now was like something even more terrifying had barged into their nightmare. Their thoughts were immediately cut off, and they directly fainted from the impact of the demon Qi. Millipede left suddenly. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at one another. They had both seen the green figure chase after Millipede. The person who could escape so easily, was it? Oh no! Li Qingshan's expression changed drastically. If he went any further up, he would reach the surface. There, Millipede would lose the protection of the treaty and become prey that human cultivators could hunt down as they pleased. And right now, there were 3 Foundation establishment cultivators waiting for him above. Coupled with the unknown green figure, he could smell the heavy scent of a scheme. Yu Zijian collapsed on the snow. The sunlight was so blinding that she could not open her eyes. The light enveloped her from all directions, making her dizzy. Vaguely, she could hear people running and calling out. More people have come out. She slowly opened her eyes. A dozen or so Qi practitioners were lying on the ground not far away, their bodies drenched in blood. Some looked numb. Some were still crying. They were all independent cultivators. Because they could not choose the best path or the best spiritual land like the disciples of the 3 mountains, they even had to set off later. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise, allowing them to avoid certain death traps. However, they had also experienced numerous dangers before they managed to escape. A new lease of life after a disaster. Before she could see these people clearly, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking the sun. The 3 elders asked frantically, "How's it going down there?" Yu Zijian raised her head in confusion. All she saw was their expressions. Similar to the surviving Qi practitioners, they were filled with a gloomy aura of decay. The corner of the lone grave elder's mouth constantly twitched, the golden pheasant elder's eyes were bloodshot, and the green vine elder, who had always been composed, had lost his usual composure. If the disciples of the 3 mountains that had died in the beginning had already made their hearts bleed, then the blood that flowed afterwards was basically unstoppable. The specks of light on the underground mental map were like flying sparks, extinguishing in large swathes. The golden pheasant elder wanted to charge underground several times, but he was stopped by the green vine elder and the lone grave elder. Wasungzan was nearby. They could not break the treaty before him. In the end, only a few specks of light remained. From the independent cultivators that had escaped, they finally learned that they had fallen into a trap set up by demons during the herb gathering ceremony. Although they managed to maintain their appearances after so many years of cultivation, their faces were ashen. Only the lone grave elder did not seem to have changed much, but he was thinking the same thing. It's over. It's all over. Just when Yu Zijian had no idea how to reply, Hua Qinglu rushed over and hugged her. "Zijian, you're fine. That's fantastic. I was worried sick." "Qinglu, I'm fine." Yu Zijian glanced past her shoulder and saw Wasungzan standing nearby with his arms behind his back. However, the usual smile on his face had completely vanished. Wasungzan understood that the herb gathering ceremony this time had completely severed the foundations of the 3 mountains. A sect couldn't just have a foundation establishment sect leader. It needed a large number of disciples to handle the sect's affairs and inherit the legacy of the sect's Taoist teachings. From the weakest outer sect disciple to the strongest eldest brother, every step was indispensable. Yet now, the 3 mountains had lost at least 90% of their disciples. They were like a tree that had lost its roots. Although it still stood on the surface, it was close to death. He felt rather bitter inside. He had tried to stop people from killing demons, but demons were secretly plotting. They used the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to people. He even suspected that the demon general who ruled over this region was not as stupid as the records stated. Instead, he was someone with great intelligence, no, a demon. The herb gathering ceremonies in the past were all bait that the demon general had purposefully thrown out. This really was like the saying, "Man harms the tiger, and the tiger harms the man." The era of the Treaty of Kings had already passed. Just how much longer could the order and laws that the school of legalism maintained last? At this moment, the tremors underground had already become more and more intense. Wasungzan gazed at the pitch-black hole and frowned. This did not seem like an earthquake. When he looked at the three elders again, they had already abandoned Wuxian. They gazed at the hole together, no longer bothering to hide their expressions. Fury and delight mingled on their faces. There seemed to be a hint of madness. A terrifying demonic aura surged out from the ground like a huge wave. Oh no! Wasungzan's face changed. He arrived beside Hua Qinglu and Wuxian in a flash and grabbed them by the shoulders. Using all of his true qi, he leapt out of the pit. The sinkhole was more than 30 meters deep, but he continued to climb higher and higher as he rode the wind. He arrived above the sinkhole in the blink of an eye. A streak of green light that was 10 times faster than him streaked past him and disappeared into the horizon. He was actually suppressing his speed while being chased by Millipede. Like a flash of inspiration, Wasungzan immediately understood what had happened. His mission had still failed. Not only had Fu Qingjin silently defeated the three elders, but he had even lured the demon general out from underground. Powerful demon qi surged into the air. A millipede several dozen meters long emerged from the ground and was exposed to the light of day. It raised its head and let out a sharp screech. The colossal figure blotted out the sky. The qi practitioners who had survived the disaster all paled. The three elders were extremely vigilant. What's that? Hua Qinglu asked with a trembling voice. Even from so high up, the bewitching color and vicious form were still enough to make people shiver. The original form of a demon general. Wasungzan rubbed Hua Qinglu's head comfortingly. In this day and age, there were very few humans who had seen the original form of a demon general. Hopefully there would not be many more in the future. Suddenly he saw Wuxian stare straight down. She asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid?" However, Wuxian seemed to be possessed. She ignored him and gripped the hilt of her sword firmly. "Die, wretched demon!" A furious bellow filled with hatred erupted from the green vine elder's chest. He formed a seal with his hands, and like a lotus flower blooming, the spiritual qi of the world began to move. Suddenly he pointed down, and several green vines rose up from the ground. Every single one of them was thicker than a water tank, wrapping around and tightening around Millipede. Vines grew from the green vines. They were all as thick as water buckets wrapping around his feet. Millipede immediately became immobilized. Even with his terrifying strength, he was unable to use any of it. He let out another hiss and pink gas erupted from his body. The green vines around him immediately began to decay and wither. The pink gas filled the entire pit. The qi practitioners who were lucky enough to survive had already taken advantage of the situation. They had already begun leaping towards the top of the pit, but they were not as fast as Wasungzan. They were about to reach the top of the pit when the pink gas surged up. They unleashed all of their protective talismans and techniques in a frenzy, but all they saw was darkness, and their bodies stiffened up. They could not use any more strength, nor could they use any true qi at all. They fell straight into the pit. Only the 100 treasures pouch that was not easily corroded landed on the ground, which slowly sank down. As it turned out, even the rock and soil had been corroded and softened by the poisonous gas. With a hissing sound, wisps of white smoke rose up. The toxicity of the poison was startling. Wasungzan originally circled above the pit, but when he saw this, he flew to one side in a hurry. When he looked down again, the pit seemed like an erupting volcano. The grayish-white smoke was mixed with the pink gas, forming a smoke dragon that connected the sky and the sun. It could be seen from 50 kilometers away. He was shocked. This was the power of a demon general. However, before Millipede could break free, even more green vines wrapped around him. Only the three elders remained standing. They had all unleashed protective techniques, but they were constantly corroded by the pink gas. Even if their true qi was combined, it was nowhere close to Millipede's demon qi. It was impossible for them to emerge victorious in a prolonged battle. The green vine elder called out, "Fellows, why don't you do something?" Before he could even say that, a golden pheasant took off into the air and shone with blinding light. It matched the radiance of the sun in the sky, adding even more brilliance. With a caw, the pheasant stepped on Millipede's head and pecked down viciously. At the same time, a figure shrouded in surging black smoke passed through the pink gas and reached towards Millipede's weakest abdomen. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed through the pit a few times, piercing through the clouds. Millipede let out a painful cry. His colossal body writhed violently, releasing even more pink gas. Although he was not injured due to the toughness of his armor, he felt like he had been stabbed in the head. Chapter 249. Only the will. Millipede's long, sharp leg whistled through the air, stabbing over like a spear. The zombie dodged it with great agility, basically no different from a living person. The lone grave elder stood nearby with a sunken face. At this level of refining corpses, he no longer refined mindless puppets. There was no need for him to control them. He had dug up 1,000 graves and dug out the corpse of an ancient disciple of the school of the military from a general's grave. Back then the corpse was close to turning into a zombie, so he spent a great deal of effort to suppress its original consciousness, refining it into an ancient bronze corpse general in the end. Not only could it avoid fire and water, but it also possessed the battle awareness from when it was alive. It was equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator. When he fought, he only needed to summon it, and it would be equivalent to fighting 2 against 1. The ancient bronze corpse general's punch was ineffective, so it threw another punch. Bang! 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 It was like thunder. The armor caved in and cracked, oozing with blood. Millipede struggled in pain. Suddenly, he broke free from a green vine and bit at the golden pheasant above him. The golden pheasant flapped its wings and was about to take off when it suddenly felt something tighten behind it. Millipede had caught the pheasant's tail feathers firmly, and with a swing of his head, he fell towards the wall. The strength was unstoppable. The golden pheasant elder was shocked. The demon general's strength was actually so great. Filled with resentment, he cut off his arm. Golden feathers drifted down from the sky. The golden pheasant soared into the air, circling above the pit. Most of its tail feathers were gone now. It was basically bald. The golden pheasant elder called out, "Green vine, when did your techniques become so useless? Are you trying to get me killed?" It's easier said than done. This wretched demon is far too strong. Even I can't last for too long. Hurry up and kill him. The green vine elder gritted his teeth and squeezed out those words. His face was bright red. He used his spiritual chi to wrestle against Millipede, so he endured the greatest pressure. The golden pheasant circled around the pillar of smoke and arrived high in the sky. It shone with resplendent light, constantly gathering golden light and gradually blurring the golden pheasant's shape. It was like a miniature sun had appeared in the sky. Millipede instinctively felt a great sense of danger. He lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of pink venom at the ancient bronze corpse general. The ancient bronze corpse general didn't dare to take it head-on and retreated 100 feet away. The venom had already corroded a large pit in front of it. Half of the green vines were instantly corroded after coming into contact with the venom. Millipede mustered all of his strength and swung his 1,000 feet downwards at the same time. He was about to break free. Wood grows and grass grows, growing and multiplying without end. The green vine elder bellowed out, and he erupted with dazzling green light. Even his hair and skin were dyed green by the green light, as if he was no longer human, but a statue carved from green wood. It reflected the golden pheasant elder in the sky. Green vines grew madly from the ground and the cliff, wrapping around Millipede like a giant cocoon. Vines wither and trees grow old, wither and flourish change. All the green vines were drained of water and turned a withered yellow. It was as if the withered vines that had grown for countless years in the depths of the mountains and on the cliffs were the most tenacious. Even if a sword or saber were to slash it, it would not leave a single mark. The rate at which the venom corroded the vines immediately slowed down drastically. Millipede was trapped in the cage of withered vines. At this moment, a bird's cry rang out in the surroundings. The golden sun fell from the sky. The golden pheasant folded its wings, with its beak at the front and its tail feathers at the back. It charged towards the immobilized Millipede with a long tail of flames. The ancient vine corpse general returned to the lone grave elder. He raised his head and watched on in shock. He was fearless if he faced the golden pheasant elder or the green vine elder alone, but if the two of them worked together, he would be dead for sure even if he had that move. The 3 mountains had all been heavily injured, but it affected him the least. Apart from his zombie-like heart and the severing of his emotions, He was currently considering something startlingly similar to the first senior brother of the burial mound mountain. If he could refine the corpse of a demon general into a corpse demon, his strength would definitely grow drastically. It would even surpass the golden pheasant elder and the green vine elder. It would not be impossible for him to merge the three mountains into a single mountain. Sungzan exhaled gently. She could go back and report this to the higher-ups. Who knew what kind of disturbance the death of a demon general would cause? Probably even Wang Pushi would not be able to bear the responsibility, so she could only come. At this moment, another demon chi rushed into the air. Sungzan's expression suddenly changed. There were actually still demons bold enough to appear at a time like this. He squinted his eyes and peered through the mist, but he failed to see the demon. The Green Vine Elder and the Lone Grave Elder felt a violent tremor from beneath their feet. The tremor was no ordinary earthquake. It contained a powerful force, enough to shake them up. They leapt up at the same time, only to see large swathes of cracks appear at the bottom of the pit. The cracks rapidly spread up the cliff. The vines had already taken root in the ground, so they began to shake as well. However, it was already too late. Boom! The golden rooster fell, and a loud sound rang out. Tens of thousands of golden lights shot out from the heaven crater, and the cracked rocks collapsed with a rumbling sound. It was like a clap of thunder, and the yellow smoke that filled the air was mixed with pink poisonous gas. The heaven crater was like a huge pot that was boiling violently. The resplendent golden light was so bright that even Sungzan was unable to see what was happening in the pit. However, the demon general's demon chi had not vanished. The golden pheasant elder had missed. Another tall figure could be vaguely seen amidst the smoke and dust. Li Qingshan had completely assumed his demon form. He had already reached over 40 meters tall, and he gasped for air. Millipede lay behind him. He had finally broken free from the vines and regained his freedom. A great hole had been ripped open in the round pit. It was possible to imagine what the outcome would have been if he had been struck by the attack. Fortunately, not even the golden pheasant elder could fully control the attack. When Li Qingshan and Little An arrived at the exit, they sensed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators attacking Millipede from all directions with their spiritual energy. Every single one of them was more powerful than him, but he would never leave a friend to die. He immediately cast aside his own life and death. Just when he was about to rush out and assist Millipede, he was stopped by Little An, who told him not to panic. After calming down, Li Qingshan held his breath and waited. He wanted to see if he could find a good opportunity to heavily injure a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, he also knew just how rare an opportunity like that was. However, in the final moment of life and death, he ripped open the ground and cut off the roots of the vines. Afterwards, he grabbed Millipede's tail and pulled hard, avoiding the golden pheasant elder's killing blow. That indistinct human figure caused the hearts of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to shrink. Could it be that another demon general had arrived? They all cautiously made their way to the other side of the pit. As they recovered their spiritual chi, they stared at Li Qingshan cautiously. Li Qingshan ignored them. He turned around and punched Millipede's head. He yelled, "You idiot! Wake up!" This seemed to further prove the 3 elders' suspicions. If he were a regular demon, why would he be bold enough to attack a demon general? However, while the demon chi was tremendous, it did not seem to belong to a demon general. Millipede shook his head and seemed to clear up slightly. He hissed at Li Qingshan and said with demon chi, "You're here. My head hurts." Li Qingshan replied with demon chi, "You deserve the pain. Why don't you turn into a human and come with me?" Oh! With a shake of his body, Millipede reverted to his bare head. He clutched his stomach. "My stomach hurts too." Without another word, Li Qingshan grabbed him and shoved him into the hole. "Oh no, they're trying to escape. Plants grow and multiply," the Green Vine Elder said. Li Qingshan also wanted to crawl into the hole, but he saw countless vines pierce through the rock and weave together like a net, sealing up the entrance and separating him from Millipede. Millipede ripped apart the vines with a furious roar. However, Li Qingshan sighed and said, "Run." A fierce gust of wind surged behind him. Golden light projected him against the wall, and the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up automatically. With a few clangs, The pheasant's claws that were as sharp as high-grade spiritual artifacts gripped the spirit turtle's profound shell firmly. The golden pheasant spread its wings and grabbed Li Qingshan, taking off into the air. The golden pheasant lowered its head. Its furious golden eyes stared at Li Qingshan. "You still want to run? If you run, I'll use you as a scapegoat." Vaguely, the golden pheasant elder could be seen. The pit rapidly shrank below their feet, while the greenvine elder and the lone grave elder seemed to be extremely dazzling no matter how far away they were from each other. Li Qingshan immediately understood the danger he was in. His blood surged, but his mind became calmer instead. He sucked in a deep breath and responded with the tiger demon's fierce roar. The fierce wind carried sound waves, and the sound waves filled the fierce wind, all slamming into the golden pheasant. With a shudder of golden light, the pheasant's claws loosened, and Li Qingshan fell out of the sky. Before he had even landed, countless thick vines extended over from the surroundings of the pit like arms, wrapping around the spirit turtle's profound shell and forming a ball of vines. Under the control of the Foundation establishment cultivators, the ground immediately became even more distant than the sky, cutting off the deep earth. Li Qingshan immediately had nowhere to run. He was extremely tall, but before 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, he seemed like a small skinny child before 3 burly men. He seemed so fragile. The 3 elders rode the wind, circling around the ball of vines. The greenvine elder said, "Oh no, it's just a regular demon." Although its form and strength were very unusual, it was without a doubt a demon from its demon chi. Who knew how far off it was from their original target? The 3 of them had worked together and schemed against the unsuspecting, yet they still failed to kill the demon general and avenge themselves. They had been utterly humiliated. Their faces immediately twisted. God damn it! The lone grave elder slammed the spirit turtle's profound shell emotionlessly. With a boom, the spirit turtle's profound shell trembled, but it was unscathed. The 3 elders were all surprised, but they became even more furious. The golden pheasant elder said, "Shatter his shell. I want to skin him alive and drain his blood. I want to rip him to pieces to appease my hatred." The greenvine elder thought of something. "Perhaps we can draw out the demon general." The golden pheasant elder said, "Greenvine, you're dreaming. Demons have always been emotionless. They only know how to struggle for survival. Carapace demons are the most foolish. There's no such thing as friendship." As he said that, he pecked the spirit turtle's profound shell viciously. The ancient bronze corpse general threw a punch. The spirit turtle's profound shell trembled. No matter how tough it was, just how long could it last under the combined attacks of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? Demons really don't have the concept of friendship. Li Qingshan's words surprised the 3 elders. They're just acting on their own accord. A huge pink insect leapt up as hard as it could, leaving the ground. Like a carp leaping out of the water, it bit down on the spirit turtle's profound shell. Chapter 250. The Battle of the Sinkhole. Hua Zijian, look! The monster has come out again. We've come to save the monster. Hua Qinglu grabbed Yu Zijian's arm and shook it violently. To be continued. 89 Free novel reading. Hua Sengzan smacked her head. Don't move around. The 3 of them sat on a paper crane. The paper crane was covered in inscriptions. It flapped its wings like a real crane soaring through the air. After her initial fright, Hua Qinglu had already calmed down. She had no idea what was going on, so she completely treated the battle below as a show. Yu Zijian asked, "Do demons have ties of friendship too? As long as they're born in this world, how can they be emotionless? I just never thought there would be friends of life and death like this among different demons," Hua Sengzan said suddenly. His eyes were filled with emotion. Yu Zijian said, "Was it right for that person to slay demons? Of course. Even humans have to kill one another, let alone other races. If it weren't for the oppression of humans, why would demons band together? Killing one another is the norm. As long as they're born in this world, how can they not kill one another?" Hua Sengzan's expression turned grim again. Friendship? Killing one another? Right or wrong? Yu Zijian's mind was a mess. At this moment, the battle had already begun in the sinkhole. Hua Qinglu watched on without blinking. She did not divert her attention to listen to Hua Sengzan at all. Millipede grabbed the spirit turtle's profound shell with his mouth and pulled Li Qingshan out of the ball of vines. The three elders were overjoyed. The golden pheasant flapped its wings and the green vines grew. The ancient bronze corpse general leapt up with corpse chi. The encirclement was complete. They definitely could not let this wretched demon escape this time. Millipede twisted his body. Like a dragon swinging its tail, he swept through everything and struck the golden pheasant viciously. The golden light shattered, and the golden pheasant elder was like a broken kite. He slammed into the rock face and became deeply embedded, leaving behind only feathers. At this moment the ancient bronze corpse general rushed forward. Li Qingshan dismissed the spirit turtle's profound shell and gathered all of his demon chi. Like a surging river, he threw a punch without a care. The ancient bronze corpse general felt as though there was a huge dark cloud shrouding its head. Then, a black bolt of lightning struck down. That fist was no ordinary fist. It was as big as a boulder. No matter how skilled one was in martial arts, it would be difficult to dodge it, not to mention in midair. The ancient bronze corpse general's ferocity was also stimulated. It let out a roar and bared its fangs as it similarly punched forward. The lone grave elder sneered in his heart. An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating himself. He actually dared to compete with the ancient bronze corpse general. Did he really think that he was a demon general? Monsters are such stupid creatures. They think that they can win just because they are tall. In the future, when they are refined into monster corpses, they might be a little smarter under my control. The two fists collided in midair. The corpse chi and demonic chi collided fiercely. The smoke and poisonous gas were scattered, forming a hole. The lone grave elder was slightly surprised. He could actually fight against the ancient bronze corpse general with brute force? However, after a moment, the ancient bronze corpse general could no longer hold on. With a loud bang it fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Li Qingshan had cultivated the second layer of the ox demon. He had a huge advantage with his figure alone. Furthermore, he was in a higher position. If he lost to a corpse general in a contest of strength, even if he didn't hang himself, oxen would. Although the ancient bronze corpse general had lost, it did not suffer any injuries. It roared furiously. Just as it straightened its body, the dark cloud descended from the sky. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a great opportunity? He descended from the sky and ruthlessly stomped on the ancient bronze corpse general's body. The bottom of the crater rippled like the surface of the sea. Thousands of tons of rocks flew into the air. Only the ground that the hooves stepped on continued to sink. Ox demon trample, innate ability. All the destructive force was concentrated on the ancient bronze corpse general. After passing through its body, it spread to the surrounding ground. Cracks immediately appeared on the ancient bronze corpse general's bronze armor, which was like an iron wall, and it let out a distorted sound. In reality, the internal damage suffered by the ancient bronze corpse general was far greater than what it looked like on the surface. The bronze armor was extremely effective against sharp weapons like flying swords and knives, but it was much less effective against the most primitive and barbaric blunt weapons. In the ancient battlefields on Earth, as armor technology developed, the weapons of the valiant generals were constantly changing as well. When swords and knives could not cut through the armor, a hammer would smash the enemy's internal organs, causing them to vomit 3 liters of blood. Li Qingshan raised his hoof, but he would never be foolish enough to give his enemy any opportunities. He used the ox demon tramples again, and a demon with ox horns and a tiger's tail trampled about madly. The ground was like boiling water, rising and falling. Above the sinkhole, the vines tried their best to reach towards Millipede, trying to bind him again. However, Millipede was prepared this time, and there was a certain distance between him and the ground. It would take the vines some time to reach him. "That's right," Millipede said. Millipede broke free from the vines and slammed his tail against the wall. Another huge gap appeared in the crater, and Millipede used this force to charge towards the green vine elder. He moved with startling speed as his sharp mouthparts were on full display. The green vine elder was shocked. As the sect master of the green vine elder, it had already been many years since he last clashed with someone. His powers were great, but he was still old and feeble after all. How could he engage in close combat with such a terrifying demon? He flew up in a hurry, dodging and fleeing. Millipede suddenly curled up. wrapping around the green vine elder a few times before shrinking into a ball. He used his colossal body to wrap around the green vine elder. His thousands of legs were like spears, thrusting towards the green vine elder from every direction under the powerful propulsion of his joints. As long as he managed to land a hit, poison would pour in and corrode his body very quickly. The wood spirit protects the withered wood. The green vine elder formed a seal with his hands, and he became completely wrapped up in a piece of withered wood. His insect legs stabbed into it, producing a series of thumps. The withered wood was condensed from pure wood spiritual chi, but under the corrosion of the insect legs and the poisonous gas, it was rapidly depleted. The green vine elder said in shock, "Save me, fellows." Without the restraints of the vines, Millipede immediately unleashed his terrifying strength, demonstrating the great strength of a carapaced demon general. The golden pheasant flapped its wings and flew up once again, landing on the ball of insects and pecking wildly. The golden pheasant elder threw his life on the line, going all out with his spiritual chi as he pecked bloody holes into the carapace. If these holes landed on a human cultivator, they would have been fatal, disemboweled wounds. However, Millipede's body was colossal, so these wounds were only minor wounds. With the powerful life force of carapace demons, he healed extremely quickly. However, most of the green vine elder's spiritual chi had been depleted. Wood splinters flew out from the piece of withered wood, turning back into spiritual chi and dispersing. In the blink of an eye, it had become much thinner. He was about to be pierced by the thousands of insect legs and engulfed by the poisonous gas. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. Even Hua Sungzan could not help but sigh in amazement. Carapace demon generals really are impressive. If it were not for the fact that the techniques of the three elders could work together, especially the green vine elder's vines that could restrain its movements, it really would have been difficult for three regular foundation establishment cultivators to deal with it. They could even end up dying from the slightest carelessness. Hua Qinglu asked in surprise, "Brother, are the three old seniors going to lose?" Although she disliked the green vine elder, she could not help but mourn the deaths of powerful human cultivators at the hands of demons. Hua Sungzan shook his head. That mixed blood demon has only gained the upper hand temporarily. How can he actually defeat foundation establishment cultivators? As long as we kill him and regroup, we'll be victorious. He suddenly glanced at the clouds, and that person hadn't even fought yet. He probably had not anticipated this earlier either, which almost allowed the demon general to escape. However, he would never make the same mistake a second time. The lone grave elder's expression finally changed. He struggled to believe that the ancient bronze corpse general he had spent so much effort on was being overwhelmed by a mere demon. The ancient bronze corpse general should have dodged a long time ago, but the ox demon tramples had a powerful tremor effect. Although each tremor only affected the ancient bronze corpse general for a moment, it was enough for Li Qingshan to use the ox demon tramples a second time. The ancient bronze corpse general was clearly extremely powerful, but due to a moment of carelessness, Li Qingshan had defeated it in a single strike. This was clearly an unintentional move, but it also seemed like a very deep plan. Li Qingshan was a true fighter. Normally, he was not particularly clever, but in battle, he would always be able to erupt with 120% of his battle prowess. Die, wretched demon! The lone grave elder, who had not directly fought the entire time, finally took action. He also wore a bronze bangle on his skinny wrist, but it had a heavy luster. Who knew how many times better it was than his first senior brothers? The inscriptions on the bronze bangle lit up, and 12 steel plate corpses appeared in a neat formation, charging towards Li Qingshan. With just the 12 steel plate corpses, dealing with regular demons would be as easy as pie. The lone grave elder had not summoned them right from the beginning because the steel plate corpses were not particularly useful against demon generals, and they could be corroded and destroyed very easily by the poisonous gas. Now that he saw how Li Qingshan wanted to destroy what was so precious to him, he immediately unleashed his full strength. The steel plate corpses lunged over together. Li Qingshan frowned. He could sense that although the corpse chi on the ancient bronze corpse general beneath his feet had been shaken away many times, it had not been fatally damaged. If he used the spirit turtle's profound shell, he would obviously be safe for now, but the ancient bronze corpse general would be able to break free, which would free up the lone grave elder to save the green vine elder. He needed to make time for Millipede. Li Qingshan grabbed a steel plate corpse and stabbed its neck with his thumb. His sharp claws forcefully pierced the steel armor, and black corpse chi poured out. The steel plate corpse immediately collapsed, no longer moving at all. It was like a rag doll tossed aside by Li Qingshan. However, the other steel plate corpses had already used this opportunity to lunge towards Li Qingshan. Some climbed onto his shoulders to strike at Li Qingshan's ears, some bit at Li Qingshan's neck viciously, and some grabbed onto Li Qingshan's thigh in an attempt to influence his movements so that the ancient bronze corpse general could break free. Li Qingshan was like a tree covered in monkeys. He extended his hand, and the steel plate corpses would crawl away to wreak havoc in other places with great agility. His entire body itched and ached, but even the claws of the steel plate corpses struggled to rip through his leather that was 100 times tougher than steel armor. To be continued. Chapter 251. Even with that being the case, the steel plate corpses still caused quite a lot of trouble for Li Qingshan. It was a pity that Little N was not here, or dealing with the steel plate corpses would be a piece of cake. Originally he had gotten Little N to temporarily hide underground, ready to provide support at a crucial moment and deal a fatal blow to the enemy. However, after a few powerful collisions and the destruction from the ox demon tramples, the entrance to the pit had already completely collapsed. Thousands of tons of earth and rock fell down, basically ending the herb gathering ceremony of the three mountains. Little N was trapped underneath too, so he probably would not be able to help out for a while. Seeing how the steel plate corpses were unable to defeat Li Qingshan immediately, the lone grave elder produced a tiny bone staff in his hand. There was a tiny skull at the top of the bone staff. As he swung it, a streak of red light shot out from the eye sockets of the skull. Li Qingshan felt an intense sense of danger. He did not want to experience the full-powered strike of a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, if he used the spirit turtle's profound shell and let the zombie below him break free, the situation would probably become even more difficult. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. A steel plate corpse blocked Li Qingshan's path. It just happened to appear in the path of the red light. Without a sound, half of the steel plate corpse was immediately dissolved. The lone grave elder was surprised. All of the steel plate corpses were under his control, so why had another one appeared out of nowhere? Before he knew it, a black hole had appeared in the ground. The steel plate corpse had emerged from the hole. Underground, under Little Anne's command, the boulder viper unleashed its ability to tunnel through the ground, creating a deep hole. However, it was impossible for them to take part in the battle. Sacred Haltu skulls emerged, spraying flames at Li Qingshan. The lone grave elder was alarmed. He had no idea whether the newcomer was a friend or a foe. Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. Like he was bathing, he allowed the flames to cleanse his body. Wherever the flames reached, the steel plate corpses all fell down. The flames then moved towards the ancient bronze corpse general beneath Li Qingshan's feet, but they were blocked by a layer of black corpse chi. The ancient bronze corpse general sensed great danger and struggled with all its might. The lone grave elder sensed that his connection with all the steel plate corpses had been severed. His expression changed and he called out, "What wretched demon are you? Show yourself." Red light flashed through the eyes of all the steel plate corpses. They stood up together and lunged at the lone grave elder. The lone grave elder felt a chill run down his spine. He had never seen such a strange sight in all his years of cultivation. If the zombies that he had painstakingly refined could be taken away so easily, then there would be no such thing as refined corpses in this world. Just what exactly was that flame? It actually had such an effect. As the lone grave elder retreated, scarlet beams of light shot out again and again, striking the three steel plate corpses. Most of them immediately melted away, but the corpses immediately burst into flames and merged into the skull. The lone grave elder's heart ached. It had been very difficult to refine these steel plate corpses. He never thought there would be a day when he would destroy them in his hands. Black mist rose up from beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. The steel plate corpses missed. Exerting his strength, he leapt high into the air and touched the black clouds. However, he was unable to fly and could only descend. Sacred Hall. At this moment, the 2 skull prayer beads became even larger. They circled around and caught all the steel plate corpses before rushing towards the lone grave elder again. They were like 2 transport ships. Li Qingshan knew it was impossible for him and Little, and to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, as long as he kept them busy slightly and gave Millipede the opportunity to kill one of them, they would be able to take them out one by one afterwards. Even if they could not kill them all, they would be able to leave with ease at the very least. Only a thin layer of withered would remain on the green vine elder. He called out, "Save me, fellow." This time, he was not calling out to the golden pheasant or the lone grave elders. Demons run amok, wreaking havoc in the world. I, Fu Qingjin of the Sword Collection Palace, have specially come to assist you in purging demons. A man's voice suddenly rang out in the air, but it was not as passionate and heroic as it should have been. Instead, it was rather pointless and bored, as if purging demons did not interest him too much. Tens of thousands of rays of green light descended from the sky and covered the entire pit. Time seemed to freeze. An unstoppable power chilled Li Qingshan's heart. He looked around. The collapsed, abandoned buildings and palaces rose from the ground, seeming both real and illusory. A streak of green light shot through the sky like a soundless bolt of lightning, yet also like a horrific wound. Millipede cried out in pain and fell out of the sky, landing heavily in the ruins. A huge wound appeared on his back as blood flowed out like a stream. Even the toughest piece of armor on his back was unable to block the power of the flash of green light. In the sky above the green ruins, Fu Qingjin stood with his sword in hand. His ancient green robes ruffled in the wind. The green vine elder, who had narrowly escaped death, was still fearful. He bowed at the sky. "Thank you for saving my life, fellow." The golden pheasant elder and the lone grave elder bowed deeply as well. Fu Qingjin's indifferent gaze swept past the 3 of them like a king looking at his useless subjects. Their faces felt like they had been cut by a sword, burning with pain. This person is so powerful. Hua Qinglu was filled with admiration. "It's you," Yu Zijian exclaimed. Fu Qingjin turned around, and his gaze immediately became much gentler. It was as if he had gone from a proud and aloof king back to the downtrodden swordsman. However, he only nodded and said nothing. Instead, he said to Hua Sengzan, "You've already fulfilled your duty. However, no one can guarantee eternal peace. With your talent, if you're willing to resign from your position as a lackey, you'll be able to accomplish quite a bit in the future chaos." He was comforting Hua Sengzan for his failure, even praising him a lot, but he was like a senior lecturing a junior. He even directly referred to the Hawkwolf Guard as a lackey, and they were not too far apart in age. "Eternal peace has nothing to do with me. What do you want to do, sir? Just go ahead and do it. Be careful of letting him escape again, and it'll be embarrassing." Hua Sengzan recovered his indolent attitude. However, Hua Qinglu could sense that Hua Sengzan had lost his usual composure when he faced this person. He had no choice but to deal with him like this. "Yeah, what does it have to do with me?" Fu Qingjin was not annoyed. He let out a gentle sigh as if he was deeply lamenting. Suddenly, he came to his senses and called out, "The rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. How can you avoid your responsibility?" He seemed like he was talking to Hua Sengzan, but also like he was talking to himself. With a flash of green light, Fu Qingjin vanished. Hua Qinglu pointed at her head and whispered, "Is there something wrong with this person?" Yu Zijian said, "He seems very sad." Hua Sengzan asked, "Do you know each other?" Yu Zijian shook her head, but she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. It was not on the Green Vine Mountain beside the pond, but in an even more distant time. Hua Sengzan lowered his head in thought. Sure enough, the green ruined sword had appeared. It was no surprise that Fu Qingjin possessed such strength. He had already guessed this a long time ago. None of the figures involved would be weaker than the first heavenly tribulation, yet they had only sent him, a chi practitioner. They probably did not have the determination to stop this in the first place. Perhaps they were just compromising over the matter regarding the soaring dragon elder. The green ruined sword proved this point even further. Chapter 252. In the Sword Collection Palace there was a divine mountain called Sword Collection. The mountain was not connected to the ground. Instead it hovered in the sky, covered in treasured swords. As long as a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace underwent a heavenly tribulation and became a formal disciple, they could pull out a treasured sword from there and use it as their personal sword. On the day they passed away, the sword would return to the Sword Collection Peak, waiting for its next master. Holy Church. The cultivation method practiced by the Sword Collection Palace focused on becoming one with the sword. Practicing was practicing the sword, and practicing the sword was practicing. Even if it was an ordinary piece of iron, after being refined by several generations of experts, it would become a divine weapon. One could well imagine how powerful these swords were. It was rumored that they contained the spiritual will of their previous masters, and would only be drawn when they met a suitable master. Therefore, not only did people choose their swords, but the swords also chose their masters. There was no shortcut, only fate. Once the man and the sword were together, it would be like meeting a good teacher, a helpful friend, a confidant, and the benefits it brought to the wielder were far from as simple as a powerful sword. This was the foundation of the Sword Collection Palace, as well as the origin of the name Sword Collection. Sword cultivators were already stronger than ordinary cultivators in battle, and with such a treasured sword accompanying them, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Amongst the swords there were differences in strength. 10 of them were renowned throughout the world, and they were collectively known as the 10 famed swords. No matter which disciple pulled it out, they would be nurtured with everything they had in the Sword Collection Palace. Basically every single master of the Sword Collection Palace originated from there. The Green Ruin Sword was one of them. This was no longer as simple as growing a pair of wings. Instead, he had directly turned from a tiger beast into a tiger demon. Dealing with the 3 old geezers was as easy as it could get. However, it was strange that Fu Qingjin had only undergone the heavenly tribulation recently, so how could he grasp the Green Ruin Sword so quickly? Hua Sengzan was born in an aristocratic family. His 7 orifices were exquisite, and he had a good memory. The things in his head were probably even more than the Book of Omniscience. Naturally, he would not be ignorant of the history of the few big sects in Qingzhou. He suddenly remembered another reason why the Green Ruins was famous. It was the only set of male and female swords among the 10 famed swords. The Green Ruins was the female sword, while the male sword was called Purple Clouds. Its power was even greater than the Green Ruins. When one sword was born, the other sword would definitely not be far away. Since the Green Ruins had appeared, where was the Purple Clouds? Thinking up to there, Hua Sengzan suddenly looked at Yu Zijian. She was staring straight down. Was she? Thinking back to how Fu Qingjin looked at Yu Zijian just now, he immediately understood. Holy Churchies, the Green Province was so large, so why did Fu Qingjin have to travel all the way to the Clear River Prefecture to kill a demon general? With his strength, just how many demon generals were his opponent? As it turned out, that was his objective. In the large sects, there would definitely be people who were proficient in divination and could see through the mysteries of heaven. Therefore, when the large sects accepted disciples, other than looking for talented disciples like ordinary sects to learn from, they also had a very special method, and that was to find fated people. There were very few disciples who accepted this method, but they could often pick out some amazing people from the sea of people. These people were like unpolished gems. They often didn't seem to have any special cultivation aptitude. They should have no fate with cultivation and could only take up mortal jobs. Once they received guidance and set foot on the path of cultivation, they would immediately be like a dragon that had entered the ocean, soaring into the sky. If he had guessed correctly, Qinglu had instead climbed up the social ladder. Although the Hua family possessed some power in the Clear River Prefecture, it was nothing compared to the Sword Collection Palace. His thoughts immediately extended to an extremely distant place. He thought about how he could use this information to benefit the Hua family. The battle below was instead no longer within the scope of his concern. The outcome of the battle had already been determined anyway. Fu Qingjin appeared in the Green Ruins, standing on a pillar that had been broken in half. The pillar would require several dozen people to wrap their arms around it. It was possible to imagine just how grand the palace it supported in the past was. The Sword Collection Palace. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. Fu Qingjin overlapped with a certain figure in his memories. Although Oxen had casually wiped him out, the sharp sword chi still remained in his heart. He dared not forget about it. You've heard of him before? Fu Qingjin turned around and asked. He had just raised the green ruined sword before stopping again. The sacred hall. Before Li Qingshan could reply, the ancient bronze corpse general finally broke free. Its bronze armor was in tatters, and many of its bones were twisted and broken. It roared furiously at Li Qingshan, about to lunge at him. Fu Qingjin glanced at it, and its roar immediately stopped. The ancient bronze corpse general fled in a hurry, running towards the lone grave elder like a frightened dog running towards its master. The three elders gathered together and slowly adjusted their spiritual qi. None of them had any intentions of fighting anymore, as they understood that since he had already taken action, there was no need for them anymore. When they thought back to their clash on the Green Vine Mountain, they could not help but sigh. Is there anything else you want to say? Whatever, it's all nonsense. There's no point in saying more. Just like how the soaring dragon elder had been in the past, Fu Qingjin swung down with his sword. The streak of light was like a streak of green, deep green. It was like a green eye had opened up in the air, absorbing all of their minds. It contained endless sighs of emptiness, recounting the vicissitudes of life and the vicissitudes of life. No matter how glorious a civilization was, there would be a day when it would wither away. No matter how powerful an empire was, it would not be able to avoid the fate of destruction. It would only serve as a place for future generations to mourn. What were the measly creatures that existed there? In the end, Li Qingshan possessed extraordinary willpower. He reacted with a single shudder, throwing a punch and retreating rapidly. At the same time, he used the spirit turtle's profound shell. He basically completed these three actions at the same time. Li Qingshan immediately retreated to several dozen meters away. The streak of light landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, and his demon qi rapidly depleted. The spirit turtle's profound shell trembled and swayed, but it managed to endure in the end. He gasped for air gently as his scarlet eyes shone like fire. He was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. He would never be struck by a sword without being able to react again. The three elders looked at one another. They could all see the shock on each other's faces. What kind of demon was this? It was instead easier for them to accept that Li Qingshan could block their attacks, but they had a deep understanding of Fu Qingjin's strength. Oh, Fu Qingjin was surprised as well. Originally, he planned on killing this puny demon casually before dealing with the demon general, but he was rather surprised now. From the perspective of demons, you're quite impressive. You really are a hybrid after all. However, it's exactly because of that I have to kill you now to avoid future problems. Just when Fu Qingjin was about to strike, a black shadow enveloped him. He turned his head slightly, and Milliped's fierce mouth was only inches away. Its gaping mouth seemed even more like the entrance to hell. At such a close distance, Milliped had launched a sudden attack. Even if Fu Qingjin wanted to dodge, it was rather too late. The foul air assaulted his face, ruffling his hair. His expression remained the same. With a great rumble, Milliped smashed through a pillar, but Li Qingshan showed no joy at all. He had never underestimated any enemy, and Fu Qingjin was even less of an existence that he could not underestimate. He took a violent step forward, and a crack rapidly extended forward. The rubble exploded loudly, but Fu Qingjin was nowhere to be seen. A speck of green light flashed across his vision. Afterwards, thousands of specks of light gathered together like fireflies, turning into Fu Qingjin. Li Qingshan widened his eyes. Was this the power of the green ruined sword? Wouldn't that make him invincible? Fu Qingjin casually tossed out the green ruined sword and used his fingers like a sword, using the most common technique of controlling a sword. However, the green ruined sword twisted and turned, completely vanishing from sight. It wove into a complicated geometric pattern in the air, enveloping Millipede. Millipede let out a painful hiss. Blood sprayed all over his body as he twisted his body and lunged forward. Fu Qingjin turned into a streak of green light again, gathering somewhere else. He rubbed his chin and murmured to himself. He really is a carapace demon. His life force is extraordinary. Looks like I'll need to cut off his head. His gaze landed on where Millipede's head connected to his body. He raised his sword like it was nothing special and he swung it. This was a move that even a third-rate swordsman like Yu Zijian knew. When he used it, it became an unstoppable killing move. The surging demon chi turned into a flood that surged towards Fu Qingjin. With a twist of his sword, he split the flood apart. The two skulls whistled down from above, and the remaining steel plate corpses on them all lunged towards Fu Qingjin with a roar. Sword chi turned into thousands of strands, and the steel plate corpses were torn to shreds. Fu Qingjin was suddenly surprised. He turned around and collided with the crystalline bone sword. He praised, "Impressive sword style." The sword move and sword intent that had erupted in that instant had even surprised him slightly. He was even more surprised when he saw that the wielder of the sword was a skeleton. Little Anne had waited patiently for a very long time, sacrificing all the steel plate corpses to bait the enemy. She stabbed out with her full strength, but all she got was praise from him. Her swordsmanship changed. Sometimes it was light and agile, sometimes it was heavy and solid, and sometimes it was unfathomable. Shaoan pushed the swordsmanship she had learned from the cursive sword calligraphy to the limit. She infused all of it into her sword. Coupled with the fact that every single strike was a desperate attack that would take her down with her, it made her even more powerful. Fu Qingjin did not use the sword manipulation technique either. He wielded a sword in one hand and used his sword style, clashing with Little Anne. He wanted to see her sword style. Little Anne advanced, and her sword moves changed to the limit. Fu Qingjin retreated, slashing horizontally and vertically, but he was able to block Little Anne's sword moves every single time. In a single moment, the two swords clashed 1,000 times, producing a strange drawn-out hum. Countless strands of sword chi shot out in all directions. Wherever the two of them passed by, dust would fill the air. Along the way, a relatively intact building collapsed loudly. Its structure had been completely destroyed by the sword chi, collapsing under its own weight. Countless cracks appeared on Little Anne's white-boned sword. She only attacked and did not defend. If she were made of flesh and blood, she would have been shattered by the sword chi already. Li Qingshan roared at Millipede, "Return to your original form." The advantage that came with his colossal body had already vanished. He had no chance of winning this battle. He had to flee. However, everything before him had been enveloped by illusions. Let alone the tunnel, he could not even find the pit. If he wanted to flee, he could only charge through the illusions first, but that was easier said than done. This time Millipede did not listen to him. His body trembled, and he charged at Fu Qingjin again. Every one of his movements was as ferocious as thunder, but Fu Qingjin relied on his strange light transformation technique. No matter how many times he attacked, it was useless. As expected, Fu Qingjin's body turned into a stream of light once again, gathering in the air. He shook his head and said, "Idiot!" Little Anne fell from the sky, exhausted. Li Qingshan caught her. "No, this won't do. I have to think of something." Chapter 253. At this moment Millipede opened his mouth, and a pink demon core shot into the sky. Like a pink bolt of lightning, it tore through the empty world of darkness. Most of Fu Qingjin's body had already gathered together. He stared at the pink demon core on his chest. This was originally his greatest objective. The perfectly round demon core twisted and deformed, and his expression finally changed. There was also some disbelief. "Run!" Millipede turned around and glanced at Li Qingshan again. His eyes had never been so clear before. He had thought of something that Li Qingshan had never thought of before. Dazzling light rushed into the sky. The crystallization of thousands of years had been unleashed in a single moment. Even the sun seemed to dim. The green ruins were torn to pieces, revealing the original pit. However, it had been forcefully widened by 10 times in the violent explosion. Only at this moment did the explosion ring out. The circular shockwave flattened all the vegetation within 100 kilometers. Li Qingshan roared at the sky, but his voice was drowned out by the rumble. Hua Sengzan stood on a paper crane and rushed into the air with Yu Zijian and Hua Qinglu. The paper crane was immediately torn to pieces by the shockwave. The three elders unleashed their defensive techniques and spiritual artifacts in fear, but the light immediately swallowed them up. The light vanished with a flash, but it was deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. Just now it had vanished. Everything on the ground had been flattened. Everyone had vanished. Wasungzan was stunned for a very long time. Not only had he underestimated the Sword Collection Palace's strength, but he had also underestimated the demon general's decisiveness. Blowing up their demon core was equivalent to suicide. To all demons, survival was their first instinct, no matter how dangerous the situation was. There was a 1 in a million chance that they might be able to escape if they fought to the death, but blowing up their demon core would truly destroy all hope. The 3 elders emerged from the soil. Their clothes were tattered. Blood sprayed from their mouths and they collapsed on the ground. Shock remained on their faces. The Green Vine elder called out, "Fellow Fu! Fellow Fu!" A streak of green light descended from above. Fu Qingjin was covered in dust. His hair was slightly disheveled, and his face was pale. He had suffered internal injuries as well. Fu Qingjin looked at the basin where the Yao core had exploded. He was a little impressed, but at the same time, he was also a little surprised that an insect species that only acted on instinct could be so decisive. It was really unexpected. The demon is already dead. He disregarded the alliance and drilled out of the ground, seeking his own death. "I hope the 3 of you can testify for him." The 3 elders agreed in a hurry. Fu Qingjin glanced at Wasungzan in the sky. Wasungzan asked, "Are those monsters really dead?" Fu Qingjin said, "It's not a big deal that 2 little demons escaped." Wasungzan said, "I don't think those 2 are ordinary monsters." Fu Qingjin said, "They do have some tricks up their sleeves. If they are willing to obediently stay underground and cultivate, then it's fine. But if they dare to come up to the surface and stir up trouble, you will be killed and die a horrible death." Wasungzan remained silent. He knew that he had the confidence to say such words. Although the 2 demons were strong, they were not weak. If they did not take that step, they would not be able to threaten him at all. And, with the speed at which demons cultivated, taking that step might even take a century. By then, who knew how much Fu Qingjin's strength would have grown? Why would he be afraid of revenge? "Fu Qingjin, I will definitely kill you personally. And you 3 old coots, stay alive and wait for me." At this moment, a voice rang out from the depths of the ground. It passed through the thick layer of earth and reached everyone's ears clearly. The voice was so calm, but they could clearly sense the rage the owner of the voice was forcefully suppressing. It gave off a sense of chilliness. The expressions of the 3 elders all changed. Even the Green Vine elder, who had always been gentle, burst into rage. Reckless demons. Only Fu Qingjin's expression remained the same. He stabbed down with his sword, and a streak of light pierced the earth. The 3 elders looked at Fu Qingjin together. Fu Qingjin shook his head. "He's already gone." The 3 elders were disappointed at the same time. Fu Qingjin frowned. "Don't tell me the 3 of you are afraid?" The Golden Pheasant elder cried out, "How is that possible?" The 3 of them looked at one another. None of them were willing to admit the faint fear in their hearts. In the endless, gloomy underground, Li Qingshan said nothing. He ran as fast as he could. His eyes were wide open, and he gritted his teeth so hard that the smell of blood oozed out. He held Millipede in his hand, but he had already shrunk to around a foot in length. He had reverted to his original form. His body was in tatters and he did not move at all. Little An followed behind him quickly, but he had no idea how to persuade him. When the demon core exploded, Millipede fell out of the air, and his body rapidly shrank, reduced to this state. A ball of fire seemed to burn in Li Qingshan's heart, scorching him to the point where his entire body ached. He forced himself to calm down, but he could not do it no matter what. He was clearly in a hurry, but the path before him kept changing. It was like a maze with no exit. The sea of flowers grew in the vast underground. The blue butterfly flowers bloomed brilliantly, like clusters of blue flames. Li Qingshan passed through the sea of flowers and placed Millipede on the stone platform. This was his favorite bed. The spiritual chi on it might be able to help him. Then he took out all the healing pills from his 100 treasures pouch, applying them externally and ingesting them all on Millipede. However, Millipede only lay on the stone platform without moving. Li Qingshan's hopeful gaze gradually dimmed. He let out a wild roar at the sky, but all he saw was the pitch-black rock formation. His voice echoed through the cavern, but no one could hear it. He felt like he had returned to the ice sword cliff. He had naively thought he had broken through the cycle of rebirth, but as it turned out, nothing had changed. He raised his head and stood in front of the stone platform, his scarlet hair falling down to cover his face. He looked like a stone statue that had stood there for thousands of years. After an unknown amount of time, little Anne's cold bony claws caressed Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan's heart warmed slightly, and he said quietly, "Little Anne, why am I so weak?" "No, it's because your enemy is too strong. You've only just begun cultivating. In the future, you will definitely be stronger than everyone else." At this moment there was a flash of light on the stone platform, and an extremely soft hiss could be heard. Under Li Qingshan's disbelieving gaze, Millipede rolled on the ground and moved his 1,000 feet to crawl up. He propped himself up and waved his antennae at Li Qingshan, as if he was greeting him. Li Qingshan hurriedly brought him up to his eyes. You're still alive." Millipede nodded and used the remaining weak demonic chi on his body to express, "I'm playing dead." Li Qingshan's lips curled up and then drooped down. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but his heart seemed to relax. He sat down on the ground. "You," Millipede said again, "I'm hungry." Li Qingshan hurriedly placed a pile of food in front of Millipede. Millipede immediately buried his head in the food. Heavy and noisy footsteps rang out in the surroundings. At some point, the demonic soldiers had gathered around and were whispering among themselves. What happened to the king? He charged out without thinking and fell into the human's trap. He's done for. It looks like there's going to be a new king in this place. Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head, and the demonic soldiers immediately fell silent. Li Qingshan regained his composure. After a moment of thought, he sat on the stone platform and began to issue orders. The king has only suffered some minor injuries. Now present everything and begin to calculate the merits. The demonic soldiers brought out the 100 treasures pouches and various spirit artifacts and talismans they had collected. Let alone the assortment of spiritual artifacts. There were actually over 1,100 treasures pouches, piled up into a small hill. Even Li Qingshan had not expected this, so he asked around. He asked around and found out that apart from the herb gathering ceremony this time, many human cultivators had entered the underground and died in the mouths of demonic soldiers. The spirit artifacts and 100 treasures pouches they had on them had a spiritual glow, and the demonic soldiers liked them. Although they didn't know their uses, they still collected them. Other regions wouldn't have so many 100 treasures pouches either. The other demon generals had managed their territories very well, so very few chi practitioners would go to their deaths. It was precisely because of Millipede's carelessness that this region had always been a battleground between humans and demonic soldiers. There were many spoils of war there. However, these spoils had no practical use to the demons. They had all been used to exchange for abundant food this time. Even though most of them were the 100 treasures pouches of weaker chi practitioners, it was still an extremely great sum of wealth. Li Qingshan was elated. He thought about it calmly. If it were not for his presence, Millipede would have been lured out of the ground. Even if he blew up his demon core, he would not have been able to escape death. Now that he was still alive, endless possibilities existed. He could make up for his lost cultivation, and he could take revenge for the hatred he had sown. It was very difficult, but it did not mean that nothing had changed. He was closing the distance between him and his opponent bit by bit. He had also saved his friend's life. However, he had only cultivated for a little over a year now. If he still felt sorry for himself and sighed dejectedly, what kind of man would he be? The three elders Fu Qingjin. Humph. He suddenly clenched his fist. If he didn't get his revenge, he would cease to be human. No, he would cease to be a demon. These 100 treasures pouches were the source of his power. At this moment Millipede said, "I have one too." Li Qingshan was taken aback. He never thought Millipede would have 100 treasures pouch as well. However, it did make sense when he thought about it. It had been so many years, so why had no one managed to make their way here? The blue butterfly flowers were a crucial main ingredient for refining true spirit pills. They were startlingly valuable, enough for people to risk their lives for them. Coupled with Millipede's habit of hibernating, it gave people even more opportunities to take risks. Many powerful chi practitioners had come for the blue butterfly flowers in the herb gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains this time. Millipede raised his body and pointed out a direction like a compass. Li Qingshan dug down in a corner of the cavern. Sure enough, he dug up a pile of 100 treasures pouches, as well as a few shining spiritual artifacts. None of them were lower than mid-grade. It was impossible for someone to steal food from the jaws of a tiger without some strength. Without strength, it would have been impossible for them to pass through the gloomy cavern and arrive so deep underground. However, no matter how powerful they were still cheap practitioners. Unfortunately, Millipede woke up in the middle of his sleep and saw people walking around in his home, stealing his food. He caught them and used them as a snack. The things of these people obviously could not be eaten, so he just dug a hole and buried them before going back to sleep. As promised, Li Qingshan took out all the food and distributed it to the demons according to their contribution before dispersing first. Chapter 254. Li Qingshan wasn't in the mood to go through all of them in detail. He skimmed through them briefly until he had an idea. At that moment, Li Qingshan opened a strange-looking 100 treasures pouch. He discovered that it didn't contain spirit artifacts or spirit stones, but many poisonous insects like scorpions and centipedes. Among cultivators, there was no lack of ways to control insects and refine corpses. However, ordinary 100 treasures pouches couldn't be used to store living creatures. Therefore, the disciples of Burial Mound Mountain used special copper rings to control corpses, and this was a rare insect pouch. Li Qingshan released one of the poisonous scorpions. The scorpion was reddish-brown in color, and was obviously huge. It was the size of an adult, shocking even Li Qingshan. The huge scorpion was brandishing its pincers, baring its fangs and claws. When it saw Millipede, it immediately cowered and tried to escape. Millipede shrank his body and shot out like an arrow, burrowing into the huge scorpion's body. The huge scorpion struggled a few times, then rolled over and died. Millipede ate all of the scorpion's flesh, leaving only an empty shell. Then he burrowed out again, his mandibles crisscrossing as he chirped happily. Suddenly Li Qingshan had an idea. He released all the poisonous insects at once. Some flew, some crawled, and some jumped. Millipede released a pink poisonous mist that enveloped all the poisonous insects. They fell to the ground, and he ate them one by one. If there really was a way to raise goo, Millipede would be the goo king. These poisonous insects were far from him. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Millipede was a demon general after all. With some time, he would definitely recover his original strength. Li Qingshan finally made up his mind. Then, he began to catch butterflies in the cave. 3 days later, Li Qingshan was fishing for aquatic plants in the water. Suddenly, he heard a demon soldier report, "Leader, bad news. Demons from the west are coming." Another demon soldier hurried over. "They're coming from the east as well. And the south. Same for the north." Li Qingshan calmly straightened his body. They came so quickly. The 4 demon nests were all located at the borders of Millipede's territory and the other demon generals' territories. He had them keep an eye on the movements of the surrounding demon generals. What happened to Millipede could not be hidden from his old neighbors. There was no law or order underground. The strong were revered. Now that Millipede had lost his power, these demon generals would definitely come to fight for his territory, even if a demon commander came. No one could defy this law. Li Qingshan returned to Millipede's cave after harvesting the last handful of seaweed. The number of blue butterflies flying in the air had decreased a lot. The beautiful sea of flowers dimmed. He had already plucked all the mature blue butterfly flowers that could be used as medicine and placed them in the jade box in his 100 treasures pouch. More accurately speaking, he and Little N had swept through all the mature spirit herbs in the territory. Romance novel? Picking these spiritual herbs was not as easy as one would imagine. Many of them had to use special tools and pay attention to the picking method. For example, this blue butterfly flower. It would destroy the medicinal properties of the medicine, so he had to wear a special kind of golden silk glove. Fortunately, he did not lack these tools in his 100 treasures pouch. The demon soldiers had already gathered in front of the stone platform. All of them were nervous and uneasy. Although they did not dare to defy the orders of Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers, fighting against demons was not like fighting against humans. There were demon generals among them. Without a demon general, their side would definitely lose. Li Qingshan glanced past the demons, and the restless demons all settled down, waiting for his orders quietly. After going through the trials again and again, Li Qingshan's bearing that was as heavy as a mountain was gradually honed. He gradually became more and more capable of commanding the demons through strength and profit. Everyone, now that the demon generals are attacking from all 4 directions, they want to take over this territory. King Millipede is injured, and I do not have the power to stop them. The vice commander and I will temporarily take King Millipede away to find a place to heal. Li Qingshan did not hide anything or lie. He spoke openly and without reservation. Ribbit, leader, where are you going? What should we do? The ice frog asked as it hopped around. Everyone, just wait here to surrender. But remember, you must be united. No matter which side wants to take over this territory, they will need your strength. There were rules among the demon soldiers. As long as they did not resist to the death, the demon generals could not kill the demons. However, the invasion of external forces would inevitably harm the interests of the natives. But as long as they were united, they would play an important role in the war to divide up the territory. The demon soldiers had also tasted the benefits of being united. During the herb gathering ceremony, it was common to hear that a few demon soldiers had been killed in their nests. But this time only a few weak demon soldiers had died. They also had delicious food to eat. Seeing that Li Qingshan was leaving, they were a little reluctant. Li Qingshan brought little and with him and walked out of the cave. The demon soldiers parted to form a path. Millipede was sleeping in the bug pouch. After losing his demon core, he was driven by his instincts. He could eat and sleep, and his emotions were not affected at all. If it were him, he would be depressed for a while after losing his demon core and his strength greatly decreased. He could only lament that demon soldiers were blessed. Are you coming back? The boulder viper could not help but ask when Li Qingshan arrived at the entrance of the cave. This was the question all the demons wanted to ask as well. Of course. Very soon. Please wait a moment. Li Qingshan waved his hand without even looking back. A butterfly of blue light flew across his eyes. It was slightly dim, but it was still as beautiful as a dream. Li Qingshan only took the relatively older spiritual herbs. He did not touch the younger ones, and he mostly harvested them. He did not touch the roots, as he would return sooner or later to take back the territory for Millipede and himself. The roars and roars of the demons rang out from an extremely distant cave. It was time to leave. In the boundless mountains, at the foot of an inconspicuous hill, Li Qingshan pushed aside the withered vines and emerged. The cold wind blew against his face, giving him a refreshing feeling. A large cloud hung over the horizon, with a few stars peeking through it, blinking coldly. The spirit turtle's demon core shone resplendently. Li Qingshan's figure gradually shrank, reverting to his original appearance. He touched his face, which seemed to have grown a faint beard. Looking at himself in the mirror, all he saw was an unfamiliar young man looking back coldly. He forced out a smile, but it only made him seem even more unkind. He was neither beautiful nor ugly. He was like a stubborn rock. The more he polished his edges, the sharper they became. It was said that one's appearance came from one's heart. Only now did he believe it. Over the past few months, he had transformed into a demon and experienced countless dangers. He had killed countless people and he swore revenge. As a result, a sense of malice arose involuntarily. Even in human form, he possessed the appearance of a demon. Li Qingshan did not mind. After confirming that he had returned to his original appearance, he casually changed into a set of clothes. Afterwards he equipped the glazed mirror and channeled true qi into it. The light around him twisted and distorted, and he vanished. This was an extremely interesting spiritual artifact that Li Qingshan had found in his many hundred treasures pouches. It could conceal the user's figure, and it could even avoid various detection to a certain degree. It was an extremely rare high-grade support-type spiritual artifact. He named it the Mirror of Invisibility. He had found the glazed mirror in the hole that Millipede had dug. Clearly, a Qi practitioner had tried to use this method to hide from Millipede and harvest the spiritual herbs freely. However, he had clearly failed. Li Qingshan guessed that although the mirror of invisibility could completely conceal the figure, the natural aura of a cultivator was difficult to hide. However, he did not have to worry about this. His ability to hide his aura was extremely powerful. Combined with the mirror of invisibility, they complemented each other perfectly, immediately turning him into a supreme assassin. After making his preparations, Li Qingshan rushed off in the direction of the Green Vine Mountain. Before he left, he still had a small grievance that he needed to settle. Arriving at the foot of the Green Vine Mountain, Li Qingshan gazed at the town of flowing clouds in the distance and saw a startling sight. The town of flowing clouds was shrinking. With the sounds of machinery, the 100 Flavors building collapsed and folded together, like building blocks or origami. In the end, it became a tiny module. This happened everywhere. The town of flowing clouds had already shrunk by half. As it turned out, the entire town of flowing clouds was a huge mechanical structure. The lights in the town were dim. Only the store of miscellaneous goods in the center remained brightly lit, but it seemed rather powerless. In the past, during the herb gathering ceremonies of the Three Mountains, this was the busiest time. The cultivators would bring back the spiritual herbs they had risked their lives to trade, but this time, none of the cultivators had returned. There was a hubbub of voices in the store of miscellaneous goods. The quiet hall was now filled with cultivators. Most of them were shopkeepers in the town. They sat together and conversed. Little Zhang, who sold weapons in the arsenal of arms, said, "They've really been completely wiped out this time. Only a few people managed to escape. Fortunately, I wasn't in the mood to try my luck. These demons sure are vicious." Lu Ziyu of the Tranquil Tea House said, "If demons aren't vicious, what kind of demons are they? As the saying goes, a pot never leaves the well, so a general can't avoid dying in battle. Slay demons, slay demons. Demons aren't that easy to slay. It's only a matter of time before they die in there. I just hope they don't cause any trouble. Drink some tea. Old son, why do you seem so worried?" As it turned out, Sun Fubai was among them as well. When he thought of Li Qingshan or Niu Wuxia, he became worried. Although they had only met briefly, he had a very good impression of him. They had almost become good friends. He took a sip of tea. "I'm worried about the safety of a young friend. I wonder how he is." Little Zhang was the cleverest. He smiled. "You must be talking about that Niu Wuxia." Sun Fubai was surprised. "How did you know?" Lu Ziyu said, "There's nothing in this town that can escape his donkey ears." "You're too kind, Elder Lu. A few days ago, he killed the first senior brother of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, so various pieces of news flowed into his ears. It's impossible for me to not know about it. I even remember how many cups of tea he drank at your place. He really is quite the figure. Humph, I think he'll be done for." Everyone turned around and saw Lu Ruping, who stood to one side. Her eyes were filled with anger. Ever since she heard that the first senior brother of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain had died to Niu Wuxia's hands, and that he had escaped from the Golden Pheasant Elder, she had been unable to eat or sleep in peace ever since. She was afraid that he would learn about her role in all of this and come back for revenge. As time passed, she actually developed a sense of hatred towards him. "Why didn't you just die? What kind of man were you to flee when you saw a master?" Little Zhang was surprised. "Ruping, how did he offend you?" Lu Ruping was immediately left speechless. Not only had Niu Wuxia not offended her, but he had even allowed her to profit for free. Chapter 255. Lu Ruping's expression changed slightly, but she was afraid to talk back to Sun Fubai. She moved to another table. "Haha." Li Qingshan made little and wait outside as he passed through the town alone. The ancient structures in the surroundings folded and deformed like futuristic technology in movies, as if they had suddenly sprung to life. He arrived outside the store of miscellaneous goods. The door was wide open and light poured out, illuminating the dark streets. Li Qingshan heard a few familiar voices, as well as Lu Ruping's words. He raised an eyebrow, but he did not feel any intense anger. All he did was find a secluded corner and wait quietly. The opportunity had arrived faster than he had imagined it to be. A few hours later, the entire town closed up. Only the small building of the store of miscellaneous goods remained, standing alone. Afterwards, it also began to deform. The cultivators all emerged from the store of miscellaneous goods. The last one to emerge was a stout, old woman, who was the owner of the store Sure Pei. Originally, there would always be a gathering every time the market closed up, but after this incident, everyone lost interest. In the end, the entire town of Flowing Clouds shrank into a small rectangular piece of wood, landing in Sure Pei's hand. She stowed it away in her 100 treasures pouch and took out a small wooden ship. She tossed it into the air, and it expanded 100 times, hovering in the air. I want to return to the Clear River City to report what happened here to the school leader. If you want to go to the Clear River City, please board the ship. If you have other matters to attend to, please handle them yourself. Please forgive me for not seeing you off. The next market of the town of Flowing Clouds is in the 3rd month of spring, when the 100 schools of thought hold their entrance examination. Sacred Hall. The white sails unfurled and the wind surged. The ship was like a drifting leaf, flying into the night sky. A while later, it became as insignificant as a speck of dust, sailing into a cloud and vanishing. Only a dozen or so people remained on the empty wasteland, gazing at this sight before lowering their heads and bidding farewell to each other. Li Qingshan was one of them. Although he had witnessed many of the wonders and mysteries of this world, he would still sigh in amazement every time he saw it again. Then he lowered his head and gazed in the direction that Lu Ruping had departed in. Like a wild beast, he leapt into the darkness. In the depths of the ground, the demons were huddled together, colliding and roaring as they bared their fangs and claws in an attempt to force the other party to retreat. If it were humans, it would definitely turn into a chaotic battle with corpses strewn all over the place. After all, they were creatures that would speak rudely just because of a glance, curse loudly, and stab each other to death. Furthermore, the intelligence of demons was not enough for them to develop a complex concept like dignity. Anger was not worth mentioning in the face of survival. If there was a great battle, no matter which side won, they would lose at least half of their demon soldiers. Even their own lives might be threatened. What kind of idiot would choose to start a war, humans? Therefore, the 4 demon generals all chose to negotiate. However, the method of negotiation might seem very barbaric to humans. There was no lack of physical contact, claws and teeth. Holy Church among the group of demons. There were 4 demon generals with different appearances. They were constantly increasing the demon chi on their bodies. Suddenly, a demon soldier from an unknown faction came to report in a fluster. "Your Majesty, they're coming down." Before he finished speaking, 8 lantern-sized eyes suddenly lit up in the dark cave. Each eye was filled with unimaginable cruelty and viciousness. Under the gaze of those eyes, the group of demons trembled. Many of the huge demons that had been baring their fangs and brandishing their claws whimpered as they crawled down. Even the powerful demon generals that were the nightmares of Qi practitioners revealed expressions of panic and fear. This was their nightmare. However, the one who walked out of the darkness was a cold, elegant lady in a bright red dress. Her scarlet lips parted slightly as she said coldly, "Where's Millipede?" Lu Ruping was secretly complaining that Sure Pei was unwilling to send her off. Otherwise, she would have been so proud to ride this ship back to her family. She sat on a silk carpet. The 4 corners of the carpet were embroidered with glyphs. She flew close to the ground. Although she was very low, the rugged terrain was no longer a problem. Just as she was fantasizing about how she would be treated when she returned to the clan, a sudden gust of wind blew over. Before she could figure out what was going on, her neck was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and she was lifted into the air. Li Qingshan appeared. He wielded the whale's ingestion of water and asked, "Did you obtain this blade?" How could Lu Ruping not recognize him? Her eyes immediately became filled with fear and pleading. Suddenly, she felt her neck loosen. "Why, you're Wuxia? Thank the heavens you're fine. I heard you were hunted down by the people of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. I was so worried that I couldn't sleep for the next few days. Are you still going to deny it now that it's happened?" If it were not for what she said just now, Li Qingshan really might have been fooled by her. That's just his side of the story. Why would I do that? Lu Ruping's quibble actually sounded reasonable. Combined with the tears in her beautiful eyes, she was indescribably charming. Li Qingshan hesitated. Originally, he wanted her to accept her death wholeheartedly, but he never expected her to deny it. Apart from a few words from the masked man, he did not have any evidence to prove that Lu Rupiang had set him up. Lu Rupiang said, "As long as you let me go, I'll do whatever you want." Li Qingshan suddenly smiled to himself. "It's not like I'm from the government, so why do I need evidence? Since you want me dead, you can go first." He raised the blade and swung it down. There was a flash of blood, but before it had even landed on the ground, it had been melted away by little Anne's flames. The more beautiful a creature was, the more delightful it would be to destroy it. Probably only humans would have such a complicated thought process. Too many meanings would always be attached to something like slaughter. Demons were much simpler. Most of the time it was just a single word, eat. Li Qingshan did not want to become a deviant, so he did his best to make himself simpler. Of course he did not plan on eating it. When the east began to glow, Li Qingshan stopped and gazed at the majestic city in the distance. After several months, he had finally returned to Jiaping City. Li Qingshan changed into the Black Wolf uniform and equipped his wind-entwining blade. Little Anne had also returned to human form and changed into a new set of clothes. Li Qingshan held Little Anne's little hand and walked towards Jiaping City. For the first time in several months he slowed down. On both sides of the road, the snow had not melted yet. The buildings on both sides gradually became denser and taller, and everywhere was decorated with lanterns. This made Li Qingshan suddenly remember that it was the new year. Calculating the time, he had grown another year, becoming 17. The crowing of roosters resounded throughout the city. Plumes of smoke rose into the sky, shrouding the entire city in a green mist. What was he doing when he was 17 in his previous life? He was still studying in school, going through a boring and monotonous high school life. Now he was a vicious demon with thousands of lives on his hands. He had to admit that the latter kind of life was more interesting. Perhaps there would be people who would lament that being ordinary was the truth, or perhaps they would miss the peaceful life of the past. Li Qingshan had no such emotions. He would rather take greater risks and abandon even more morals in order to obtain such an interesting life. At the foot of the mountain, Li Qingshan looked up at the Iron Eagle and climbed up the stairs. Chapter 256. In the gloomy underground, the atmosphere was as cold as ice. The ice frog hopped around and told them everything that had happened. This was related to the coldness he gave off unconsciously. From the beginning to the end, the lady in red had no expression on her face. Her beautiful face was like an exquisite mask. Her pair of beautiful eyes, however, seemed to flash with a malicious light, causing people to shudder. After listening to everything, she turned around and left. Her scarlet dress trailed behind her. A large, dark-skinned man with a beard that resembled a halberd asked loudly, "Ma'am, how do we split the territory?" "I'll naturally split it up later. It'll be up to you when the time comes." When she reached there, the corner of her lips curled up. An enchanting smile appeared on her icy cold face, but it was like colorful venom. The 4 demon generals all shivered inside. They immediately made up their minds to split up the territory as soon as possible and stop arguing over the details. Otherwise, with this Ma'am's personality, a peaceful negotiation would definitely turn into a bloody slaughter. It was not for any special reason, just because she liked it. Not only did her preference for bloodshed and cruelty exceed the survival instincts of demons, but even humans paled in comparison. The ice frog said, "Croak, croak. Great King Millipede is still alive." The leader said, "He'll return." "He's dead," she said without any room for doubt. She glanced past all the demons as if she wanted to engrave those 3 words into their hearts like a decree. A demon general who had lost his demon core was no different from death. She did not feel any sorrow for that useless idiot. Instead, she saw an opportunity. "I will avenge him." Her bright, venomous smile appeared on her face again, merging with the darkness. On the Green Vine Mountain, in the main hall, there was silence. Fu Qingjin sat in front of the hall with his legs crossed. Moonlight spilled down from the steps. Gazing at the mountains in the distance, the green ruined sword rested on his knees, silent and unmoving. He was waiting quietly for the news of the herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains to spread in all directions, waiting for it to brew. The 3 elders sat close behind him in the dark hall. They seemed rather uneasy. The Green Vine Elder said, "Fellow Fu, will there really be demons coming for revenge?" The Golden Pheasant Elder said, "Why would these wretched demons dare? They were clearly the ones who broke the treaty first and caused trouble above ground." The Green Vine Elder said, "Do you want to avoid them for now?" The Lone Grave Elder said, "Yes." When the anger from his disciples' death cooled down, fear began to envelop his heart. They would definitely launch a large-scale attack. They were already very old and were beginning to fear death. With his back facing them, Fu Qingjin's lips curled into a mocking smile, but he patiently explained, "I'll stay here. It is to guard against such situations. Look at the demon execution medallion in your hands. How can we cultivators cower in the face of the threat of demons?" The three elders were taken aback. He lowered his head and looked at the small token in his hand. It was neither gold nor jade. It flickered with a dim light, and the words Demon Slayer were carved on it. He couldn't help but think back to 3 days ago. As soon as the battle had ended, Fu Qingjin took out the 3 medallions and invited the 3 of them to join the Demon Slayer. With the Sword Collection Palace as the core, they would unite the various righteous sects and recruit ambitious human cultivators to purge demons and demons together. Preparations were currently underway, and the 3 of them would become founding members. The 3 of them were currently consumed by extreme hatred towards demons, and there were many benefits to joining the alliance. The Sword Collection Palace shared high-level cultivation methods and secret information. If they performed meritorious service in purging demons, they would be rewarded with spiritual artifacts and pills. Fu Qingjin promised to ask for meritorious service for the 3 of them when he returned this time, helping the 3 mountains rebuild their sect. The 3 of them immediately agreed and accepted the medallion. Afterwards, Fu Qingjin began to wait here for the demon's revenge. The 3 of them became more and more uneasy. They had witnessed the terror of demons during their battle with Millipede. They did not possess strength like Fu Qingjin. Even a demon general could take their lives if they blew up their demon core without any regard for the consequences. And why would the underground world be stupid enough to send a demon general to his death? If they did, it would be a group of powerful demons or even greater. By then, they would not even know how they died. However, it was already too late for regrets. They had joined the Demon Slayer, so they obviously had to follow the Demon Slayer's orders. If they wanted to back out now, did they really think the Sword Collection Palace was a joke? Before the demon's revenge, Fu Qingjin could destroy them right now. The measly demon suppression medallion became hotter and hotter. The reinforcements of our Sword Collection Palace are already on the way. Only with what Fu Qingjin said next did the 3 elders ease up slightly. They looked at one another and were all bitter. That was all they could do. However, there were no reinforcements at all. Fu Qingjin shook his head gently. Cherishing one's body when doing great things, forgetting one's life at the sight of small benefits. Rotten wood could not be carved. He remained here so that these 3 pieces of rotten wood could unleash their remaining light and warmth. With the green ruined sword in hand, he was confident he could escape even if a demon commander came in person. Not only had the demons mercilessly slaughtered all the disciples of the 3 mountains underground, but they had even broken the treaty and charged out of the surface, massacring everyone. In the end, he had slain them. However, that was not enough. The deranged demons came for revenge very soon. They killed the sect masters of the 3 mountains, and he had to risk his life to escape. A large part of his patience right now was the patience he had for people who were about to die, for these 3 martyrs and sacrifices. This was the plot that the Sword Collection Palace had arranged. Fu Qingjin was only an absent-minded main character. Just like a master of chess, a single move would definitely contain more than just a single objective. It would definitely contain a series of subsequent changes as well. At this moment, Fu Qingjin suddenly raised his head and furrowed his brows. Hua Sengzan was currently making his way up the stairs with Hua Qinglu and Yu Zijian beside him. Fu Qingjin said, "You haven't left yet?" Hua Sengzan smiled. "Why would I leave? The town below is about to close, so I have nowhere to go. I just happen to want to stay on the Green Vine for a few days." "Then you shouldn't have come again. You even brought them with you." Fu Qingjin only looked at Yu Zijian. Originally, he wanted to take her back to the Sword Collection Palace after this matter was over, but he never expected something to happen again. It would obviously be easy for him to escape, but if he had to protect a weaker Qi practitioner at the same time, it would be extremely difficult. He had to get her to leave the mountain as soon as possible. Hua Sengzan had been observing Fu Qingjin's expression the entire time, which made him even more certain of his conjecture. He smiled. Don't worry. What you're worried about won't happen. What? She's already here. Hua Sengzan pointed at the sky. Fu Qingjin raised her head, but all she saw were clouds, the moon and the stars. However, she already understood what he was referring to. The Rui Commandery was her territory. She should have known things would not be so simple a long time ago. She moved through the caves. Suddenly her eyes lit up. The moonlight that she had not seen in a very long time was right before her, but she could not help but stop. Under the moonlight, a woman in white leaned against the wall, standing with her arms in her sleeves. Gu Yining. She frowned. Alu, a long time no see. Gu Yining greeted her with a smile. She was as relaxed as running into her next-door neighbor on the way out in the morning. Chapter 257. Don't block my way. Her long scarlet dress began to dance, and she turned into a red light as Lolth dashed out of the cave. A white shadow flashed and Gu Yining blocked in front of her, her hair dancing in the wind. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Lolth immediately turned, changing directions 100 times in an instant, but was blocked by the white shadow every time. In an instant, a red light filled the cave and circled around it. A white shadow seemed to appear at every corner of the cave at the same time, forming an impenetrable wall. In the blink of an eye, the two returned to the distance, as if they had never moved. Lolth opened her red lips and spat out a thread of spider silk, which turned into a huge spider web in the air, trapping Gu Yining. Gu Yining didn't move at all. A small whirlwind rose beside her, and her clothes fluttered. This kind of small whirlwind was common even among mortals. At most, it could only blow up a few withered leaves. But the spider silk, which was 100 times stronger than steel, was silently torn to pieces upon contact with this wind. Astral wind! Loltha's pupils shrank, and she became even angrier. She let out a strange shrill cry, and her body began to change. Her dress rose up, and her lower body became that of a black spider. Her long and sharp legs, and her large belly were covered in colorful stripes that spread to her upper body. Her snow-white skin also became dark, and her eyes glowed. With a sharp, raspy voice she said, "Are you going to move or not? Don't forget, half of your blood is demon." Gu Yining said, "It's precisely because I have half demon blood that I have to stop you. This is the Dragon King's order." Dragon King? You want to use the Dragon King to scare me? Lolth suddenly bent down, and her face was very close to Gu Yining's. The two beautiful faces were almost touching, one devilishly beautiful, the other confident and calm. Who doesn't know that the Eagle God and the Dragon King are like fire and water? The Eagle God is the Eagle God and I am me. Demons still get along. Right, he even gave me this. Gu Yining took out an item. It was a black dragon carved from an unknown material. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking very majestic. Black Dragon Talisman. What an old-fashioned name. Gu Yining pursed her lips. However, he said that anyone who sees this item is like seeing him in person. The demons of Qingzhou will obey his orders. Rose said in disbelief, "That's impossible. Why would the Dragon King give the Ink Dragon Talisman to someone like you?" Rose stepped down. The Ink Dragon Talisman suddenly came to life and coiled around him. A dignified voice rang out, issuing an order. Loltha's entire body trembled, and her body gradually shrank until she returned to human form. She bowed down and said respectfully, "Yes, Dragon King." She looked at Gu Yining with reluctance, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Gu Yining flicked the Ink Dragon Talisman. "Uncle, are we still going to continue to endure?" The Black Dragon Talisman was silent and motionless. Even its eyes were closed. Gu Yining said, "All right." Her figure flashed and disappeared. On the top of the Green Vine Mountain, Gu Yining descended from above and landed on the top of the hall silently. Her gaze was like a hawk's, landing on Fu Qingjin's back brightly. Fu Qingjin let out a leisurely sigh and stood up. He turned around and clasped his hands. Thank you for your trouble, Commander Gu. There was no regret or dissatisfaction at all. Greetings to Lady Gu, Green Vine, Golden Pheasant and Lonely Grave. The three elders eased up inside and bowed in a hurry. They did not dare to take advantage of their seniority at all. Yu Zijian blurted out, so beautiful. Hua Qinglu raised her head and thought, I'd like to see just what this Gu Yining looks like. Under the radiant moon, her clothes were even whiter than snow, her wide sleeves ruffling in the wind. Her beauty was alluring. As a woman as well, she could not help but sigh in admiration. However, if that was all, there was nothing special about her. Who knew how many beauties Hua Qinglu had seen throughout her life, but they all had their own merits. She had heard that divine physicians could alter a person's appearance, allowing them to become as beautiful as they wanted. However, her beauty was incomparable. Turning around, she saw Hua Sengzan staring at her as expected. Suddenly, she remembered what he had once said. If you see her in person, perhaps you'll be able to understand me. Hua Qinglu was reluctant, but she could not help but begin to understand. Even if her appearance was nothing special, he would still be infatuated by her. Little Hua, this must be your younger sister. Gu Yining drifted down and studied Hua Qinglu. Her smile was like a spring breeze. Hua Qinglu struggled to hold any grudges. Qinglu greets Lady Gu. My brother has mentioned you quite a lot. You're not as good as your reputation. Gu Yining teased. Hua Qinglu reddened and lowered her head. You're right. You're not as good as your reputation. Hua Sengzan snickered. It's more or less the same. Gu Yining said, You're Zijian. Do you know my name? I've also heard little Hua mention you. Gu Yining studied Yu Zijian. Her gaze seemed to be able to see right through her. Yu Zijian could only be regarded as having some talent, not some extraordinary talent. However, Gu Yining did not doubt Hua Sengzan's judgment. Her understanding of the Sword Collection Palace was much deeper than Hua Sengzan's. Her sharp instincts told her that this child would be the next master of the Violet Cloud's sword. Gu Yining only talked to them, ignoring Fu Qingjin and the three elders. The three elders' faces reddened, but they dared not lose their temper. Fu Qingjin smiled self-deprecatingly and lowered his hand. He did not feel awkward at all. He had caused trouble for others, so being ignored was unavoidable. Gu Yining suddenly turned around and said to Fu Qingjin, You're still here. I'm going right now. If you want to go, then go. My head hurts whenever I see someone with a sword. Yu Zijian was innocent. Be good. I'm not talking about you. Before I came here, the palace master also asked me to pass on a message to Commander Gu. The difference between humans and demons is only a single thought. Please take care of yourself in the future, Commander. Don't make a mistake. As Fu Qingjin said that, his bearing changed. All of his dispiritedness vanished, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He possessed a stern bearing, as if he had not only brought the words of the palace master from thousands of kilometers away, but also his bearing. Pass on a message for me as well. If you want to cause trouble, please go somewhere else. The Green Province is very large. As long as the Treaty of Kings exists, I will maintain it. As for the future, we'll talk about it in the future. Gu Yining's smile vanished completely. Her gaze was like a hawk's as she confronted him. Although the two of them did not use any spiritual qi at all, the people in the surroundings all felt pressured. Fu Qingjin eased up and returned to normal. I can't copy the palace master's appearance. I will definitely pass on Commander Gu's message. Afterwards, he said to Yu Zijian, Miss Yu, you have a destiny with the sword. Are you willing to come with me to the Sword Collection Palace to practice the path of the sword? His gaze was serious as he said sincerely, I've come this time, not for anything else but for you. With that, the three elders were all shocked. The fated person of the Sword Collection Palace was not just a free meal falling from the sky. She was basically a ladder that had fallen from the sky. Even they were envious of her. Yu Zijian, who was originally the most inconspicuous and the weakest, immediately became the center of attention. She was at a loss as her face reddened. Apologies, I've already agreed to accompany Qinglu to the Book of the 100 Schools. Ugh, are you stupid? Hua Qinglu, who had been in a daze the entire time, returned to her senses and covered her mouth. That's the Sword Collection Palace. Chapter 258. In the eyes of the three elders, he was not just foolish. He was as foolish as he could be. Every year, there would be an endless stream of people who would visit the Sword Collection Palace and request to join. There would be people who would kneel outside the palace all year round, refusing to eat or drink to show their sincerity. Some people would even kneel to death, but they would not be accepted. The Green Vine Elder tried to persuade him. Zijian, you've stayed on my Green Vine Mountain for so long. You can say that we're fated to meet. Originally, I wanted to pass on the secret techniques of the Green Vine Mountain to you, so that you could become the future sect master. Today, I sincerely advise you to go to the Sword Collection Palace. Both you and your family will benefit greatly. If you miss this opportunity, you'll probably regret it for the rest of your life. As he spoke, he had already become 30% more polite and 70% more intimate with Yu Zijian. Originally, he found Yu Zijian's talent to be quite impressive, but he had never thought about raising her to become the sect master of the Green Vine Mountain. He only spoke like this to sow goodwill. However, that was not completely a lie. Right now, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain had withered away, basically all slaughtered. If it were not for the matter with Fu Qingjin, he really would have taught them wholeheartedly. Fu Qingjin said nothing. All he did was stare at Yu Zijian silently. He had always given off a sense of dignity that allowed him to order people around, or he would not have been able to convince the three elders so easily. It was rare for him to show such sincerity, which made it even more difficult for her to turn him down. Yu Zijian lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes. Her knuckles whitened. She was not good at turning down the good intentions of others. It was not that she could not distinguish between good and bad. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm was human instinct, and she was not so stupid and stubborn that she had to go to the 100 schools of thought with Hua Qinglu just because of a single sentence. However, her true feelings were something that others could not imagine. The life and death of that imposing figure who had saved her time and time again was still unknown. How could she leave just like that? He planned for his own future. If he remained in the Clear River Prefecture, even if it would be useless, he might be able to see him again. This thought, it was deeply rooted in his heart. I support you. Gu Yinying patted Yu Zijian's shoulder and smiled. Fu Qingjin's eyes narrowed, finally revealing displeasure for the first time. The path of cultivation depends on one's own heart. You can't force it. Whether it's fated or not, how can it be decided by your mouths? I am a Hawkwolf guard. In order to uphold the laws of Great Xia, even the Sword Collection Palace can't abduct someone right in front of me. Yu Zijian said in a hurry, it's not abduction. It's me. Fu Qingjin looked at her deeply. Raising his head, he let out a long sigh and said, forget it. It's probably because the time hasn't come. You should stay here for now. You'll eventually come to the Sword Collection Palace and do what you should do. He then bowed to Gu Yinying. Please take good care of her, Commander Gu. Don't let anyone hurt her. His gaze swept across the others. If today's matter is leaked in the slightest, don't blame me for being merciless. The green ruined sword let out a dragon's cry in the sheath, radiating with killing intent. It filled the entire venue. The Sword Collection Palace was not without enemies. Those who could become the Sword Collection Palace's enemies were all enemies. Those who could become the Sword Collection Palace's enemies were definitely the most terrifying of enemies. If they learned that the next successor of the Violet Cloud Sword had ended up here, they would definitely nip them in the bud. The three elders felt slightly pained. They were 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, yet in Fu Qingjin's eyes, they were not even as important as a young girl. However, in the long run, they really were not as important as this young girl. Gu Yinying smiled lightheartedly. I can guarantee that. Fu Qingjin clasped his hands again and turned into a streak of azure light, taking off into the horizon. In a single moment he had already vanished. He did not drag his feet at all. He was extremely decisive. Gu Yinying also took her leave. Before she left, she said to the 3 elders, I can see that there's a hint of death on your faces. It's best if you're a little more careful in the future. The 3 elders' faces all became ugly. The golden pheasant elder laughed dryly. Don't tell me you know how to read faces, ma'am. Gu Yinying smiled. I don't. I was just saying. There's no need to take it to heart. The four of them passed through the formation on the mountainside. Cold wind swept over from all directions, ruffling their clothes. Yu Zijian and Hua Qinglu walked hand in hand at the front, while Gu Yinying and Hua Sengzan lagged behind. All they heard was Hua Qinglu constantly calling Yu Zijian an idiot, while Yu Zijian constantly retorted. Gu Yinying and Hua Sengzan looked at one another and smiled. Gu Yinying said, I'll leave the child in your care once we reach the Clear River Prefecture. Hua Sengzan lowered his gaze. Don't worry, Commander. I know what's best for me. Gu Yinying smiled. That's disrespectful if you don't look at the person you're talking to. Hua Sengzan raised his head in a hurry. There was a rare sliver of panic in his bright eyes. He knew that Gu Yinying had something to say to him since she did not directly take off. Gu Yinying had already gazed at the sky, at the unfathomable, obscure place where the stars resided. Fu Qingjin ha. Just this decisiveness alone makes you worthy of being the successor of the Green Ruin's sword. Out of the 18 commanders under me, your cultivation is the lowest, but in terms of resourcefulness and meticulousness, none of them can surpass you, so I obviously don't have to worry about you. However, you lack decisiveness. Since ancient times, all those who have achieved great things have always lacked a sense of courage and decisiveness. Hua Sengzan said, I don't seek to achieve great things. Gu Yinying sighed emotionally. Apart from Millipede this time, there were 2 other demons. They really are extraordinary. If it weren't for Fu Qingjin, the 3 old men would basically have been finished off. As soon as Gu Yinying arrived, she only heard a simple explanation from Hua Sengzan before she directly went to stop the Spider Queen's revenge. Hua Sengzan had already written an extremely detailed report on the herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains. He had yet to submit it, so he used it to change the topic. Oh, what are they like? Gu Yinying did not mind, but she still asked in passing. One of them is extremely large and humanoid, but he has ox horns on his head, ox hooves on his feet, and a tiger's tail. He has scarlet hair and scarlet eyes. He should be the offspring of a demon hybrid. The other is a tiny skeleton. Somehow, he ended up in the Green Ruins illusion. His swordsmanship is superb. Gu Yinying raised an eyebrow. The figure howling in the snowstorm on the ice sword cliff naturally appeared in her mind. She had quite a deep impression of Li Qingshan. Just what are they capable of dealing with Foundation establishment cultivators? According to her memories just a year ago, Li Qingshan was still a demon that had not even condensed a demon core. It was impossible for him to threaten Foundation establishment cultivators. Hua Sengzan saw how Gu Yinying was interested, so he told her everything he had seen. He was eloquent, describing everything that had happened back then vividly. Even the 2 other people involved, Hua Qinglu and Yu Zijian, could not help but stop and listen to him. They would even interrupt him from time to time and add in a few words. Gu Yinying thought, he sure has progressed rapidly. In just a single year he's reached such a level. In other words, the complete annihilation of the Qi practitioners underground was probably due to his schemes. The fact that he could take this step so quickly surprised her even more than the progress of his cultivation. The master of the Sword Collection Palace was right. The difference between humans and demons only existed in a single thought, but just how many people could make such a decision so easily? Gu Yinying said, Do you still remember what happened outside Qingyang City last year? As if a chatterbox had been opened, Hua Sengzan went along with what Gu Yinying was saying, as if he wanted to stop some of his thoughts. Of course I remember. It was old Wang's treat. Oh right, the kid you rewarded with a cup of wine is called Li Qingshan. He really did join the Hawkwolf Guard. Gu Yinying was immediately surprised. Originally, she thought Li Qingshan had already completely devoted himself to the path of demons, unable to forget about his unintentional actions in the past. Now it really had come to fruition. She remained unfazed as she listened to Hua Sengzan. With that, Hua Qinglu had even more of a right to speak. She could not help but take over, telling him about the situation when she met Li Qingshan on the island of Cherishing Flowers. He actually practiced qi. Just what was this kid trying to do? Gu Yinying's interest was piqued. Li Qingshan wanted to go to the 100 Schools of Thought, the main camp of cultivators in the Clear River Prefecture. Only there could he continue venturing deeper into the world of human cultivators. Only then could he convert over 1,100 treasures pouches on him into the resources he needed. Only then could he have the opportunity to refine pills from the spiritual herbs he had gathered. All of this required him to use Li Qingshan's identity and Zhou Wenbin's recommendation. Of course, this was not without some risk. He would not be able to avoid the investigation of the Hawkwolf Guard, but according to the information he had obtained from Qian Rongji, the Hawkwolf Guard had not treated him as a criminal, so there was a great chance for him to fool them. The worst-case scenario was actually just a Foundation establishment cultivator coming for him. He had reached the second layer of the Tiger Demon, so he was confident he could escape from a Foundation establishment cultivator, even if he was no match for them. If that really happened, then all he could do was burrow underground and find a hidden place to enter secluded cultivation for a decade or so. He was already very close to Demon General. Coupled with the resources in over 1,100 treasures pouches, he would be able to touch that line in less than 20 years at most. 20 years was nothing to demons. As a matter of fact, it could even be regarded as divine speed of improvement. However, he did not want to wait 20 years. Who knew what would happen to the world in 20 years' time? Let alone everything else, the three elders might have already died of old age. And just what level of cultivation would Fu Qingjin reach under the Sword Collection Palace's support? Li Qingshan was confident he could live longer than this bastard. But he was unable to use this reason to comfort himself that he had defeated his enemy. As a result, he had to find shortcuts and advance valiantly. A little danger was even more insignificant. With that in mind, Li Qingshan finally set foot on the top of the Hawkwolf Mountain. After several months he had returned, but he felt like it was a lifetime ago. He suppressed these thoughts and strode towards his original residence to find Qian Rongji. Knocking on the door, Qian Rongji saw Li Qingshan. She was slightly surprised, but she was not surprised at all. She said gently and happily, "You've returned." She was like a wife waiting for her husband who had gone on a long journey. She was both warm and gentle. They had not been apart for too long, so she was not overly excited, but it was not so short either, so she seemed accustomed to it. Li Qingshan said, "Looks like the cultivation method of the sect suits you very well." Their eyes met, and they both sensed each other's changes. One had become even gentler, while the other had become even steadier and sharper. They silently practiced their way of survival. "It's all right." Qian Rongji turned to the side and let Li Qingshan in. She saw Little N behind Li Qingshan, and her gaze became even gentler. "Little N has returned too." Chapter 259. Qian Rongji heard about Li Qingshan's plans. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? The first floor of the school is in the Clear River Prefecture. They won't spare you, nor will they spare Little Anne, unless Little Anne enters the 100 schools of thought as well. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. The sect might be powerful, but they can't directly harm me in the academy. Li Qingshan rubbed Little Anne's head. With her talent, entering the 100 schools of thought should not be difficult. Qian Rongji said, "The 100 schools of thought are the foundation of the empire. It's the place where sects can't interfere the least. The most dangerous place is actually the safest place. There's still some time before the entrance examination. What do you plan on doing?" "Secluded cultivation," Li Qingshan said calmly. He wanted to use the resources he had obtained to break through to an even higher realm of cultivation. In this world, only strength was the greatest guarantee. "Smart. There's a special dwelling for secluded cultivation on the mountain. As long as you don't leave the mountain, the school can't do anything to you." This was another reason why Li Qingshan chose to return to the Hawkwolf Guard. The world of humans was different from the world of demons. The laws here were much more complicated and strict. Without Milliped's protection, the Hawkwolf Guard was much safer than underground. Li Qingshan was completely capable of moving from one safe place to another, avoiding conflict with the sect right now until the day he possessed the strength to do so. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that he had to find a footing on the mountain. Whoosh! Qian Rongji smiled. "Leave this to me. I'm a commander after all." Leaving Little and in the room for the time being, Qian Rongji cleaned herself up in front of the mirror. Without applying any makeup, she brought Li Qingshan to see the current Black Eagle commander. Li Qingshan felt like Qian Rongji had changed a lot. She was basically no weaker than him. She no longer had any of her flirtatious charm, nor did she possess the arrogant temperament of a young lady when they first met. She seemed to have been cleansed, becoming dignified and elegant. But this change, rather than saying that it was because she had comprehended something, it was more like she was adapting to the new environment and putting on a new disguise. It was only because of the secret that this disguise became harder to see through, and her heart sank even deeper. The value of the art of charm was fully displayed in her hands, and it was not as simple as seducing men. And Li Qingshan kept in mind that this woman was definitely not a good person. Ordinary evil people might still be able to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot, but only the wisest and the stupidest never change. Ordinary people would be confused and hesitant, and only the smartest and the stupidest would be able to persist and not change. Although he didn't like this woman, he had to admit that she could almost be considered intelligent. Once this kind of person decided on something, it was almost impossible for her to change her mind. It was currently early in the morning, so a few black wolf guards emerged from their respective buildings to eat. Li Qingshan noticed that most of them were strangers. Qian Rongji explained, after you left, we recruited a large number of people to fill the gap. The scene was very intense, but it's a pity that you didn't get to see it. However, you don't need this kind of scene. Life and death. Good morning, Commander. The newcomers all greeted Qian Rongji very warmly when they saw her, but they were rather surprised when they saw Li Qingshan beside her. This young man was also a black wolf guard, so why had they never seen him before? What was his relationship with the commander? As for the few people who recognized Li Qingshan, their reactions were much more intense. They widened their eyes and became dumbfounded. Jiaping City's 2 Hawkwolf commanders and a group of elite black wolf guards had basically been wiped out. Tracing back to the source of this all led to Li Qingshan. Good morning. Qian Rongji replied with a smile. She was as friendly as a big sister next door, which gave people a good impression from a single glance, yet they could not help but feel some respect towards her. Li Qingshan felt like even if he told these people about Qian Rongji's viciousness right now, no one would believe him. He thought of a saying, people who were truly shrewd would never act like they were shrewd. As a matter of fact, they would seem much gentler than regular people. Zhuozhibo was nowhere close to this in the past. When a venomous snake hid its venomous fangs, or even the fact that it was a venomous snake, that was when it was at its most terrifying. Commander, who's this kid? At this moment, 4 or 5 black wolf guards blocked their way. They were all hostile. The person in the lead was a 5th-layer Qi practitioner man. He seemed to be in his 30s and his face was extremely ugly. He studied Li Qingshan curiously. Qian Rongji said, "This is your senior." "Ha, he's not even fully grown yet he's already my senior. We sure have a lot of seniors. There's women and children. Women should be below men." The ugly man and the black wolf guards beside him laughed aloud. In the beginning, Li Qingshan thought it was some senseless jealousy, but at a closer glance, he discovered they had come for Qian Rongji. The ugly man in the lead was also a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. He probably refused to accept Qian Rongji's position as commander. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. In order to fill up the ranks of the Hawkwolf Guard as soon as possible, they had relaxed their standards this time. They accepted people from all walks of life, so it was inevitable that there would be a mix of good and bad people. The ugly man had never been kind. He came from a tiny sect, and he had gathered a group of seniors and juniors to specifically kill Qi practitioners. He did not touch ordinary people, which was why he had not made it onto the blacklist. Just like Qian Rongji, he was also a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. He believed his cultivation was profound, and he had the support of a group of seniors and juniors, so how could he be willing to submit to Qian Rongji? As a result, he provoked her many times and undermined her authority. Qian Rongji frowned slightly. She seemed both wronged and helpless. The black wolf guards that passed by were all displeased, but they dared not say anything. They sighed inside. She was far too gentle. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Looks like this move of yours isn't enough to convince everyone. Her forbearance and disguise were far too skillful, which made some people feel like she was weak and easy to bully. The ugly man pointed at Li Qingshan. Kid, you'll follow me in the future. Originally, He planned on recruiting as soon as he arrived in the Hawkwolf Guard, and pulling all the new people into his group. However, this damned woman was weak, but she knew how to rope people in, which instead made many people hate her. He needed to properly fuck her sooner or later. Suddenly, he saw how Li Qingshan was quite strong at the 4th layer. He was young and easy to control, so he became interested in roping him in. Li Qingshan said, "Piss off, big brother. This kid doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. You're looking to die." The ugly man was furious too. Just when he was about to retort, he suddenly met Li Qingshan's eyes. Just when he was about to blaze with fury, it suddenly cooled down. Just what kind of eyes were those? When he looked at him, he did not seem like he was looking at a living creature. He became covered in cold sweat for some reason. Who knew how many Qi practitioners at the 6th layer and above Li Qingshan had killed? Underground, he had even broken through his limits and gone on a killing spree. Looking at these people now, they were like pigs and dogs. If they were in the wilderness, he would not even need to say "piss off." He would just kill them all. There was no need for him to purposefully display his murderousness. This thought would arise spontaneously, enough to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. Qian Rongji was the most skilled at reading people's expressions. She shivered slightly. This guy is becoming more and more terrifying. I need to be more careful in the future. Just what has he gone through in the past few months? Chapter 260. With his instincts from many years of plundering, the ugly man could sense that this young man would not be easy to deal with. Seeing how his seniors and juniors were still yelling at each other without any sense of propriety, even rubbing their hands and wanting to fight, he called out, "All of you shut up." He asked cautiously, "May I ask what your name is?" "Let's go," Li Qingshan said to Qian Rongji. He directly strode off as if he did not exist. The ugly man's expression changed. Just when Li Qingshan was about to collide with him, he dodged to the side. He watched as he left with Qian Rongji and gulped silently. "Big brother, don't provoke him. This person is very dangerous." The ugly man looked at Li Qingshan's back. If this young man were the Black Wolf commander, he would not even consider contending with him. This woman would truly be difficult to deal with now that she had gained his assistance. In the main building, Fang Yansheng pushed aside the curtains, tidied his desk, and sprinkled some water on it. He was prepared to deal with official business. He was still filled with passion for this job. Hearing the footsteps, he raised his head and said, "Oh Rongji, you've come. Who's this?" This was the second time Li Qingshan had seen Fang Yansheng. Back then in the quiet Spring Valley, if Fang Yansheng had not interfered, it definitely would have turned into a battle to the death. Li Qingshan had a rather good impression of him. Qian Rongji introduced the two of them. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Subordinate Li Qingshan greets the commander. "So you're Li Qingshan." Fang Yansheng looked at the tall young man before him and studied him, as if he refused to believe that he was the tiger butcher who had killed countless people. He could not help but ask the question in his mind, "Where have you been during this period of time?" As a result, Li Qingshan told him the story he had prepared for a very long time. It was 70% true and 30% false. He admitted that Zhuozhibua had persecuted him and forced him to go underground. As he fled, he alarmed a powerful demon underground, which wiped out Zhuozhibua and the others. Only he managed to escape. This story, apart from the fact that Li Qingshan was the monster, there was not a single lie. Qian Rongji, who was at the side, helped him out at the right time. With her scheming methods, she had gotten along very well with Fang Yansheng over the past few months. She also knew his temperament very well, so she cleverly manipulated his thoughts. Sure enough, Fang Yansheng was filled with righteous indignation. How could there be such a person who colluded with a sinner? A commander who wholeheartedly wanted to deal with his subordinates. His death was truly not to be regretted. What about the former Black Wolf commander Lao Shishan? Li Qingshan said, "I parted ways with the deputy commander there. I'm afraid the deputy commander didn't believe me and went underground as well." "Then why did you only return now?" Qian Rongji said, "That's something everyone knows about. Because of a child, Gardli has offended the sect, but he's not a disciple. Because of this matter, The sect's vice-sect master and the 4 grannies all came to Jiaping City. If I hadn't informed him to escape in time, he would have already been killed. Fang Yansheng slammed the table. They're completely out of control. Li Qingshan said. I know the sect is powerful. I've returned this time because I want to enter secluded cultivation on the mountain for a while. The mayor of Zhouji has been kind enough to agree to recommend me to the 100 schools of thought. As long as I go to the 100 schools of thought, the sect should have some qualms. Fang Yansheng patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Don't worry. As long as you're in the Hawkwolf Guard, no one will be able to touch you. Once you go to the 100 schools of thought, it's even more impossible for these sects to act as they please. Our Hawkwolf Guard won't allow anyone to trample over us. He was so sincere that even Li Qingshan felt rather embarrassed about lying to him. In the end, he took out the zombie Taoist's corpse and handed in the mission, exchanging it for over 10,000 points of contribution. These points of contribution could be exchanged for qi gathering pills or spiritual stones. They were no longer in Li Qingshan's eyes. However, entering secluded cultivation in the dwelling on the mountain also required contribution. And it was not cheap. It required 50 points of contribution every day. Qian Rongji brought Li Qingshan to where he cultivated. It was also a spacious cave carved out of the mountain. Li Qingshan could sense that the spiritual qi in there was indeed slightly denser than outside. There were no tables, chairs, or beds in there. There was only a huge formation engraved on the ground. Qian Rongji said, This is a spirit gathering formation, but you'll have to pay for it with spiritual stones if you want to activate it. Li Qingshan looked at the formation. Sure enough, there were many grooves on it. He nodded slightly and thought, what a good plan. Qian Rongji then pressed her hand against a disc on the wall. She channeled true qi into it and turned it gently. A huge boulder rolled over with a rumble. Once this stone door is sealed, it can only be opened from the inside. It's possible to open it from the outside as well, but you'll need to break through it forcefully. I think even the sect master wouldn't be bold enough to do something like that. Li Qingshan nodded. The entire Hawkwolf Guard would never allow something like that to happen. He took out a pill from his 100 treasures pouch and passed it to Qian Rongji. If anything happens outside while I'm in secluded cultivation, I'll have to trouble you to deal with it. If there's any danger, I'll have to trouble you to warn me. Although his lies had fooled Fang Yansheng, this was related to the deaths of 2 commanders and a group of Hawkwolf Guards. Fang Yansheng could not act on his own. He had to report this to his superiors. According to Qian Rongji's analysis, there should not be any major problems. This was just a precaution. A Sea of Qi pill. Qian Rongji's eyes lit up. The Sea of Qi pill was a crucial pill for breaking through from the 5th layer to the 6th. It could assist Qi practitioners in condensing their Sea of Qi, so it was quite valuable. However, Li Qingshan had found almost 100 of them from over 1,100 treasures pouches. Taking one out was nothing. I've already found one. With this one, my chances will increase by another 30%. Qian Rongji accepted the pill. She did not say any words of gratitude. This was their relationship. They had nothing to do with each other, and they did not owe each other anything. It was a simple and clear way of using each other. There was absolutely no false feelings involved. There was not even a single word of nonsense. At this moment there was a thump, and the huge rock sealed the door. The cave was pitch black. Qian Rongji also felt extremely relaxed. In this completely sealed space, her expression and bearing underwent a wondrous change. The warm and intimate feeling vanished, and the cold, slippery feeling filled Li Qingshan's heart once again. She was like a snake that was about to bite someone. Her eyes shone with a faint cold light. She pursed her lips and smiled. With that, I can use the medicinal catalysts I left behind. The ugly man and his companions were all medicinal catalysts she had prepared for breaking through to the 6th layer. They would provide her with tremendous amounts of true qi at crucial times. Li Qingshan frowned. He turned the mechanism, and as the stone door slowly opened, the light landed on her face once more. Like magic, her expression changed slightly wherever the light shone. Once the light completely enveloped her, she recovered her image of a warm, gentle elder sister. Li Qingshan felt like she was more like a demon from the legends than him. The light cast a long shadow into the cave. Li Qingshan looked at the owner of the shadow. Diao Fei. Diao Fei hesitated. I heard you've returned. His cultivation had already reached the 4th layer. Although he did not progress as quickly as Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji after they had joined the Hawkwolf Guard, he did not waste his time. Chapter 261. At the foot of the mountain in a breakfast shop, there were a few dishes, 3 bowls of porridge, and a few steamers of steamed buns. Diao Fei wanted to find a restaurant, but Li Qingshan said, drinking wine in the morning is not the right time. Thereupon he came to this restaurant. As soon as the 3 Hawkwolf guards sat down, no one dared to approach them. Those who were eating dispersed in a hurry. Diao Fei tossed out a dozen taels of silver, and only then did the owner's bitter expression ease. Little and was eating his bun with his head down. Diao Fei mumbled, how old is this child? Li Qingshan smiled and said, if you have something to say, just say it. Qian Rongji picked up another bun and gave it to little Anne. She smiled and said, do you need something from me? We're all acquaintances, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to tell us. Diao Fei lowered his voice and said, do you know that the disciples of the 3 mountains have all died underground? Qian Rongji said, everyone in the Clear River Prefecture knows about this. However, everyone's attention was focused on the disciple of the Sword Collection Palace killing a demon general, so this matter did not receive much attention. The rise and fall of 3 small sects was nothing compared to the turmoil of the entire world. Diao Fei sighed heavily. You know that I'm also a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan said. Then I must congratulate you for escaping a calamity. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Who can say for sure? Diao Fei's eyes became lost. In the past, he had only joined the Hawkwolf Guard because he had been ostracized. Originally, he wanted to cultivate diligently and find an opportunity to redeem himself, but now all the people who had ostracized him were dead. With his hatred gone, Diao Fei took out a letter personally written by the Green Vine Elder, but he wanted him to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan understood what he meant by fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain had all died, so they obviously had to gather the disciples who had been wandering outside. There would not be a lot of disciples like that, but they would go from being on the fringe of the sect to a core figure all of a sudden. Most of the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain were dead, but the basic resources were still there, and the entire sect's resources would be poured into these few core figures. The benefits were extraordinary. At the very least, it was much better than staying in the Hawkwolf Guard. However, what kind of place was the Hawkwolf Guard? How could they just come and go as they pleased? They had to ask the vice commander, Qian Rongji. True enough. Qian Rongji said, it won't be that easy to resign from the Hawkwolf Guard. Diao Fei also knew that he couldn't just make empty promises. He had already prepared a bribe. He glanced at Li Qingshan, hesitating whether he should take it out in front of him. I still need to make a trip to the county government. I'll be going first. Li Qingshan immediately stood up. He picked up little Anne and walked out the door. At the back of the yamen, Zhou Wenbin was pacing in the garden when the steward came to report, Sir, Li Qingshan is outside asking for an audience. Zhou Wenbin said, quickly invite him in. When Li Qingshan strode in, he was slightly startled. In just a few months Li Qingshan seemed to have changed. He had gone from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer, but just describing his cultivation as advancing did not seem to be enough to describe this change. He seemed to possess a frightening bearing. Greetings, Sir Li Qingshan. Zhou Wenbin returned the greeting in a hurry. He no longer dared to refer to himself as a senior. Li Qingshan stated his intentions, and Zhou Wenbin agreed immediately. He promised that there would be no problems at all. Li Qingshan eased up. After reminiscing about old times, he turned down Zhou Wenbin's invitation to stay and took his leave. After he left, Zhou Wenbin let out a gentle sigh. He really is a fish in a pond. Li Qingshan returned to the mountain. He did not see Qian Rongji or Diao Fei again. He directly entered his residence for seclusion, turned the stone disc and closed the stone door. Heaving a sigh of relief, Li Qingshan took out a dozen or so spirit stones and placed them in the grooves of the spirit gathering formation. The lines carved on the stones immediately lit up. Spiritual qi began to continuously gather in the formation. The most concentrated place was the center of the formation. Li Qingshan reminded Shaoan a little, telling her not to forget to feed Millipede often. He then sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation and began to refine his qi, urging the vital qi in his body to circulate. Since he had returned to the human world, qi refining cultivation was especially important. There were probably many foundation-building cultivators in the 100 schools of thought. He could not always transform into his monster form to kill his enemies. Even if he did not leave behind any evidence, it would still arouse suspicion after a long time. Moreover, the higher his cultivation, the less trouble he would have to face. During this seclusion, Li Qingshan focused most of his attention on qi refining. However, this did not mean Li Qingshan was lax with his demon cultivation. However, demon cultivation was nowhere near as complicated as qi refining. It only required large quantities of resources, and what Li Qingshan lacked the least right now were pills. The various pills provided to Li Qingshan from over 1,100 treasures pouches could be described as tremendous. They could last him for a few months at the very least. He took out a handful of qi-gathering pills first. There were several hundred of them at the very least before shoving them all into his mouth. As soon as they reached his stomach, they were surrounded by demon qi that was as flexible as flowing water. The demon core of the spirit turtle in the center bobbed up and down, slowly converting the pills into demon qi. As his demon body rapidly strengthened, refining several hundred qi-gathering pills at the same time no longer posed too great of a burden on him. This process was like a person slowly digesting food after eating. It did not affect his other activities. Li Qingshan took out a jade slip and carefully read through the mental cultivation method for the 5th layer of the Gui water method of condensing qi. Afterwards, his mind began to sink, sinking into a boundless ocean. That was Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. Immediately, he entered a meditative state. The Gui water method of condensing qi began to operate. The spiritual qi gathered by the spirit gathering formation flowed into Li Qingshan's body, constantly converted into true qi, and rammed against the yin-heel meridian. A visible mist of light rose up from Li Qingshan's body. At a closer glance, the mist of light did not disperse into the surroundings. Instead, it gathered in his body. This was spiritual qi that had condensed to a certain degree, appearing just now. Li Qingshan could not help but admire the intelligence of human cultivators. Although this tiny spirit gathering formation was not as effective as Millipede's bed of spiritual stones, it was not too different. Cultivating qi was not suitable for directly absorbing spiritual power from spirit stones. But using spirit stones to power the formation and gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to have gone through some kind of processing and become suitable for absorption. The extremely pure Gui water true qi rolled like the tide, continuously surging towards the Zhubin meridian in the calf. That was the beginning of the yin linking meridian. The Zhubin meridian opened, and the true qi entered the Fuxia meridian. The Fuxia meridian opened and broke through the Chongmen meridian, and then reached the Taiheng meridian on the waist. At this point, the true qi was already exhausted, but the spiritual qi surged in, almost pushing the true qi forward. The Daheng, Fuai, Qimen, Tiantu, and other major meridian points were opened one by one, finally reaching the Lianquan meridian in the throat. Li Qingshan's body shook, and his true qi flowed freely. The yin linking meridian was opened. He had finally reached the 5th layer of qi training. The entire process was unexpectedly smooth. At this point, the yang heel meridian, yin heel meridian, yang linking meridian, and yin linking meridian, all 4 of Li Qingshan's yin and yang meridian were opened and connected. His true qi surged endlessly, and his body seemed to become lighter. It was extremely similar to the feeling of flying into the sky and becoming an immortal that mortals spoke of. However, Li Qingshan knew that this was just a feeling. If he wanted to truly fly, it would not be that simple. However, this goal was not that far away. When Li Qingshan opened his eyes, 3 days had already passed. The hundreds of qi-gathering pills in his stomach had been completely digested. The light of the spirit stones on the spirit-gathering formation had dimmed, and the spiritual qi was almost completely gone. Little An sat facing the wall, seemingly in a meditative state. She had devoured a large amount of flesh and blood underground. Qi practitioners were incomparable to ordinary people. The essence contained in their flesh and blood was enough to surpass that of 10 or even 100 people. She also wanted to use this opportunity to refine this power. Li Qingshan did not disturb her. He quietly looked inside his body and felt the surging true qi. He tried to urge the true qi to gather in his dantian. The true qi converged into a sea of qi, but as long as he was distracted for a moment, the true qi would return to his meridians. Yes, Li Qingshan wanted to take advantage of this secluded cultivation to break through to the 6th layer of qi training and open the sea of qi in his dantian. At that time, the many spirit tools in his 1,000 or so hundred treasures pouches could be put to use, and he would be able to truly control them. Moreover, his body's speed and strength would also increase greatly. He would not need to transform into his demon form to be able to battle any qi practitioner. However, according to the water condensation method, the first 5 layers of qi training were considered easy. From the 6th layer onwards, it would become increasingly difficult. The opening of the conception and governing vessels and girdle vessels was not as simple as the 4 yin and yang meridians. It was not something that could be achieved by relying on an endless stream of true qi to break through the meridians. During this period, one had to use the sea of qi as the foundation, and also balance the 4 yin and yang meridians. It involved extremely complicated and exquisite methods. The process of opening the girdle meridian could be said to be the most difficult. Apart from the fact that it was difficult to open, it was also related to the sea of qi. The girdle meridian, as its name suggested, was like a belt that wrapped around the waist. It was the only meridian that was horizontal, and had the effect of restraining all the meridians. The dantian was also wrapped around it, and one had to rely on this restraining effect to gather the true qi in all the meridians and condense it into a sea of qi. The process of opening the girdle meridian needed to be very careful. A moment of carelessness could lead to qi deviation, and the danger of damaging the meridians. However, there was also a piece of good news. The water condensation method was the easiest to condense a sea of qi. The Gui water true qi was relatively gentle, and it would not be easy for qi deviation. However, one still needed to be careful. Li Qingshan also knew the principle of haste but not speed. He had just reached the 5th layer of qi training, and needed some time to stabilize his cultivation. He was not in a hurry. After all, there was still a long time for him to cultivate in seclusion. After cultivating for a while and exhausting the spiritual energy of the spirit stones, he took out the spirit stones and replaced them with new spirit stones, activating the spirit gathering formation. At the same time, he stuffed a handful of medicinal pills into his mouth. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, then picked up the water condensation method and began to study the spells on it. Water spells were not as lethal as metal or fire, and they were not as effective at trapping enemies as earth or wood. They were more supportive. For example, there was a type of water mirror spell that could be used to spy on the surrounding situation. The higher one's cultivation, the wider the scope of the spying. The invisibility spell was also a water spell, and was considered an extremely famous spell. The effect of invisibility also increased with the increase of one's cultivation. At first, it was just a hazy fog that could be seen with the naked eye. Only when one's cultivation reached a high level could one become truly invisible and traceless. Chapter 262. As for the water arrow spell and water prison spell, they were not among Li Qingshan's choices. He did not lack offensive methods. Finally, his gaze fell on the 2 paintings. Every spell had such a simple painting. In one painting, a cultivator was stepping on a thin layer of white clouds. In the other painting, the cultivator was surrounded by rolling mist, seemingly moving forward at a fast speed. What he wanted to learn now were the riding the cloud spell and riding the mist spell. These 2 spells were both connected and mutually exclusive. The riding the cloud spell focused on flying up and down, but the speed of advancing was not as fast as a good horse. The riding the mist spell focused on moving, but it could only fly close to the ground. When the 2 were combined, it was riding the clouds and riding the mist, allowing the cultivator to soar freely between heaven and earth. There was no special reason. Flying was everyone's dream, and Li Qingshan was no exception. The value of flying in the process of battle did not need to be said. When the day came out, he directly rode the clouds and flew into the sky. At the same time, he used the glaze invisibility mirror to hide his figure. Even if a Foundation establishment cultivator wanted to find him in the vast sky, it would not be that easy. Learning spells was also beneficial for deepening the control of Gui Water True Qi and stabilizing his cultivation. If he wanted to do it, he would do it. He immediately began to study. In the secret room, Li Qingshan's hands formed a seal, and he calmed his mind. A trace of white mist began to gather in his hands. In another place of seclusion, Qin Rongji also began her own training. Diao Fei watched the stone door slowly close with a complicated expression. Qin Rongji smiled and waved at him. I wish you a pleasant journey. In the deepest part of the stone cave, there were several black bags piled up. Inside were many round things that seemed to be trembling slightly. Bright red liquid slowly seeped out. They were supposed to be outside on a mission. That could be said to be a gentle and amiable smile, but it made Diao Fei feel a chill in his heart. Qin Rongji did not ask him for a bribe. She only asked him for a small favor. He had been outside for many years and had never been soft-hearted when it came to killing people. However, compared to this woman's method of killing, it was as simple and cute as a child. To kid her, those people would disappear from the world forever, and no one would even suspect her. The stone door slammed shut, and Diao Fei turned around and left eagerly as if he was hiding from something extremely terrifying. With Qin Rongji's assistance, his position as a Black Wolf Guard had been suspended. He could return to the Green Vine Mountain to cultivate. The verdant mountain that he had once resented suddenly seemed to haunt him. It was like a verdant pearl. At the very least, compared to the Hawkwolf Mountain, compared to being with the two of them day in and day out, the Green Vine Mountain was much safer. Once he knew her secret, would she deal with him? He would have trouble eating and drinking. Fortunately, he could finally go back now. After several days of non-stop travel, Diao Fei returned to the Green Vine Mountain once again. Compared to the prosperity of the past, it seemed especially cold and lonely now. Arriving in the main hall, the Green Vine Elder personally received him and gave him a few words of encouragement. He was amiable, but he had been through far too much already. His heart could not be roused up so easily with just a few words. All he did was pretend to be grateful. Apart from him, there were a few men and women that he was not particularly familiar with. Some of them seemed familiar, while others he did not recognize at all. However, their cultivations were not particularly high. As a fourth-layer Qi practitioner, he actually ranked third among them. They had all been promoted to inner sect disciples, and they were given their own duties. Every single one of them was a cushy job that they could not obtain no matter how hard they tried in the past, but now they could only manage the sect with barely any effort. The resources and treatment they received were basically on par with the first senior brothers level in the past. Diao Fei was assigned to be in charge of teaching the basic cultivation methods of the new disciples. This job did not stand out, but it was the most prestigious. The Green Vine Elder gave him a few more words of advice before returning to the cultivation area. The few remaining disciples of the Green Vine Mountain greeted one another. One of them, a man with an unkempt beard, went up and said, I'm Yu Shuquang. Greetings, Senior Brother Diao. Looking around to make sure no one was around, he suppressed his voice and said, Senior Brother Diao, I heard you've just returned from the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping? Diao Fei frowned slightly. The position of a hawk and a hound of the empire was not well received in the sect. That was basically touching on his sore spot. But he still answered with a yep. Yu Shuquang said, then, are you familiar with Li Qingshan? Diao Fei immediately dared not tarry. You know him? Yu Shuquang said. Who doesn't know the great name of the Tiger Butcher? Seeing how Diao Fei did not believe him, he said, you can say we've met once. There was nothing to hide about this, so Diao Fei told him about Li Qingshan's return. Yu Shuquang seemed rough on the outside, but he was actually quite meticulous on the inside. His expression did not change, and he naturally changed the topic, talking about the daughter he took pride in. However, he let out a sigh of relief inside. In the past, Lu Fengrui had brought the proud sword manor under the jurisdiction of the Green Vine Mountain. As the lord of the manor, he could be regarded as half a member of the Green Vine Mountain. However, he had only managed to come to the Green Vine Mountain because of Yu Zijian. The Green Vine Elder knew that Yu Zijian's future was bright, so he became interested in befriending her. As a result, Yu Shuquang had gone from half a member of the Green Vine Mountain to a member of the entire Green Vine Mountain, and an inner sect disciple at that. Originally, no sect would be willing to accept an adult like him. No matter how poor the Green Vine Mountain was, the Green Vine Elder would rather start from a child. How could an experienced person of the Jianghu like Yu Shuquang have any loyalty to a sect? Apart from his own gratitude, the reason why he asked about Li Qingshan was mostly because of Yu Zijian. Yu Zijian returned from the Green Vine Mountain safe and sound. She told her father everything that had happened. Although Yu Shuquang found it a pity that Yu Zijian did not accept the Sword Collection Palace's invitation, he still felt like he had been quite lucky this year. He held a great celebration in the manor, but Yu Zijian always seemed to be in thought. She became much quieter, no longer as lively as before. He could not help but sigh over how his daughter had grown up. Before he came to the Green Vine Mountain, Yu Zijian had asked him to keep an eye out for someone extremely seriously. That person was obviously Wuxia, who had vanished after the herb gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains. Yu Shuquang obviously knew what kind of person Wuxia was. His heart skipped a beat. Did his daughter already have someone in her heart? However, she did not seem like a young girl who had fallen in love, so he asked a few more questions. Under those circumstances, he's probably already. What are you going to do? He was afraid that she would say something about being a widow and dying for love. Yu Zijian lowered her head and remained silent for quite a while. Only then did she say, I will definitely avenge him. Her determination basically made him doubt whether the person before him was still his daughter. He could not help but sigh inside. Oh, our daughter is not as weak as you after all. Now that he learnt that Li Qingshan had returned safely, he became troubled over how he should contact her. Jiao Fei suddenly said, Li Qingshan will be going to the 100 schools of thought soon. Perhaps he might become your daughter's classmate. Yu Shuquang was surprised. He smiled bitterly and sighed. As it seemed, there was no need for him to worry about this anymore. However, was there really some sort of fate between them? Hopefully it wasn't an ill-fated fate. Li Qingshan has returned. Hua Sengzan tossed a document before Wang Puxi. It was Fang Yinsheng's report. Not only did it state Li Qingshan's explanation for Zhuozhibu's case, but it also contained Fang Yinsheng's praise for him, strongly recommending Li Qingshan to join the school of legalism. This was not all thanks to Qian Rongji. As soon as Li Qingshan joined the Hawkwolf Guard, he had cleared up several dozen old cases. He had even borrowed the power of the disciples of Moism to bring back the corpse of the zombie Taoist, who ranked first on the blacklist. He could be described as smart and capable. Although his bearing was slightly cruel, it matched the spirit of the school of legalism's strict laws. Wang Puxi saw this, but he became slightly angered. He's actually bold enough to return. Does he really think we're idiots who can't see through his tricks? Little Fang is still too inexperienced. He doesn't know how treacherous people can be. Hua Sengzan said, Old Wang, don't be too prejudiced by first impressions. And Shang saw through him too. Li Qingshan can be regarded as a capable person when it comes to handling matters. He cultivates extremely quickly too. He can be regarded as a rare talent. He can strengthen the might of our school of legalism. Wang Puxi glanced at Hua Sengzan in surprise. Why do you suddenly think so highly of him? Forget it, let's do this then. I can't be bothered to worry about this kid. Purging the remnants of the White Lotus sect is the main priority. With that, he left in a hurry. Hua Sengzan gazed out the window. The winter snow had begun to melt. The awakening of insects was brewing. He did not tell Wang Puxi the true reason. Back then on the Green Vine Mountain before Gu Yenying left, she had said casually, if you see him again in the future, you might as well take care of him a little. You can say that I've given him some guidance after all. How could he not pay attention to what she had said? It was inconvenient for him to tell Wang Puxi about this, or he would have to teach him a lesson again. He was rather interested in this young man who was bold enough to stare at her unblinkingly, but it was impossible for him to feel jealousy. Who knew how many people had received guidance from her over all these years? On the way back to the Clear River Prefecture from the Green Vine Mountain, Hua Qinglu said something he believed to be the most mature thing he had said in all these years. Brother, you better give up. I can't imagine how she'll fall in love with a man. All Wasungzan could do was smile bitterly and bitterly. How could he imagine it either? He had known her for all these years, and she was as graceful as the wind. Her emotions were not pretentious at all. Even now he still could not figure out what she was thinking. When she was gentle it was like a spring breeze, but when she was cold it was like a blade. She was as unpredictable as the wind. Since it was the wind, why would it remain in a person's arms? Little Anne opened her eyes. A third skull prayer bead condensed in her hand. Afterwards, she heard Li Qingshan's eager voice. "Look, Little Anne, I can fly now." Little Anne looked back and burst out laughing. All she saw was Li Qingshan sitting with his legs crossed. He formed a seal with his hands, and layers of white clouds appeared below him, lifting him up. However, he was only a foot above the ground and he even tottered about. Who knew how far away he was from the realm of flying? Li Qingshan was not embarrassed at all. He sniggered. "This is the first step of a long journey. Just watch as I fly into the sky one day." Little Anne's gaze was gentle. "Let's do it together." "Of course." Chapter 263. In the past few days, Li Qingshan devoted himself to studying techniques. In just a few days he had grasped the basics of the cloud riding technique. Although he could only fly like this, he had already crossed the threshold. All he needed to do was practice it more in the future. It was not because his ability to comprehend was exceptional, but because the 5 elements were water. They were extremely compatible, and his true qi in particular was extremely pure. When he used techniques, his advantage completely manifested. He could control his true qi like it was his own arm, like a group of elite soldiers who obeyed his orders obediently. They followed the commander's thoughts and assumed various formations without any disorder. These formations were crucial to casting techniques. Li Qingshan switched to practicing the mist manipulation technique. After a few days, the entire cave was shrouded in mist. Li Qingshan seemed like he was walking in space, flying around the cave. However, combining the two techniques and practicing the true cloud riding technique was much more difficult than practicing one of the techniques alone. He could only work on it bit by bit and accumulate experience. There were no shortcuts at all. However, Li Qingshan was extremely determined. He practiced it patiently, treating it as an extremely interesting game. Moreover, with Little Anne's company, he did not find it boring. So-called secluded cultivation was actually like being imprisoned, but it could temporarily push all of the conflicts out of the stone door. His mind would be indescribably relaxed. He would not find it bitter, but rather joyful. He would let nature take its course in all aspects of cultivation. He would not try to force it. The effects of cultivation would instead be extremely great. This mental state was even more important than the spirit-gathering formation in the cave. Resources were an indispensable foundation on the path of cultivation. But just accumulating resources was not enough to create powerful cultivators. Only a mental state and a comprehension could turn stone into gold. At a time like this, Li Qingshan gained an even greater understanding of the importance of the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. As more and more pills were converted into demon qi and channeled into the spirit turtle's demon core, his mind became calmer and calmer. Time passed bit by bit. The mist shrouding the cave became smaller and smaller, thicker and thicker. Seemed like it had become tangible. Li Qingshan grabbed it with his hand. He felt like he had grabbed a ball of flexible and elastic rubber, but it was extremely slippery and light. He flew around the cave. Li Qingshan revealed a gratified smile. He had finally mastered the riding cloud technique. He sat down on the cloud. The cloud undulated for a moment and steadily supported him. He sat cross-legged on it. He asked with a smile, "How is it? Do I look like a deity?" "I don't think so." Little Anne said honestly. "How so?" "Doesn't look like it." Little Anne looked left and right. "Little Anne," said Li Qingshan, "how dare you say I don't look like an immortal? Get over here." He stretched out his hand, and water-like true energy sprayed out toward Little Anne. Little Anne giggled. She didn't even try to dodge, allowing him to grab her. He pinched her cheeks and pinched her nose. If Diao Fei saw this scene, he would definitely feel that Li Qingshan was not that terrifying. However, unless he was in front of Little Anne, How could he not bare his teeth in the dangerous world outside? All of a sudden, a tremor came from the distant horizon. Li Qingshan said, "It's spring thunder." Spring had arrived and the earth was recovering. The bug pouch rumbled. Millipede, who had been asleep for a long time, had woken up and was twisting his body. Littlein said, "It's hibernation awakening. Hibernation awakening, thunder and bug awakening." Li Qingshan opened the bug pouch and Millipede crawled out. His body seemed to have grown a bit larger, and he waved his tentacles. "Eat! Eat! Glutton!" Li Qingshan scolded jokingly. He took out some food and let Millipede eat. It was already February. There was still about a month before the opening of the 100 schools of thought. Li Qingshan wanted to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement within this month. The 6th level of qi refinement and the 5th level of qi refinement were two completely different concepts, be it in terms of strength or status. As long as he could reach the 6th level of qi refinement, he believed that even if he went to the 100 schools of thought, he would not have to worry about being buried. He did not go to the 100 schools of thought to seek refuge. He did not plan to follow the principle of keeping a low profile and playing it safe. No matter the environment, there was a natural law of survival of the fittest. Only the fittest could obtain more resources and have a better environment to cultivate in. This was the path he wanted to take. After waiting for a while, the true qi in his yin and yang meridians had long since reached a full state. This was not a difficult thing for him, who could absorb the spiritual qi of the world. In the process of cultivating spells, he had also become extremely skilled at controlling the Gui water true qi. Was he ready? He did not know, but it was time to take a gamble. Li Qingshan's gaze became resolute. At the foot of the mountain in the building, it was dark inside the building. After a few unforeseen events, the building's vitality was greatly damaged, and it was also suppressed from all sides. It was difficult to restore its former glory. The structure of the atrium had once connected the bustling building from top to bottom, but at this time it also seemed particularly quiet. Only the murals of the Jade Maiden flying in the sky still had a smile on their faces. Is that little bastard really on the mountain? In the underground palace downstairs, a middle-aged man with gray hair asked. The current head of the building said cautiously, "Headmaster, there is absolutely no mistake. Many people saw him. That Li Qingshan is in seclusion in the cave on the mountain. As soon as he comes out, immediately report to me. I don't believe that he won't go down the mountain." This middle-aged man was the vice-headmaster of the school, Wei Zhongyuan. He did not wear the luxurious purple clothes, but an old gray one. It was obvious that he wanted to hide his tracks. When he mentioned Li Qingshan's name, he gnashed his teeth. Ever since Li Qingshan splattered the building with blood and killed the procuress, he had developed grievances with the school. Towards the end, even Wei Zhongyuan's son and the two grannies of the school had died mysteriously. Wei Zhongyuan did not believe that Li Qingshan had the strength to kill the two grannies, but he firmly believed that it had something to do with him. He had made up his mind when he hid below the mountain this time. As long as Li Qingshan appeared, he would capture him and torture him as much as he could to force a confession out of him. Only then would his hatred be appeased. As long as the Hawkwolf Guard did not have any direct evidence, there was nothing they could do to him. Of course, he did not have the courage to barge into the mountain and directly kill Li Qingshan right now. "Headmaster, please let it go. We have eyes all over the mountain. As soon as he emerges, the headmaster will know immediately." When Li Qingshan opened the girdle meridian, he finally realized that the last 4 meridians of the 8 extraordinary meridians were different from the first 4. What he needed to do right now was not just opening the acupoints. During this process, he needed to constantly balance the flow of true qi in the 4 yin and yang meridians. The difficulty was not just increased by 4 times. It was basically multiplied by several levels. In the beginning, he tried to circulate all 4 meridians at the same time, but he soon realized that this was an impossible task for him right now. He could only be patient and first activate the vital energy in the yin and yang heel meridians. Even if he had the foundation of congealing spells, even if he had the foundation to condense techniques, he would often lose sight of the other. Fortunately, what Li Qingshan had bought was the general version of the Gui water method of condensing qi, the experiences of his seniors. It was extremely detailed. However, whenever Li Qingshan tried to imitate it, he would never succeed. At a time like this, Li Qingshan obviously had to ask Little N for guidance. Just how should he balance his true qi? Can't you just focus a little? Little N was surprised. Focus a little? How? Little N widened her eyes. For the first time, she was unable to help Li Qingshan, as she had no idea what the difficulty was. I know my comprehension is average. You don't have to deal such a heavy blow to me. Li Qingshan patted Xiaoen's shoulder and said to the upright millipede, right? Millipede, this sort of thing. It's not that easy for you and me to master. Millipede opened his mouth and spat out a gust of demonic qi. Although it was weak, it was divided into a dozen or so thin streams that intersected and overlapped with each other, forming an extremely rhythmic and moving picture. Although he had lost his demon core, greatly damaging his cultivation, he was still a demon general in the past. He had reached a realm of cultivation that Li Qingshan had never experienced before. Although he was rather slow-witted when it came to the ways of the world, how could something as trivial as controlling demon qi trouble him? Li Qingshan wanted to find a balance from him, but he had found the wrong demon. Little N spread his hands and said, "It's very simple, right?" Li Qingshan didn't say a word and went back to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Only then did Li Qingshan manage to split his attention and circulate the true qi in his yin and yang heel meridians as he wished. After another day, he achieved the balance required to condense the sea of qi in his yin and yang heel meridians. However, unifying the four meridians was still extremely difficult. He only focused on trying again and again. He did not eat or drink, nor did he sleep or rest. In the eyes of others, he seemed to be possessed. Little N could not help but worry. However, Li Qingshan knew that he was not in a hurry, nor was he dejected. He only constantly searched for a feeling. Since he was not a genius, he would make up for it with hard work. If he failed 100 times, he would try 1,000 times. If he failed 1,000 times, he would try 10,000 times. No matter how patient a person was, they would become impatient and dejected after failing 10,000 times. However, Li Qingshan did not. The spirit turtle did not just suppress demon qi. It suppressed his mind as well. For the 91,512th time, 4 streams of true qi rose at the same time. One wavered while the other wavered, but they maintained a wondrous balance the entire time. At the same time, the true qi in his girdle meridian circulated rapidly, binding the 4 streams of true qi like a belt and sending them into his dantian. Just as the sea of qi was about to form, it dispersed again. He had failed at the last moment. However, Li Qingshan smiled. It was a great improvement to reach this step, but truly splitting open the sea of qi would take several months at the very least. Even a year would not be slow. There were only a few days left until the entrance examination of the 100 schools of thought. Apart from making up for it with hard work, money could as well. He took out close to 100 sea of qi pills and lined them up. Then he consumed one. The effect of the sea of qi pill was to merge the 4 streams of true qi together. However, the success rate was not 100%. As expected, the first sea of qi pill failed. He failed, then consumed it. The cycle repeated. Even after consuming more than 20 sea of qi pills, he still had not succeeded. Li Qingshan's expression did not change in the slightest. If ordinary qi warriors saw him consume sea of qi pills in this manner, they would most likely curse him for wasting them. They would usually wait until they had a certain degree of confidence before taking out their precious sea of qi pills in pursuit of success. However, Li Qingshan was not afraid of wasting them. He could afford to. The most fundamental purpose of all medicinal pills was to save him cultivation time. As long as he became stronger, he would naturally be able to obtain more and better medicinal pills. Time waited for no man. After consuming the 37th sea of qi pill, the 4 streams of true qi simultaneously flowed into his dantian under the restraint of his girdle meridian. Under the effect of the sea of qi pill, they fused together. The medicinal efficacy of the previous 36 sea of qi pills still remained, almost forcibly gluing the true qi together. However, this time, a rumbling sound seemed to come from his lower abdomen. The 4 streams of true qi, yin and yang, fused into one. The true qi in his dantian fluctuated, forming a vast ocean. It no longer flowed out, but instead became the source and destination of all the true qi in his body. He had broken through the sixth layer, and the sea of qi had been condensed. Li Qingshan finally smiled in relief, but he immediately withered up. The exhaustion and lethargy that he had forcefully suppressed with the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression all surged up. He almost could not help but fall asleep. Over the past half a month, he had forcefully used the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression to maintain his mental state at peak condition, just so that he would not waste any bit of experience he gained from each attempt. This kind of barbaric method was extremely taxing on his spirit, and there was even the danger of that string snapping. But in the end, he persevered and reached the other side. Little An went up and rubbed his forehead gently. He said gently, "Sleep for a while. Don't forget to wake." Little An's words seemed to possess a wondrous power. Before Li Qingshan had even finished speaking, he collapsed on the ground loudly, falling into a deep slumber. He slept extremely heavily this time. He was in a dreamlike state the entire time. He felt like he was bobbing up and down in the ocean, drifting with the undercurrents and waves. He would sink into the depths of the ocean at times and rise to the surface at other times. Before Little An could call him, he woke up. His head still hurt slightly. He shook his head and asked, "How long did I sleep for?" "Roughly 14 hours. It's time to set off." Li Qingshan suddenly stood up and grinned. "Yeah." Li Qingshan opened the bug pouch and said to Millipede, "Just bear with it for a little longer. Don't worry, it won't be for too long." Millipede dove into the bug pouch and discovered the various foods Little An had prepared for him. He immediately began to gorge himself, but he did not feel like he had been wronged at all. He turned the stone disc, and the stone door slowly opened. A gust of fresh air surged in. Spring was already in the air. His seclusion was at the back of the mountain. It was secluded in the first place, so he did not inform anyone. He directly used the cloud-treading mist technique. Rolling clouds gathered beneath his feet. After opening up his sea of energy, he discovered that it was unprecedentedly easy to use spells, and the effects were many times stronger. The clouds carried Li Qingshan and Little An into the sky. However, they had only flown a few meters before disappearing in a flash of clear light. "Master, Li Qingshan has come out of seclusion," the owner of the building hurriedly reported. "Where is he now?" Wei Zhongyuan had long since grown impatient. He was delighted to hear this. "No, he's gone," the owner stammered. A message had come from the mountain. The seclusion cave abode was wide open, but there was no one inside. No one knew where Li Qingshan had gone. "That little bastard." Wei Zhongyuan waved his hand, and the owner was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, facing the furious Wei Zhongyuan, he did not dare to resist, nor did he dare to say anything. Wei Zhongyuan roared angrily, "No matter where you escape to, I will find you and tear you to pieces." The clouds had already flown to the highest point they could reach. The sky was a dazzling blue. Li Qingshan extended his hand towards the sky, as if he wanted to touch the illusion, the promise above the 9 heavens. Although his hand was only touching the void, the corner of his lips curled into a smile. Under the light of the spring sun, it was so bright that one could not look at it directly. Little An looked straight at him, as if he was looking at an illusion. He silently recited his promise. It was not to the long-forgotten hometown in the south, but to accompany him until beyond the 9 heavens. After a long while, Li Qingshan lowered his head and looked down at the mountains. The surging clear river turned into a shining arc of light. Hawkwolf Mountain was like a small mound. Wei Zhongyuan's angry roar was probably not even comparable to the buzzing of a mosquito, so Li Qingshan did not pay any attention to it. He took out the mental map of the Green Province, adjusted the direction, and pointed southeast. "Let's go to the 100 schools of thought." Chapter 264. The clouds surged, sweeping across the sky with a small white tail. A strong gust of wind blew against their faces, fluttering Li Qingshan and Shaowen's clothes. The spring breeze in March still carried a hint of coolness, but the warm feeling was really intoxicating. The scenery on the ground rapidly receded. Li Qingshan had flown in his past life as well, But the feeling of flying through the clouds could not be compared to being locked in a cabin. Under Li Qingshan's control, the clouds suddenly swooped down, rushing towards a large lake. The jade-green lake water rushed over. The moment they approached the lake, they suddenly stabilized, kicking up a clear wave that landed on Li Qingshan's face. They sped along the surface of the water, leaving behind a trail on the surface. Just when they were about to collide with a small mountain, they suddenly took off again, rushing into the blue sky. The scenery around him kept changing. Cities and villages appeared and disappeared. Mountains rose and fell and mountains rose and fell. It was early spring, and the natural scenery that had not been destroyed by humans filled his eyes. For a moment, Li Qingshan felt like his mind had never been so broad before. Li Qingshan let Millipede out from the bug pouch, allowing this guy who had spent his entire life crawling underground to see the scenery in the sky. As soon as Millipede came out, he immediately curled up into a ball. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and little and giggled. He rode the clouds, but he did not fly particularly quickly. At the very least, he could not match Li Qingshan's speed on foot. Fortunately, there were no obstructions in the air, so he could travel in a straight line. Jiaping City was thousands of kilometers away from the Clear River Prefecture, but traveling that distance in a single day was nothing difficult if he rode the clouds and mist. They set off in the afternoon. The sky above them gradually dimmed, and the bright stars turned into a resplendent sea of stars in the end. A tiny cloud hovered under the starry sky like a tiny, isolated island. Li Qingshan could not help but be stunned by the sight before him. He praised from the bottom of his heart, "How beautiful!" Little and nodded. Li Qingshan patted her head and took out the Qingzhou mental map. He looked at it and said, "We're almost there." The clear river turned into a jade belt that flickered with starlight, leading to the center of the entire Clear River Prefecture. The ships on the river gradually gathered together. As the cloud flew, a ball of flame suddenly appeared on the dark land, burning dazzlingly. When Li Qingshan got close, he saw that the flame was made of thousands of lights, and he revealed a trace of shock. Originally, he thought the prefectural city of Clear River was just an enlarged version of Jiaping City. At most, it would be a few times larger. But when he saw it with his own eyes, he felt as if he had traveled back in time to a modern city full of high-rise buildings. Many of them were more than 10 stories tall, and they were all very exquisite and beautiful like a giant art gallery, not a concrete forest like a modern city. These traditional structures should not have been so grand. In particular, there were a few buildings with special designs. Even an outsider like Li Qingshan found them unsuitable for engineering, but they still stood proudly. Li Qingshan immediately understood. This was the civil engineering of the school of Moism. Now this was the world of cultivators. Their influence had already penetrated every corner of the world. They were not flying around randomly in the sky every day blasting each other with techniques. Arriving before the prefectural city, Li Qingshan dispersed the cloud and walked with little Anne. However, he still used the glazed mirror of invisibility to conceal himself and all of his aura. It was unlikely for him to run into people of the same sect in such a large city, so there was no harm in being careful. Arriving on the ground, he discovered the grandeur of the city even more. There were still no city walls. If war really did break out one day, the outcome of the war would definitely be decided in the sky. The city walls on the ground were just a small earthen slope. There was even less of a need to guard against bandits and bandits. This was the headquarters of the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. There were 2 commanders stationed here, so anyone who made trouble here would be captured and skinned immediately. Li Qingshan's first destination was the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard. Originally, every new member of the Hawkwolf Guard would have to come to the Clear River Prefecture to see the 2 copper commanders after a period of observation. It was basically a routine matter. Qian Rongji and Diao Fei had already come to the Clear River Prefecture. Only Li Qingshan had not done so. Before he entered secluded cultivation, Fang and Shang had specially reminded him to report in as soon as he arrived in the Clear River Prefecture. He wanted to go to the 100 schools of thought to cultivate, so he had to do this. He could not help but think about the situation from over a year ago. The handsome Commander Hua and the stern old Wang. He wondered what their expressions would be when they saw him again. And it was already so late. The 2 of them probably were not at work. Li Qingshan thought. Suddenly he sensed something, and a pulse seemed to sweep past him. Li Qingshan immediately raised his guard. But he did not see anyone approach him. He could not help but feel rather confused. Little An said, "This is a formation." "How did you know?" "It's written in the Book of All." Li Qingshan was surprised. An array formation that enveloped such a large city was no different from an invisible wall, guarding against the Qi practitioners that could truly pose a threat to them. However, he guessed that the formation was probably much more effective as a deterrent than it actually was. Li Qingshan traveled along the river. The towering ships on the wide river seemed like a city within a city. The docks were bustling with activity, and the lanterns were as bright as day, illuminating the willow trees that were budding on the banks of the river. It was hazy like a ball of mist. People flowed to and fro on the main road, weaving together like shuttles. It was both prosperous and joyous. Li Qingshan suddenly came to a realization. These mortals lived under the care of gods. Li Qingshan made his way through the roads with Little An and found his destination very soon. It was a scarlet building that stood several dozen stories tall. At the very top of the building stood a bronze hawk even larger than Jiaping City. It also had its eyes wide open and its wings spread. It was quite awe-inspiring. Li Qingshan could not help but wonder, if this was the Rui Commandery, where Gu Yenying resided, wouldn't they have to use silver to make a huge bird like that? If it were South Hub City, they probably would have to make a golden hawk. However, at that level of cultivation, what was gold and silver supposed to do? Li Qingshan dispersed the invisibility technique and made his way up the stairs, entering the magnificent building. The hall was quiet. The only path leading to the top was a spiral staircase. The marble floor was shiny like a mirror. Only a woman dozed off behind a marble table. Li Qingshan purposefully made his footsteps louder, but he failed to rouse the woman either. In the end, he discovered she was just a regular person. The security was so lax that it was basically impossible to connect her to the Hawkwolf guard. All he could do was walk over and knock on the table. The woman jerked awake. "Who are you looking for?" Li Qingshan said. "Black Wolf Guard of Jiaping City, Li Qingshan, has come to see the two commanders. Commander Wang has already returned home." The woman saw Li Qingshan's waist tablet, so she dared not tarry. Li Qingshan asked, "Then what about Commander Hua?" The woman immediately said, "Commander Hua has gone drinking with prostitutes a long time ago." She covered her mouth in a hurry, knowing she had misspoken. Li Qingshan curled his lip. As it seemed, this Commander Hua did not seem to be very dignified here. The woman was clearly just a regular attendant. There were probably no Qi practitioners who were willing to do this, which was why they chose a regular person with a rather pleasant appearance. "You can rest for the night upstairs. I'll see the two commanders tomorrow." Clearly, the purpose of this magnificent building was not just for work. It could also provide lodgings for the guards who came from other places. As Li Qingshan pondered, a voice rang out from above. "You've finally come." Qian Rongji walked down the spiral staircase slowly. She was not wearing the uniform of the Hawkwolf Guard. Instead, she had changed into a thin purple spring dress. Her hair was combed into a bun, revealing her snow-white neck. Compared to her gentle and amiable demeanor in Jiaping City, she seemed much more elegant. At this moment, even Li Qingshan struggled to connect her to the Qian Rongji of the past. Her bearing had not just changed but sublimated. Her cultivation level was already at the 6th layer of the ore refining realm, which probably played a crucial role. Li Qingshan frowned. "Why are you here?" Qian Rongji touched her hair. "I also want to come to the 100 schools of thought to cultivate. Perhaps we might even be classmates in the future, right, Little An?" She winked at Little An before saying to Li Qingshan, "Congratulations on reaching the 6th layer." Even though he didn't show it on his face, he was astonished. When he first met Zhang Xian, he was only at the 1st layer of Qi refining realm. In less than a year, he had already reached the 6th layer. Furthermore, his true strength was far from what he had shown. Even though the reason why she could cultivate so quickly was because of the brutal cultivation method, the vitality devouring technique, it was also related to her many years of accumulation, which was why she had managed to split open her sea of Qi in a single stroke. Li Qingshan said likewise. Her elation was not a pretense. Any Qi practitioner who had reached the 6th layer of the ore refining realm would feel happy about it. However, her exquisite get-up did not seem to be that simple. "Rongji, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree to eat together?" A young man made his way down the stairs and arrived beside Qian Rongji. Li Qingshan's eyes twinkled. He had seen the man before. He was Wu Zhen, who had led the group to annihilate the truth-seeking society in the past. It was nothing strange at all for Qian Rongji to know him. Wu Zhen was familiar with Fang Inshang. Since Qian Rongji, whom he valued highly, had come to the Clear River Prefecture, he obviously had to ask this good friend of his to take care of her. When he saw how Wu Zhen looked at Qian Rongji, Li Qingshan felt enlightened. That was the gaze of a man looking at a woman. Although it was purposefully hidden, the desire was still naked. The prey had already taken the bait. "Brother Wu, this is a colleague who joined the Hawkwolf Guard with me. He's called Li Qingshan. Qingshan, this is a good friend of our commander. He's called Wu Zhen." Qian Rongji introduced him gracefully, but she maintained a certain distance from Wu Zhen the entire time. She seemed closer to Li Qingshan. Chapter 265. Qian Rongji was no longer the same Qian Rongji who was in a hurry to change her fate and hook up with a superior when she first came to Jiaping City. Now that she had the capital to wait for the right price, she understood extremely well that men were all despicable wretches. It would be easier for her to achieve her objective if she prevented them from obtaining her. However, all of this was built on cultivation. Only with her cultivation at the 6th layer could Wu Zhen regard her with importance, preventing him from using forceful methods. Back in Jiaping City, even if she wanted to use this method to keep Zhuozhibua dangling, it would have been impossible. Only strength could win respect. This was one of the most fundamental laws of the cultivation community. Li Qingshan saw all of this, but he did not expose it. Originally, he had some minor grievances with Wu Zhen, so he instead pitted him a little now. He bowed. "Greetings, Sir Wu." Wu Zhen saw how Li Qingshan was a 6th layer Qi practitioner, so he did not become overly arrogant. He returned the bow casually. "Not bad. You have some talent. You can consider changing your clothes. When you enter the 100 schools of thought in a few days, we'll all be family, so we should get closer. Let's go. I'll take you to see Commander Hua." "May I ask where Commander Hua is?" "Pavilion, obviously. Let's go together." Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. Qian Rongji became troubled too. She had been expelled as soon as she joined the sect. She had personally slaughtered Wei Zhongyuan's son, and all of her cultivation came from the secret art. "Rongji, I've told you before. That place isn't like what you imagine it to be. There are many interesting things there. Most of the best chefs in the entire Clear River Prefecture are there. You definitely won't be disappointed." Wu Zhen thought Qian Rongji was reluctant to go to a brothel, so he tried to persuade her gently. Qian Rongji tactfully mentioned Li Qingshan's grievances with the sect. Wu Zhen studied Li Qingshan. "I couldn't tell, but you sure know how to make trouble." Li Qingshan said, "The tree desires peace, but the wind will not cease. I'll stay here for the night and see Commander Hua tomorrow." "Wait." Wu Zhen took out the Crimson Wolf tablet and flicked it. With a flash of light he said, "Big Brother Hua, there's someone from Jiaping called Li Qingshan. He wants to see you, but he seems to have some conflict with Big Sister Qiu." "Yes, okay." Then he looked up. "Wait a minute. He says he's coming." Net. This made Li Qingshan feel as if he had transmigrated back in time. He was in a daze for a moment. He was puzzled. What kind of person was Big Sister Qiu? Qian Rongji said in a low voice, "School head, Begonia, foundation building cultivator." Li Qingshan shuddered. The Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture actually had such a deep connection with the sect. Before his colleagues, Wu Zhen was not as arrogant as he was in the quiet Spring Valley. However, he could not help but show off a little. Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji shared the same thoughts, so they answered him reluctantly. They would look at each other from time to time, which made Wu Zhen rather unhappy. A while later there was a long neigh outside. A fine horse with a silver mane stopped at the entrance. Its hooves actually did not touch the ground as it rode over on the wind. The horse was a head taller than regular horses. It was covered in fine scales. It was extremely handsome. A nimble figure dismounted from the horse. It was Hua Sengzan. Wu Jin smiled. Brother Hua, why don't you sell this silver dragon horse to me for 1,000 spiritual stones? Hua Sengzan glanced at Wu Jin. Buying a horse's leg is more like it. His face was flushed red, as if he had applied a layer of rouge on it. However, his eyes were still clear, and when he saw Li Qingshan, his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that the person she had mentioned would appear in front of him so quickly. When he saw Li Qingshan's cultivation level, he was shocked again. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, 6th layer of aura refining, impressive, impressive. Li Qingshan was neither servile nor overbearing as he said, this subordinate greets Commander Hua. Hua Sengzan waved his hand. Now is not the time to work. Don't call me commander. Wu Jin said, at my age I should be in the 6th layer of the aura refining realm. What's so great about that? Net. Wu Jin had reached the 8th layer at such a young age. He could be regarded as a prodigy in the Clear River Prefecture that was teeming with talented people. The only person who admired him was Hua Sengzan. He could not help but feel rather disgruntled when he heard him praise Li Qingshan's cultivation, and he did it in front of Qian Rongji. Although Li Qingshan was only 17, his bearing was steady. No matter who saw him, they could not treat him as a regular teenager. Instead, he was a man who possessed his own charm. Hua Sengzan said, how many years did it take you to reach the 6th layer? Around 10 years. What's that got to do with this? Wu Jin also came from an aristocratic clan. He had begun cultivating since he was young. After establishing a basic foundation, he was sent to the 100 schools of thought. Hua Sengzan raised a finger. He only took a year. Brother Hua, you're not joking, right? Wu Jin was immediately taken aback. He looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. He was unable to tell that this slightly rustic fellow possessed talent like that. Hua Sengzan said to Li Qingshan, am I right? Li Qingshan said, more or less. Wu Jin's gaze towards Li Qingshan became much more cautious. Hua Sengzan placed his arm around Li Qingshan's shoulder naturally. Let's go. Come upstairs with me. She immediately felt Li Qingshan's body tense up. He smiled, revealing his pure white teeth. Although he was slightly drunk, it only made him seem even more charming. Qian Rongji thought, even so-called peerlessly handsome men are only like this. She was afraid of casually attacking this man's principles, even though he was much more useful to her, as she had personally seen the sect master Begonia. Li Qingshan had never thought he would immediately enter the nest of his greatest enemy, as soon as he arrived in the Clear River Prefecture. There was a foundation establishment cultivator there. Wasn't that basically walking right into a trap? He could tell that this Hua Sengzan had a close relationship with the sect. Was he planning on working with the sect to screw him over? Hua Sengzan said, there's no need to be so nervous. Relax. Women might be fierce like tigers, but they don't eat people at the end of the day. Right, Rongji? Qian Rongji smiled faintly. Yes. Wu Jin liked her even more. She really is a woman I admire. When regular women saw Hua Sengzan, their eyes would widen. None of them could deal with him as easily as he did. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts slightly. Hua Sengzan patted Li Qingshan's back. Don't worry. This is my territory. I can guarantee your safety. If there's anything you want to say, just say it. I'm a mighty Hawkwolf guard. Hiding around isn't a solution. Qian Rongji said, yeah, Qingshan. Let's go take a look. As you wish, Commander. Li Qingshan knew he could not turn her down. Dragging things out would only make her more suspicious, so he said firmly. Qian Rongji was vicious, but her insight was very sharp too. Since she was bold enough to go, it meant she had already made up her mind. He trusted her. They were in the same boat over this matter. In reality, she was a traitor, and her crimes were much greater than his. Even she was bold enough to go, so why would he be afraid? If he could resolve his worries, it would be a good thing. I said you're not allowed to call me commander, but that's more like it. Hua Sengzan crouched down again and said to Little N beside Li Qingshan, you must be the Little N that the gate wants. Little N ignored him. She only held onto Li Qingshan's hand. Wu Jin laughed aloud. So even you have times when you can't handle it. Hua Sengzan rubbed his nose. Looks like my charm still hasn't reached a woman your age. You better grow up soon. By then you'll know just who's better between me and this Li guy. Wu Zhen laughed aloud while Li Qingshan grinned. It was difficult for him to develop any ill will towards him. They walked out of the gate. Li Qingshan looked at the silver dragon horse that was moving its hooves and head. From a close distance, the horse was even more beautiful. Every muscle on its body was rhythmically beautiful. The spiritual aura floating around it was also extremely pure. Li Qingshan knew that this was a spiritual beast tamed by humans. If he went by the standards of demons, it would be a relatively powerful demonic beast. The saddle and the hooves on its hooves all flickered with light. They were worth a high-grade spiritual artifact at the very least. Coupled with the daily cost of raising it, it was not something that regular Qi practitioners could afford. Even if they could afford it, there was no need for it at all. However, the Hua clan's strength was precisely displayed in such unnecessary places. Do you want to ride it? Come, I'll carry you up. Seeing that little and was also staring at the silver dragon horse, Hua Sengzan seemed to be unwilling to let his charm fail. He smiled and said, little, and still shook her head. Li Qingshan carried her and placed her on the horse. He patted the horse's body lightly. Sit, there's still a long way to go. Be careful. Hua Chengzan reminded him in a hurry, but all he saw was the silver dragon horse standing there without moving as if it was stunned. That's strange. This bastard is normally very fiery. If I don't discuss it with him, he'll never let anyone ride him. Although horses were not as smart as humans, they still had a sense of danger that humans did not have. Wu Zhen also took out an item that looked like a tablet and summoned a fine horse. Although it was not as good as the white dragon horse, it was still an extraordinary spirit beast. He then invited Qian Rongji to get on the horse. Qian Rongji nodded to express her gratitude and sat on the horse gracefully. Hua Sengzan and Wu Zhen led the horse, and the group walked along the street towards the building. Along the way, Hua Sengzan and Wu Zhen discussed the pros and cons of all kinds of riding beasts. Horses were not the only ones among them. The price was extremely high, and the whole set of equipment would cost at least a few thousand spirit stones. Li Qingshan also did not have a word to say. He felt like a kid from the countryside listening to a young master in the city talking about what kind of car to buy. Although it was not that he could not afford it, he would definitely not spend spirit stones on this kind of thing. He wanted to convert every spirit stone into his own strength so that he could fly higher into the sky. Of course, if he really wanted a mount, there were a few good-looking demonic beasts in the underground. These wild demonic beasts, even if they were captured alive by humans, could not be tamed. However, it was natural for the leader of the demonic soldiers to bully his subordinates. However, if he wanted to return there, just his identity as the leader of the demon soldiers was nowhere near enough. He needed to undergo the heavenly tribulation and become a demon general. Only then could he reclaim that region. Hua Sengzan would even introduce the local customs and culture of the prefectural city from time to time. He was full of witty remarks so no one would feel like they had been left out. Chapter 266. Magnificent palaces and brightly lit buildings. Even in this city full of tall buildings, a height of several hundred feet was outstanding. Strings of red lanterns hung down from the high eaves. The walls were painted with large murals of enchanting jade maidens flying in the sky. The most incredible thing was that these murals were actually dancing. Their eyebrows and eyes seduced the passers-by. Their bare hands plucked the pipa, and the strings actually sounded. It was magnificent and magnificent like a fairyland. Wu Zhen said proudly, "What do you think of this place, Rongji?" Qian Rongji said, "It's very beautiful." She had been here before. Wu Zhen said, "What about you, Qingshan? In a small place like Jiaping, you won't be able to see such scenery in your entire life." Hua Sengzan thought Li Qingshan would be dumbfounded and speechless. Most people who came here for the first time would behave like that. However, although Li Qingshan's face was filled with admiration, he did not lose his composure. Hua Sengzan felt some praise in his heart. Li Qingshan said, "It reminds me of my hometown." Wu Zhen laughed. "That's the funniest joke I've heard today." Li Qingshan did not argue with him. This place did indeed make him think of his past life. That blurry world of light and shadow, neon lights that flickered constantly, and movies that passed off as real. There were probably not a lot of sights that could leave him dumbfounded. Wu Zhen took out the tablet again. Li Qingshan knew that it was a seal, used to control spiritual beasts. Hua Sengzan also put the silver dragon horse away. As soon as he stepped into the building, a fragrant breeze filled his face. A group of young women in thin spring clothes came up to receive him. Every single one of them was as beautiful as flowers, radiating with a vigorous presence of youth. They bumped into Hua Qingzan and chattered away, constantly calling him young master, young master, young master. Hua Sengzan did not reject them. He hugged them left and right, calling out their names with great familiarity. This made the girls excited again. How unruly. Hurry up and get back to your own business. A woman who looked like a manager came up and dispersed the group of unhappy girls. Li Qingshan originally thought that this place was very different from ordinary brothels, but after the group of young girls dispersed to greet the guests, they immediately changed their expressions. Courteous. Clearly, he had undergone strict training. A lady from a noble family had to be more dignified. As for the lady in charge, she bowed to Hua Sengzan gracefully. Her gaze wandered as she spoke shyly, "Playboy. You're back. Your friends must be waiting anxiously." Only then did they realize that Hua Sengzan had received special treatment, whereas Li Qingshan and Wu Zhen, the two men, had become complete foils. They looked at each other and felt that they were in the same boat. Li Qingshan looked up. This building also had an atrium structure, but its shape was not circular. It looked more like a swimming fish, and the scale of the building was more than 10 times larger than the buildings in Jiaoping City. Countless covered bridges intersected in the sky, and people walked on them. It was like a city within a building. There were people coming and going in the building, men and women, young and old. A few Qi practitioners mingled among them, looking left and right like normal tourists, admiring the wonders of the building. Hua Sengzan teased the woman in charge a bit, then asked, "Where's Haitang? The sect master is cultivating in the back. Let her come here. I have a few friends I want to introduce her to." The woman glanced at Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji, then said reluctantly, "I'll go invite her right now." Li Qingshan became even more vigilant. Calling the sect master by name, and letting her come here so casually, was enough to prove their relationship. "Let's go up first." Hua Sengzan led the way in front. When they arrived at a corner of the building, Li Qingshan felt a white cloud surging under his feet, gently lifting them up. He then saw a small formation engraved on the floor, flashing with light. It was clearly a formation that could create clouds. Seeing Li Qingshan's strange expression, Hua Sengzan teased, "What, thinking of home again?" Li Qingshan said, "Of course. Wasn't this just an elevator?" Although the methods used were different, the direction humans pursued in pursuit of pleasure was really not too different. Wu Zhen patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Qingshan, I couldn't tell that you liked to joke so much." As he rapidly climbed higher and higher, Li Qingshan's eyesight became extremely sharp. He saw that the building was divided into various regions according to the floor. Some regions were equipped with gambling tables and tools, while others were filled with diners who were currently munching away. Of course, the traditional service industry still occupied a very large part of the area. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles. Even Li Qingshan could not help but be infected by this joyous atmosphere. His mind gradually relaxed, temporarily forgetting about his worries and hatred. He smiled slightly. Hua Sengzan said, "Here, no matter what your identity is, no matter what your interests are, you'll be able to get what you want. It's filled with endless joy." Li Qingshan suddenly felt that something was off. He used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to steady his mind, and the smile on his face immediately vanished. Is there some kind of formation here that affects people's minds? Little N was obviously unaffected, and Qian Rongji's expression did not change either. It probably had something to do with the cultivation method she practiced. That's right. Hua Sengzan nodded. He admired Li Qingshan's sharp senses very much. Li Qingshan said, "Is it fine to confuse people like this?" Wu Zhen said, "What confused people like this? Don't be an alarmist." Hua Sengzan said, "Wine, women, avarice, and pride. Which one of them doesn't confuse people? Who doesn't like it? Compared to these things, don't you think it's much better to use some minor techniques to make people happy without harming their bodies or minds?" Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. It's better not to have this kind of joy. Hua Sengzan smiled. Everyone's drunk, so why are you the only one sober? Li Qingshan looked into Hua Sengzan's bright eyes and asked, Are you drunk? He just felt that Hua Sengzan was not the type of person to indulge in such things. Hua Sengzan blinked. Haven't you heard of alcohol as an antidote? The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Wu Jin said impatiently, What are you guys talking about? The surroundings suddenly became quiet. They had arrived at the highest point of the building. The stars were twinkling above their heads, but they were surrounded by the scenery of a garden. There were tall bamboos, rockery, and ponds. There was even a small stream flowing. It was hard to imagine that they were on top of a tall building. There were a few pavilions in the garden, and the sound of stringed instruments could be heard from afar. They walked along the path and bumped into a half-drunk middle-aged man who was being supported by a beautiful woman. Both of them were Qi practitioners, and the man was actually at the 10th layer of the Qi practitioner level. His green robe was wrinkled, and his hands were touching the woman's perky buttocks. Even his beard did not add any sense of dignity to his appearance. When the middle-aged man saw Hua Sengzan, he quickly moved away from the woman's body. He tidied his clothes and acted like a gentleman. It's Commander Hua. Hua Sengzan smiled. What are you doing here? The middle-aged man coughed lightly. I'm collecting some scenery. The woman rubbed his chest and said, Didn't you say that you want to come to the bed and let me enjoy myself? The middle-aged man awkwardly scolded, Don't talk nonsense. The woman only smiled, obviously not afraid of him at all. She even winked at Hua Sengzan. Wu Jin chuckled. Hua Sengzan stepped aside and said, Then please go first. Don't delay your business. Wu Jin said disdainfully, This old bastard. The middle-aged man walked away in a flustered manner. Li Qingshan asked curiously, Who is he? He had seen many high-level Qi practitioners, be it friend or foe. They would always have a certain demeanor, unlike this man who was so disrespectful. Legend of the Great Sage. Welcome to the readers. Chapter 267. Wu Jin said, That old bastard. Hua Sengzan said, Keep it down. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go over. A bamboo building sat in the shade of the bamboo forest. Outside stood two strange-looking stone people holding lanterns. It was filled with an exotic atmosphere. A small stream flowed into the side of the bamboo basket. Li Qingshan followed Hua Sengzan into the building. He saw over a dozen young men and women drinking to the tune of a flowing stream. Every single one of them were Qi practitioners, and none of them were below the 6th layer. Seeing Hua Sengzan enter, a young man with a pale face and a slight beard grabbed Hua Sengzan's sleeve. Senior brother, you ran away after drinking half a cup. What's that supposed to do? You need to drink 3 cups as punishment. Everyone jeered. 3 cups as punishment. Someone else asked, Who are those two? Hua Sengzan said, All right. Stop messing around. Let me introduce 2 friends to you. This is Li Qingshan and this is Qian Rongji. Both of them want to join our school of legalism. These are all prodigies of the school of legalism of our Clear River Prefecture. They might seem a little pathetic, but they really are. I won't introduce them one by one, but let's get along in the future. Before he had even finished speaking, everyone had already begun laughing and cursing him. You're the pathetic one. Before this, Li Qingshan had already learnt a little about the school of legalism from the Book of All. The current leader of the school of legalism was the Scarlet Hawk commander, Wang Puxi. The 100 schools of thought were not schools completely cut off from the outside world. Instead, they maintained an extremely close connection with the entire Great Xia Empire. The disciples were extremely free. As long as they paid the tuition fees, they could do whatever they wanted. Of course, the tuition fees came in the form of large amounts of spiritual stones. This kind of freedom was exactly what Li Qingshan liked. It was not as strict and restrictive as a sect, and it was relatively convenient for him to go out and do whatever he wanted. Some disciples of the school of legalism, they studied in the academy as well as taking up positions in the Hawkwolf Guard. All they had to do was hunt down a few figures on the blacklist from time to time. The current head disciple of the school of legalism was Hua Sengzan. Li Qingshan found it particularly hard to refuse. These people were most likely the elite disciples of the school of legalism, judging from their youthful arrogance. He couldn't hide it no matter what. Li Qingshan cupped his hands in greeting, but no one paid him any mind. Qian Rongji walked out from the back and gracefully bowed, causing many men's eyes to light up. Well done, Wu General. I told him that he wouldn't come out to play with us for a few days. You said you're a friend from afar, but it turns out you're hiding a mistress. Stop bullshitting. Wu Zhen refused to admit it, but his face was filled with joy. When everyone saw little Anne, they exclaimed in admiration again. For a moment the scene was extremely lively. Hua Sengzan dragged Li Qingshan to the same table. He poured a cup of wine for him and said with a smile, "Wait a moment. Your enemy will arrive in no time." However, this courteous treatment left everyone rather surprised. Although Hua Sengzan treated everyone courteously, his pride was probably no less than anyone else's. It was very rare for him to be so close to someone. Li Qingshan said, "Let's hope it's not a meeting between enemies and making you particularly jealous." Hua Sengzan patted his shoulder. "Don't worry." Li Qingshan smiled. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind from behind, and his body tensed up like a bowstring. Hua Sengzan patted his hand with a smile, as if he was telling him to relax. A woman hooked her arms around Hua Sengzan and Li Qingshan's necks from behind. A pretty face appeared between the two of them, and she said with a smile, "What enemy?" Li Qingshan felt a softness pressing against his back, and a sweet fragrance assaulted his nose. He was a little shocked because this woman was not one of the disciples who accompanied them to drink, but a disciple of legalism. Her cultivation level was even higher than Wu Zhen's, and she was also in the 9th layer of the aura refining realm. Among the disciples of legalism, she was second only to Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan said, "Don't scare him. If he punches you, you won't be able to take it." "Is he willing to?" The woman then turned to Li Qingshan. "Do you think you're willing to?" Her red lips were inches away from his, and the smell of alcohol assaulted his nose. As he moved, the feeling behind his shoulder became clearer. Li Qingshan coughed lightly. "Even if I'm willing, I won't be able to hit him." "You're really willing." The woman widened her eyes and moved even closer. "I can hit him," Li Qingshan thought. Hua Sengzan introduced Han Qiongji, second seat of the school of legalism, the eldest daughter of the Han clan. Han Qiongji said, "I'm not happy to hear you say that." "What eldest daughter of the Han clan? Brat, just call me senior sister." "Oh right, that little brother of mine didn't come today?" Hua Sengzan said, "He never comes to places like this. It's not like you don't know. Go away, don't disturb us from drinking." Han Qiongji said, "I'm not leaving. They're all going to surround the new woman, so of course I'm going to surround the new man." Li Qingshan saw that Qian Rongji was indeed mingling with the disciples of legalism. Han Qiongji suddenly felt a gaze directed at her. She turned around and saw Little Anne staring straight at her. She raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "Little girl, what are you looking at?" "She's not looking at anyone." Li Qingshan's voice was slightly cold. He pulled Little Anne into his arms and said with his head lowered, "Do you want to eat something?" "Yo, you're pretty cocky." Han Qiongji raised her voice and attracted a lot of attention. Hua Sengzan secretly cursed. Han Qiongji had a bold and unrestrained personality, but she could not stand a little bit of disobedience. "He's just a country bumpkin." Before Han Qiongji could finish, Hua Sengzan shoved a glass of wine into her mouth. "Drink your wine." Han Qiongji said unhappily, "Why should I?" However, she saw that although Hua Sengzan still had a smile on his face, there was already a warning in his eyes. She immediately lost her temper and snatched the glass of wine. "I'll drink then." Senior sister is being lectured by Brother Hua again. A female disciple of legalism teased from nearby. "I'll rip your mouth to shreds." Han Qiongji shot a glance at Li Qingshan before going off to mess with the girl. Hua Sengzan said, "That's just how she is. She doesn't have any ill intentions." Li Qingshan smiled. "That's fine. Among 9th layer Qi practitioners, her personality is pretty good. He would even kill off those with a bad personality. If you go along with her a little, you'll be able to benefit a lot in the 100 schools of thought, no in the Clear River Prefecture. She doesn't seem to dislike you either. Perhaps you'll even have the opportunity to become the son-in-law of the Han family. Li Qingshan smiled. You better take advantage of this opportunity yourself, Brother Hua. Hua Sengzan laughed aloud. A chuckle rang out from outside. He's already had far too many opportunities. He can't even take advantage of them all. The voice was slightly hoarse, but it was extremely magnetic. The laughter could even infect people's hearts, making them feel happy for some reason. Li Qingshan gazed outside, and a woman stepped through the door. She held a round, peach-blossoming fan in her hand, covering half of her smile. At first glance, she seemed like a sweet girl around 15 or 16 years of age, but her charm and bearing made her seem like a mature, beautiful woman. She also possessed soul-stirring curves, and her perky breasts seemed like they were about to burst out of her clothes. However, her waist was curled tightly, and her round bottom pushed up her pink dress. As she looked around, she had already drawn over everyone's gazes. Although Li Qingshan had seen many great beauties in the past, he still sighed in admiration inside. Who else could possess such beauty other than the school head, Begonia? However, he became even more vigilant. Not a single foundation establishment cultivator could treat her lightly. Sister Chiu, why have you come? The fair-skinned, lightly bearded legalist disciple made his way over. He coveted her inside, but he dared not show it on his face. Begonia greeted everyone with a smile, but when she saw Qian Rongji, she paused. Qian Rongji lowered her head in a hurry, but she only sneered inside. Begonia's gaze finally landed on Li Qingshan's face, but it did not linger on little Anne. She stroked her round fan inside in amazement. Heavenly fragrance and beauty. You really are impressive. You're a great disciple of mine. Thank you, Qingzan. A fragrant breeze blew by, and in the blink of an eye, Begonia had already arrived before him. She said to little Anne, child, come with me. Li Qingshan said sternly, don't even think about it. Begonia waved her round fan like she was swatting away a fly. You must be Li Qingshan. For the sake of your brother Hua, I'll write off your grievances with my sect. Li Qingshan only saw the images on the fan begin to move. His head spun, and he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression in a hurry to compose himself. He was just about to take action. A slender, fair hand extended over from one side, flitting through the air like a butterfly and grabbing Begonia's hand. The round fan immediately stopped. Hai Tang, how can you take someone as soon as you see them? You have to ask whether they're willing or not. Hua Sengzan frowned. He had no idea what the aspect of heavenly fragrance and beauty meant to the sect. He had not even had the time to say all the things he had prepared, and she had already come asking for him directly, even using a technique of charm. Begonia was slightly surprised, but it was not because of Hua Sengzan. She had been expecting Hua Sengzan to stop her in the first place, so she was not particularly surprised that Li Qingshan could maintain his composure. However, just now she had basically used all her techniques of charm on the child, yet the child was actually able to remain unfazed. It was rather unbelievable. However, she did not become dejected. For a moment her gaze rippled like water, producing many illusions. She asked gently, are you willing to go with me? Little Anne said crisply, I'm not. Begonia's expression changed slightly. Li Qingshan said, you heard that. He had to make the sect give up on this first. Hua Sengzan said, Hai Tang, looks like we're not destined to be master and disciple, so don't force it. I've brought Qingshan here to resolve the misunderstanding between him and the sect. Only then did everyone know that this was the reason why Hua Sengzan brought Li Qingshan here. If that's the case, then let's settle the score. Li Qingshan, I suspect that you're closely related to the deaths of a few of my sect's disciples. Begonia's expression changed again. In Li Qingshan's eyes, the charming beauty suddenly turned into a fiendish and frightening demon. However, he only smiled coldly. If she wanted to use charm to seduce him, perhaps it would have some effect, but if she wanted to scare him, then it was a far cry from it. If he was even afraid of this, then when he transformed into a demon and looked at himself in the mirror, wouldn't he be frightened by himself? In reality, he was still very satisfied with his appearance as a demon. Li Qingshan said, that's right. The Madam of Jiaping's gate tower was killed by me. However, she colluded with Zhuozhibua to bully me first and abduct and sell innocent people. According to Great Xia's laws, This case was decided by the district magistrate. What do you have to say? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that Li Qingshan would kill people from the sect and even dare to talk back to a foundation-building cultivator. He was extremely daring. They were very familiar with Begonia and all called her Sister Qiu. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, their gazes became somewhat unfriendly. P.S. Too many things happened today, so this is the only chapter. Please forgive me. The sky is going to be dark soon. I wish everyone, raise your head to look at the bright moon, and lower your head to see your hometown. Legends of the Great Sage welcome readers to log in. Chapter 268. Only Han Qiongji pursed her lips and thought, at least this guy has some backbone. He's not like regular men. How could he forget his mother's surname as soon as he sees this loose woman? Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson in the future, so I'll just forgive him this once. Let alone the men present. Even the women struggled to resist Begonia's charm. Han Qiongji was an exception. The higher one's cultivation, the greater their resistance to charm arts. However, what played a decisive role was still the jealousy of women. Whether it be in terms of cultivation, background, appearance, or figure, Han Qiongji was first-rate. However, Begonia just happened to surpass her no matter where she went. Begonia looked at Hua Sengzan. Hua Sengzan said, since it's suspicion, then there's no evidence. Our Hawkwolf Guard will investigate this properly ourselves. It's best if you stop worrying about this, Sectmaster Qiu. Sectmaster Qiu? Hua Sengzan, all you know how to do is help an outsider bully me. Begonia said furiously as her eyes reddened slightly. The others had never expected Hua Sengzan to support Li Qingshan so strongly. As a result, the matter became a conflict between Hua Sengzan and Begonia. No, a conflict between the Hawkwolf Guard and the sect. They really had no idea which side to stand on, so they became even more displeased with Li Qingshan. However, at the end of the day, Hua Sengzan was still in charge of them. They all tried to persuade her, Big Sis Qiu, it's just the death of a minor figure. Let's just forget about it. Li Qingshan looked at Hua Sengzan. He was rather surprised, but he was also rather touched. To him, this was a rare display of kindness. If he were in Hua Sengzan's shoes, he would probably be more willing to help the beautiful Begonia than Li Qingshan, who he had only met once. Begonia said coldly, don't even think about it. He said with some bitterness and some helplessness, Chengzan, 2 of our grannies have gone missing, and even Vice Sect Master Wei's son has died a violent death. This is all deeply connected to Li Qingshan. As the sect master, how can I just let him go so easily? Seeing her like this, everyone felt great pity for her. However, after hearing what she said, he was even more astonished. Han Qiongji said, Big Sister Qiu, you're not joking, right? Grandma is a 9th layer Qi practitioner, and from what I see he's just a 6th layer Qi practitioner. How could he be related to the deaths of 2 9th layer Qi practitioners? Begonia said, Qin Rongji, come out and talk. How did Vice Sect Master Wei's son die? Qin Rongji did not say a word. She stood behind the crowd. When she heard that, she knew she could not avoid it. She smiled at Wu Zhen beside her and walked out gracefully. Vice Sect Master Wei's son Wei Yingjie has gone to seek revenge against Li Qingshan. His whereabouts are unknown. That was exactly the same as what she had said before, but Begonia's heart skipped a beat. She felt like she had miscalculated. Li Qingshan said loudly, listen up everyone. I was just handling a normal case. This thief has actually come to seek revenge against the Hawkwolf Guard. Even if I did kill him, what's wrong with that? Some of the disciples of legalism present had already joined the Hawkwolf Guard, and the others would probably join the Hawkwolf Guard too. With the education they had received, sects were all targets that they had to suppress and restrict, yet they had actually come to seek revenge against the Hawkwolf Guard. Not to mention the fact that Wei Yingjie's actions were despicable, and had never been on good terms with them, so they felt like it was better for him to die. Li Qingshan saw Qiu Haitong's expression change. Although it was not to the extent where she would attack him in front of so many people, he had already prepared the glazed mirror of invisibility. He was prepared to fend off any assassination along the way. He was bold enough to come here obviously not only because he trusted Qian Rongji's judgment, but also because he was confident in his strength. Begonia was a foundation establishment cultivator, but the arts of charm she was skilled in were not particularly effective against him. She was probably weaker than the 3 elders in actual combat. And he had collected almost 10 supreme grade talismans on him right now. It was not like he was at the mercy of others. If Begonia really did attack him, she would definitely fail, and then she would have to endure pressure from all sides. Wasungzan said, "Forget it. Haitang, this is just a misunderstanding." Begonia said, "If you want me to stop, that's fine. But this has always been a matter between the sect and Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, you're also a man. Are you really going to hide behind someone else like this?" Li Qingshan said, "What do you want to do?" Begonia said, "Are you bold enough to gamble with me?" Li Qingshan said, "Sect Master Chiu, you sure know how to joke. You're a mighty foundation establishment cultivator. How am I, Li Qingshan, supposed to gamble with you?" If he could demonify, he would have some confidence, but he definitely would not be able to defeat a foundation establishment cultivator in his human form. Begonia said, "I obviously won't be the one betting with you. His cultivation is only lower than yours. Are you bold enough to gamble with him?" Li Qingshan said, "If we're talking about embroidery, threading needles, and having children, I'm nowhere near as good as he is." Han Qiongji snorted with laughter. She could not tell that he had the appearance of a shameless scoundrel. Wasungzan also smiled, but he could tell that Li Qingshan really wanted to gamble, so he did not stop him. Although he promised Gu Yenying that he would take care of him, he was not a nanny. As a man, he had to make his own decisions. Li Qingshan did indeed have some thoughts. He did not believe that just a few words from Wasungzan would be able to stop the sect from taking revenge and coveting little Anne. At most, they would temporarily suppress the conflict, but it would erupt again in the future. He had to rely on himself for everything. And even if the sect was willing to give up, they would have to ask him first. He had long since made up his mind that if he did not drag out these lechers and sluts from the sect and drain their blood one by one, his surname would no longer be Li. When he survived the heavenly tribulation and reached the realm of Demon General, he would have to settle the scores between the 3 mountains and the sect. Begonia said, "Naturally, we'll be gambling on what men are good at." Li Qingshan said, "What are we gambling on?" "Drinking, wrestling, and martial arts." Begonia listed the 3. Li Qingshan almost could not help but laugh out loud. These 3 were exactly what he was good at. He looked at Begonia and thought, "You're courting death this time." But his expression did not change. He asked, "What are the stakes?" Begonia pointed her slender finger at Li Qingshan. Then her finger slid down to little Anne. "And her." Li Qingshan said, "If I lose, you can have my head." He patted little Anne's head. "But I will never use her as a stake, unless you, clan leader Chiu, are willing to be the stake." He then shook his head. "No, it's not worth it." Begonia's expression changed. Li Qingshan had asked her to be the stake, which was already a form of humiliation. But he changed the topic and clearly told her that even if she was willing to be the stake, she was not qualified to be little Anne's equal. This was simply an undisguised humiliation. With her status as the clan leader and her cultivation as a foundation-building cultivator, she could not even compare to a little girl. The legalism disciples were also in an uproar. They had always been familiar with Begonia, so the way they looked at Li Qingshan was even more unfriendly. Wu Zhen said, "This brat has gotten himself into big trouble." Han Qiongji praised him in her heart. "Good brat. This slutty woman really thinks everyone has to revolve around her. Now she knows how to be embarrassed." Chapter 269. The Giant Lumberman. Actually, Li Qingshan had no intentions of humiliating Qiu Haitang, as he had always been speaking from the bottom of his heart. Qiu Haitang could obviously be regarded as a supreme beauty. Just like any other man, he would feel lustful when he saw her, but it would just be lustful. Compared to his familial love for Shaoan, it was nothing. However, out of everyone present, probably only Qian Rongji could truly agree with his thoughts. "I'm willing to be the wager." A delicate voice suddenly rang out. Little Anne, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. "Little Anne," Li Qingshan said, and glanced at Li Qingshan. What are you willing to bet? The anger in Qiu Haitong's heart was temporarily suppressed by this good news. She said coldly, my bet is this. She took out a brocade box and opened it, revealing a green pill inside. A misty light spread out and filled the hall. The jade pill looked extremely familiar to Li Qingshan. Wasn't this the same pill that Xianyue had given him? It was precisely this pill that allowed him to skip a long period of accumulation and directly condense a Yao core. Virtue accumulation pill. Han Qiongji cried out in surprise. The other legalism disciples all stared at the pill, their eyes filled with desire. In essence, the virtue accumulation pill was the same type of pill as the qi gathering pill and the qi amassing pill. It helped with cultivation. The reason why it was called the virtue accumulation pill was because consuming one was equivalent to a year's worth of cultivation. Time was a cultivator's greatest enemy. The virtue accumulation pill could help cultivators save a year's time. This kind of pill was an extremely precious pill for cultivators of any level. You're actually willing to take out this pill? Hua Sengzan frowned. Using the virtue accumulation pill to exchange for the life of a 6th-layer qi practitioner was not a small wager. In fact, it was too heavy. This proved that she was also determined to win this wager. Begonia ignored Hua Sengzan and said to Li Qingshan, I don't want your head either. If you lose, you'll stay in my sect and be a slave for the rest of your life. In your dreams. Just now, Li Qingshan and Little N exchanged glances. They had already made up their minds. If he lost, he would really have to cut off his head. Of course, he would immediately flee. He was willing to use Little N as a wager because there was no wager at all. Of course, it wasn't that Begonia had not considered this, but she did not believe that a 6th-layer qi practitioner could escape right under her nose. This wager was only to shut Hua Sengzan. Li Qingshan pretended to hesitate for a moment before finally agreeing. All right. Wait here. I'll go prepare now. Begonia turned to leave, but she heard Li Qingshan shout, wait. Leave the wager behind. Begonia turned around and glared at him fiercely. Then, she tossed the virtue accumulation pill to Hua Sengzan. You're the witness. With Qiu Haitong's departure, the disciples of legalism gathered over. None of them dared to underestimate Li Qingshan anymore. Although he was regarded as arrogant and ignorant for being bold enough to challenge a foundation establishment cultivator, his courage was still admirable. However, aside from admiration, there was also deep disgust. Li Qingshan was not strong enough to sway Begonia's heart, which had been built over many years, to his side with just a few words. Wu Zhen said softly, Brother Hua, why are you falling out with Big Sis Qiu over this kid? Hua Sengzan only smiled. No one would take what he had said in the past to heart. He said to Li Qingshan, it's not too late if you say you don't want the wager. With me here, he can't do anything to you. Li Qingshan said, I'm still quite confident about those three. Wu Zhen sighed. He could tell that Hua Sengzan was determined to stand up to this kid. Han Qiongji slapped Li Qingshan's shoulder. All right kid, I think you can do it. Win back the virtue accumulation pill, and make the Hawkwolf Guard proud again. An hour later, Begonia returned. Come with me. She had already recovered her smile, without the slightest resentment or anger. The cloud descended from the rooftop slowly. Li Qingshan only heard the rumble of machinery as huge pieces of wood moved out, connecting loudly in the air and separating the floors above the building. It made Li Qingshan think of what he had seen in the town of flowing clouds. Clearly, this building had been designed by the school of Moism as well. When the last two pieces of wood joined together, it formed a huge empty space. There were at least several hundred qi practitioners watching from the several floors in the surroundings. It was almost time for the entrance examination of the 100 schools of thought. Most of the foreign qi practitioners would choose to visit the renowned building of the Clear River Prefecture. Begonia had even set up a wager. Not only could she profit from it, but everyone could bear witness to it as well. This place was like a huge arena. Li Qingshan landed on the ground and stepped on it. It felt extremely sturdy. Afterwards, he made Little and wait on one side as he made his way to the center alone. He said loudly, Sect Master Qiu, where's the person who's betting with me? Begonia clapped her hands gently, and Li Qingshan saw a door up ahead open loudly. A huge figure walked out slowly with heavy steps, accompanied by a series of rustles. Wasungzan said, "Oh no, it's an other man." The huge figure had already emerged from the darkness and arrived in the light. The entire building cried out. Li Qingshan had always stood tall and straight, but when the figure arrived before him, all he could do was raise his head. Only then was he able to see his vicious face. His messy beard and hair covered most of his face. The bridge of his nose was high, and his two eye sockets were deeply sunken. His bloodshot eyes shone with a vicious light. Although he looked like a human, he was more than 10 feet tall, almost as tall as 3 people. His muscles were white with a hint of yellow, like wood that had just been chopped. However, his hands, feet, and neck were all shackled with iron chains. Apart from regular humans, there were many other men in the world. They seemed similar to humans, but they possessed many special characteristics, such as long legs, forearms, and so on. It was said that these other men had once been scattered across the 9 provinces, establishing various tribes and countries. However, as the human race prospered, not only did they purge demons and demons, but these other men were also expelled as other men, gradually vanishing from the sight of regular people. They could only be found in remote, desolate places. This giant was one of the many other men, known as the giant lumbermen. They lived deep in the mountains, and it was said that they could absorb nutrients from the earth like trees. They could also grow bigger and bigger like trees, so their bodies were extremely tall, and they were known as the giant lumbermen. Wasungzan didn't expect that Begonia would be able to find a giant lumberman to bet with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's odds were against him this time. Just based on his huge body, he had already lost the drinking and wrestling contest. "Haitang, you're using an other man as a bet. Isn't that a bit shameless?" Begonia smiled indifferently. An other man is still a human, and his chi cultivation is definitely not at the 6th layer. Is there something wrong with that? If you want to forfeit, do it now. There's no need to say anything. Although he hadn't reached the 6th layer, the amount of vital chi stored in his huge body was much more than that of a 6th layer chi practitioner. Although Han Qiongji was a bit indignant, she had to admit that this Begonia was indeed cunning. She was worthy of being the head of a school and a foundation-building cultivator. When she looked at Li Qingshan's back, which seemed to be petrified with fear, she felt a bit pitiful. Daring to bet with a foundation-building cultivator, he had quite the guts, but his brain was a bit lacking. The little bit of admiration the other legalism disciples had for Li Qingshan disappeared completely, and all of it turned into mockery and ridicule, as if they were looking at an idiot who was trying to break a rock with an egg. Wu Zhen said to Qian Rongji, "It's not his fault. After all, he's from a small place, so he doesn't know how powerful a foundation-building cultivator is." But Qian Rongji said, "That's not necessarily true." Someone upstairs shouted, "Sect Master Qiu, are you joking? What's so interesting about this kind of bet?" Begonia said, "Everyone, feel free to place your bets. The spirit stones you win will be a gift to all of you." "Can I place a bet?" Li Qingshan suddenly asked. Wasungzan was slightly taken aback. Li Qingshan's voice did not sound discouraged at all. Instead, it was still filled with firm confidence. Begonia's gaze landed on Li Qingshan again, and she said in disdain, "As long as you dare. I'll bet 1,000 spirit stones that I'll win." The entire building was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. On the 3rd floor, a young man in white was snuggled up to 2 beautiful young girls. One of the young girls said, "Brother Tian, is this person crazy? There have always been a lot of madmen in the world, but if these madmen were gone, wouldn't there be a lot less joy?" The young man's gaze wandered around, sweeping past Qian Rongji and Han Qiongji before landing on Qiu Haitang in the end. One of the young girls said unwillingly, "Brother Tian, you're lusting again. Isn't it enough to have the 2 of us?" The young man in white smiled and said, "It's a waste of youth if you don't flirt. I know that Brother Tian is not someone that people in this world can compare to, and you can't be restricted by worldly thinking. We don't care how many women you have, as long as you have us in your heart." The young man in white said affectionately, "You'll always be my treasures." Qian Rongji felt the gaze from above, but she did not mind it. She heard Wu Zhen beside her say with a smile, "He's still so good at joking. Anyway, if he loses, he'll be a slave for life. His things don't belong to him anymore, so there's no loss in betting." However, Qian Rongji said, "I'll bet 500 spirit stones that Li Qingshan will win." Wu Zhen was stunned, and his face darkened. What are you doing? He really suspected that Qian Rongji and Li Qingshan had some relationship. Qian Rongji smiled and said, I think I can win. Hua Sengzan suddenly said, then I'll also bet 1,000 spirit stones. I also think I can win. Begonia said, since you're giving me spirit stones, I can't refuse. After a while the bets were made. Most of the bets were on the giant lumberman, and the young man in white casually bet 1,000 spirit stones. Only a few people wanted to win against the dark horse, and the odds were shockingly different. Begonia waved her hand, and the chains on the giant lumberman fell off and flew into the air. However, the giant lumberman suddenly turned around and stared at Begonia. Its body leaned forward as if it was ready to pounce at any time. Chapter 270. Begonia ignored the giant lumberman's hostility. If you lose, do you know what will happen to you? The giant lumberman growled and turned around helplessly, facing Li Qingshan. At this moment, hundreds of jars of wine were brought up and placed aside. Not far away, a long stick of sandalwood incense was placed in an incense burner. We'll use the incense as the time. Whoever drinks the most within 2 hours wins. Begonia clapped her hands lightly. The giant lumberman almost pounced over and grabbed a jar of wine. He gulped it down as if he was venting. The huge jar of wine was more like a big cup to him. In an instant, the jar of wine was emptied, and he threw it to the side. Based on this momentum alone, those who originally had faith in Li Qingshan felt that Li Qingshan would definitely lose. Li Qingshan walked over unhurriedly and opened the jar. He opened his mouth and sucked. Like a whale sucking in water, a sparkling stream of wine entered his mouth. In an instant, the jar of wine was emptied. He praised, good wine. The aroma of the wine was rich and strong. Although it was not as good as spiritual wine, it was still a rare fine wine. As it entered the throat, there was a burning pleasure. The giant lumberman glanced at him and gulped down the third jar of wine. Li Qingshan's interest in drinking was aroused. From the moment Oxen taught him to drink, he fell in love with the taste. However, after coming to Jiaping City, he was troubled by many things and could not drink to his heart's content. He felt rather regretful. Tonight, he could finally drink to his heart's content. Li Qingshan sat down as if there was no one else around. With one hand on the jar of wine, he said to Begonia, there's wine without meat. It's lacking some flavor. Han Qiongji was surprised. At this time, other people would complain that their stomachs were not big enough, but he still wanted to eat. Begonia said, Humph, be a hypocrite and give it to him. A moment later, a long table was carried in front of Li Qingshan. In the middle was a roasted lamb and a roasted pig. Around it were roasted chicken, duck and crystal pork knuckles. All kinds of meat that a normal person could think of. Everything was available. Li Qingshan didn't pick up the chopsticks. Instead, he grabbed the crystal pork knuckle and took a bite. It was fragrant but not greasy, and melted in his mouth. He praised, good taste. Wu Zhen said that all the famous chefs in Qinghe were gathered in the restaurant. It was indeed true. Only then did Li Qingshan start to drink. The giant lumberman had already drunk the 7th jar of wine. Li Qingshan did not even glance in that direction. He continued to eat and drink by himself. Unlike the giant lumberman, who kept his head down the alcohol, everyone could tell that he was enjoying this process. He finished the jar of alcohol. I'll just take another jar. I won't deliberately increase my speed. Yet he drank very quickly. After a while, several jars of wine were drunk, and the roasted suckling pig was already in his stomach. Those who weren't hungry couldn't help but smack their lips and salivate when they saw him like this. Han Qiongji asked Hua Sengzan, can he win? She was provoked by Hua Sengzan, so she gritted her teeth and bet 500 spiritual stones on Li Qingshan. Afterwards, she felt a little heartache. 500 spiritual stones was enough to buy a slightly inferior top-grade spiritual weapon. Hua Sengzan said it won't be easy. He has opened his Sea of Reiki, so his cultivation level is slightly higher. But he drank so fast that he might not be able to refine the alcohol in time. He's not as tall as the giant lumberman, so he'll be at a disadvantage. Han Qiongji said. Then why did you bet 1,000 spiritual stones? I thought you were confident. It's not that I'm confident, it's him. Do you think he's not worth the trust of 1,000 spiritual stones? Han Qiongji looked at Li Qingshan again. He lifted his lapel, revealing his bronze-colored chest. There was a hint of a smile on his chiseled face. Although he wasn't handsome, he exuded the heroic spirit of a man. She felt a little moved when she saw him, so she gritted her teeth and said, "It's worth it. No matter what, this man was worth it." However, she saw that little Anne's expression hadn't changed since the beginning. He just looked at her silently. There was no doubt in his eyes, and he trusted her unreservedly. She vaguely understood why Li Qingshan was so protective of her, and even dared to fight back against a foundation-building cultivator. The ashes fell, and the incense was only half burned. Around Li Qingshan and the giant lumberman were empty jars of wine. They had already drunk half of the 100 jars of wine. The fragrance of the wine permeated the air. Even on the third floor they could smell it clearly. The upper and lower floors had already quieted down. Qi practitioners relied on their vital qi to protect their bodies. There was no lack of people who drank to their heart's content, but even they couldn't drink like this. "Brother Tian, they're amazing. They're just too good for nothings," the young man in white said. He was a little worried about his 1,000 spiritual stones, but he soon relaxed. Among the empty jars, the giant lumberman had drunk 33, while Li Qingshan had only drunk 21. There was still a gap of more than 10 jars of wine. However, Hua Sengzan noticed that the giant lumberman's face had started to turn red. He seemed a little drunk, and the speed at which he drank had slowed down. The giant lumberman's vital qi was operating at full speed to dispel the drunkenness. At this point it was not just a competition of wine but also cultivation. Li Qingshan looked even more drunk, but he ate and drank at the same time, and the speed at which he drank was getting faster. He didn't purposely use his vital qi or demonic qi to dispel the wine, because there was no need for that. Although he looked much smaller than the giant lumberman, his actual size was already more than 50 feet tall. He was a real behemoth. During this period of seclusion in Jiaping City, he had been consuming large amounts of pills every day. Whether it was qi gathering pills or qi amassing pills, he had refined them all into demonic qi. His demonic form had also rapidly grown in height. If he were to revert to his original form, the pair of horns on his head might even be able to touch the sky. To the giant lumberman, these wine jars were like large cups that needed to be filled. To Li Qingshan, they were like small wine cups. Not only did he not have to rush, but he also had to savor the taste of the wine, allowing it to completely dissolve in his body. If he were to use demonic qi to refine it while drinking, then what was the point of drinking? 2/3 of the incense had burned down, and the giant lumberman had drunk another 10 jars. Li Qingshan had drunk 14 jars, so there were only 8 jars between them. The giant lumberman's pale yellow skin had already turned red, and it began to sway. It had no choice but to sit down like Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, sat there steadily. His bronze face did not change color, but it was clear that he was getting more drunk. However, he drank faster and faster, which was how people who were in the mood to drink began to drink. Everyone could see who was winning. Han Qiongji grabbed Hua Sengzan's shoulder and said excitedly, "Maybe we can win." Hua Sengzan smiled. This kid really had a way. He had almost forgotten that Hua Sengzan had trained his body to begin with. Although eating and drinking at the same time occupied his stomach, he did not get drunk easily. Moreover, he strictly controlled his speed and used his vital qi to slowly dispel the wine. If he had known that Li Qingshan did not think so much, and was only savoring the taste of the wine, and did not even dispel the wine, who knew what expression he would have? No matter how smart he was, he would never have thought that the person in front of him was a big monster. Hua Sengzan's eyes met Begonia's. Hua Sengzan bowed slightly, as if to express his apology. Begonia showed some hidden bitterness. "Can't I move your heart in the end?" The giant lumberman saw that Li Qingshan was gradually catching up, and became anxious. He grabbed the wine and gulped it down. This made him even more drunk, and he did not have enough time to dispel the wine. There was only a little of the incense left, and with a loud bang, the giant lumberman fell to the ground. The wine jar in his hand fell to the ground, and half a jar of wine spilled all over the ground. Li Qingshan stood up and burped. He gulped down the last jar of wine and looked around. Is there no more? It seemed that he had not had enough. The incense turned to ashes. There was silence. We won. Han Qiongji waved her fist and broke the silence. There was a commotion upstairs and downstairs, and it was noisy. No one expected that the giant lumberman would lose to an ordinary person in drinking. Many people shouted, cheating. Not only did they bet on the outcome of the whole round, but there were also people who bet on the outcome of a single round. Many people who wanted to earn some spirit stones easily lost their hard-earned spirit stones instead. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, and his loud laughter suppressed all the criticism. He said to Begonia, "Clan Master Chiu, do I win this round?" The wine helped his desire, and his eyes unscrupulously sized her up. Begonia said, "I'll let you have a taste of the sweetness first." Li Qingshan glanced at the drunken giant lumberman on the ground. "I'm afraid there's no way to compete with the next round." Qiu Haitang said coldly, "Get up." The giant lumberman trembled, and got up from the ground shakily. With the help of his vital energy, he sobered up very quickly. Begonia took out a small cauldron from her 100 treasures pouch and tossed it into the field. With a bang, the small cauldron grew 10 times bigger in the air, and turned into a large bronze cauldron. Li Qingshan felt a tremor under his feet. The cauldron weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Begonia said, "The ancient strongmen are said to have the power to resist cauldrons. The second round is to lift this cauldron." Li Qingshan said, "You're the owner of the cauldron. If you help me secretly, won't I lose without knowing why?" Begonia frowned. "What do you want?" She didn't have such intentions. She didn't believe that Li Qingshan could be stronger than the giant lumberman. The giant lumberman was born with a physique that was far stronger than ordinary people. After she bought him, she taught him the art of physique tempering. In order to escape, he trained day and night, and his strength was astonishing. When she wasn't around, she could only chain him up. Even high-level Qi practitioners couldn't subdue him. "Since I'm the witness, I'll take out the cauldron." As Hua Sengzan spoke, he also tossed out a 3-legged cauldron. Begonia snorted, but she believed that Hua Sengzan wouldn't be biased. She kept the cauldron. "Now you have nothing to say, right?" Li Qingshan walked to the front of the cauldron. The cauldron was shining brightly. It was a rare spirit instrument. He stretched out his long arm and grabbed the handle of the cauldron with one hand. "Idiot, how can one hand be enough?" Han Qiongji shouted. Wu Zhen laughed mockingly and said to Qian Rongji, "This Li Qingshan probably hasn't seen a crafting cauldron before. It's much heavier than a cauldron forged from copper and iron. Even I can't lift it with one hand." Before he finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already lifted the crafting cauldron with one hand. He raised it above his head and casually threw it to the giant lumberman. "It's your turn." Wu Zhen was speechless. P.S. The third chapter is yours. Phew, let's take a break and prepare to write the chapter tomorrow morning. Today was really tiring. Legends of the Great Sage. Welcome readers to log in. Oh. Chapter 271. Not to be outdone, the giant lumberman caught the cauldron with one hand as easily as if it was a toy. He even tossed it in his hand to display his godly strength before tossing it at Li Qingshan. "Be careful!" Hua Sengzan shouted. The cauldron enlarged in the air. Li Qingshan caught it and felt that it was indeed much heavier, but he did not care. He tossed it at the giant lumberman, and the cauldron enlarged again in the air. The cauldron was tossed back and forth between the two of them, growing larger and larger. Li Qingshan had to use both hands to catch it. Many of the Qi practitioners were dumbfounded. Was he still human with such strength? Even if they used talismans or spells to increase strength, they could not do it so easily. Only the body practitioners could see the knack of it, and they were impressed. They did not expect this young man's body tempering technique to be so powerful that he could compete with the giant lumberman in terms of strength. Begonia frowned slightly. Where did this kid come from? His body tempering technique was so powerful. One had to know that the body tempering technique was not something that could be cultivated with 1 or 2 secret manuals or hidden in the mountains. The need for various medicinal pills was greater than that of the Qi practitioner technique. Originally, he was certain that he would win this battle of strength, but now he was completely unsure of it. The surrounding Qi practitioners held their breaths as they watched the cauldron fly back and forth nervously. The giant lumberman had already lost 1 round. If he lost another, all the spirit stones they had bet would be for naught. The giant lumberman caught the cauldron again. His face was flushed, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His body was drenched in sweat, and he was completely sober. The cauldron had grown to 3 times its original size and weighed heavily on his shoulder. He panted heavily, and even he began to feel the strain. On the other hand, Li Qingshan had also taken off his clothes, revealing his bronze body. His bronze-colored body did not have a trace of excess fat, unlike the giant lumberman. His muscles were bulging. Instead, they were perfectly streamlined as if they were made of metal. If the strength that the ox demon gave him was a piece of iron, then the tiger demon forged the iron into a steel blade. He did not sweat at all and did not seem to be losing, in terms of strength alone. He might not be stronger than the giant lumberman, but he had endurance and tenacity. It was not something that any body cultivator could compare to. At this point, the outcome of the battle was already not far from being decided. The giant lumberman made up his mind and roared. He gathered all his strength. He threw the cauldron out. The huge cauldron whistled towards Li Qingshan with the force of wind and thunder. "Quick dodge!" Han Qiongji exclaimed. Hua Sengzan's expression changed slightly, but he still increased the size of the cauldron. If he didn't do this, it would be unfair. He could only make Li Qingshan forfeit this match. If the cauldron falls to the ground, it's considered a loss. Fellow Taoist Li, you should catch it. Begonia smiled charmingly. It could be seen that the two of them were already at their limits. If Li Qingshan didn't receive it, he would lose. If he received it head-on, it would be even better. Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured, and he would definitely lose the 3rd round. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to these voices. He focused his gaze, sank his qi into his dantian, and reached out towards the huge cauldron that was whistling towards him. The huge cauldron crashed into Li Qingshan, and there were gasps all around. Li Qingshan felt a huge force coming from the huge cauldron. If he could transform into his demon form, this force would not be much, but with his human form it was a bit difficult. He gritted his teeth, and his dantian sea of qi started to spin. Streams of true qi rushed out and flowed towards his limbs and bones, turning into waves of soft water-like force, which dissolved the impact of the huge cauldron. Li Qingshan was pushed back more than 10 steps by the huge cauldron. His feet dragged 2 deep tracks on the ground. He pushed with his right foot and suddenly stopped his body. With a crack, the sole of his foot sank into the ground. Li Qingshan held the huge cauldron firmly. He grinned and shouted, "Here you go." He suddenly took a step forward, gathered all the strength in his body, swung his arms, and threw the huge cauldron. The huge cauldron flew out with an even more ferocious force than when it came. The giant lumberman's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at Begonia, roared, and reached out with both hands, ready to die. The moment his hands touched the huge cauldron, he knew that this force was not something he could withstand. His internal organs were about to be crushed, and he could only close his eyes and wait for death. A strong wind blew in his face, but there was no impact. He opened his eyes, and the huge cauldron suddenly stopped in front of him, only a few feet away. The giant lumberman blinked, as if wondering what was going on. He looked down and saw a young man in black catching the huge cauldron in his hands. The young man in black turned around, revealing a handsome face with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. However, his face seemed to be made of ice, and there was a sense of coldness. He said coldly, "Let's stop here. You've already lost." The giant lumberman looked disappointed, but he looked at the young man in black gratefully. If it were not for this young man in black, he might not have been able to keep his life. The young man in black threw the huge cauldron to Hua Sengzan. The cauldron flew into Hua Sengzan's hands, and returned to the size of a palm. He guided his true qi and sent it into his 100 treasures pouch. He said to the young man in black who suddenly appeared. "Tie, why are you here?" Han Qiongji waved and said, "Hey brother." The young man in black did not seem to see them, and turned to look at Li Qingshan. He said coldly, "Not bad at body refinement." "Well said." Li Qingshan saw it very clearly. Just now, after he threw the cauldron, the young man in black came out from the side. Like an agile black panther, he caught the cauldron even though he moved later. His body was so strong that even Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Could this be the legendary body refinement cultivator? When the young man in black caught the cauldron, he did not take it forcefully. Instead, he gently pushed the cauldron and used a skillful force to show off his extremely high martial arts skills. Wasungzan seemed to be used to the young man's coldness. He introduced the first seat of the school of the military Han Tie. The person who said "I'm the strongest under foundation building" must have never seen him before. Li Qingshan nodded slightly, agreeing with Wasungzan. Not only was Han Tie's body strong, his cultivation level was also at the 10th layer of the Qi practitioner. Cultivating both at the same time, it would be hard for any Qi practitioner to be his match. He cupped his hands and said, "Li Qingshan." Han Tie ignored him. He turned to the frowning Begonia and said, "How many spirit stones is this in human worth? I'll buy it." Wasungzan sighed softly. "Hai Tang, you've lost." Begonia clenched and unclenched her fists, as if she was unwilling to accept this result. In the end she sighed and said, "Fine, Li Qingshan, the grudge between you and the school is written off. You'd better not appear in front of me again." If she insisted that it was Han Tie who interrupted the competition, she could drag it to the 3rd round. However, she was not the kind of woman who would pester endlessly. Moreover, based on Li Qingshan's performance just now, even if he dragged it to the 3rd round, it would still be difficult for him to win. Instead, it would be better for her to admit defeat. However, that Dao accumulation pill really made her heart ache. She hated Li Qingshan so much that she gnashed her teeth. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Let's hope the heavens do as they wish." With a few thousand spirit stones in his account and the Dao accumulation pill in his hands, he would probably be able to knock on the door leading to the realm of Demon General. As for whether or not he would appear in front of her, it was not up to her to decide. "Good lad, well done." Han Qiongji came over and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. The contempt in the eyes of the legalism disciples completely disappeared. Just based on the strength of the cauldron tossing alone, there were not many among them who were a match for him. To be praised by the bone-chilling Han Tie was extremely rare. No wonder Wasungzan valued him so much. Even Wu Zhen could not help but admit that this country bumpkin truly was extraordinary. He glanced at Qian Rongji with mixed emotions, but all he saw was her smile. She did not show any great joy at all. Her demeanor particularly tempted him. Some people were happy while others were worried. As Begonia admitted defeat, the entire building was in an uproar. They had thought that they would definitely win the bet, but they had actually lost. Furthermore, they had lost so thoroughly that they did not even get to the 3rd round. "This won't do. This is a trap. Refund the spirit stones." Someone shouted. This immediately won a lot of responses, and they loudly shouted for the door to refund the spirit stones. Many Qi warriors had thrown out hundreds of spirit stones. For many Qi warriors, that was their entire fortune. How could they bear to see all of it vanish in the blink of an eye? "Does anyone doubt my notarization?" The smile on Wasungzan's face disappeared. He raised his head and looked around. Wherever his gaze swept past, the clamoring immediately subsided. "Brother Tian, we lost." "Forget it. It's just 1,000 spirit stones. It's nothing." The white-robed young man pretended not to care, but his heart felt like it was bleeding. He had not brought many spirit stones with him when he came to the 100 schools of thought. Now almost half of them were gone. He muttered, "Li Qingshan," and stormed off with a wave of his sleeve. "How many spirit stones?" Han Tie asked Begonia again. He was determined to get that mutant. "Since you Tie want him, how can I accept your spirit stones? Take him away." Begonia threw out a contract. The giant lumberman stared at the thin piece of paper. He almost couldn't help but reach out to grab it. However, even if he grabbed it and tore it up, it would not have any effect. Wasungzan said, "My bet is off." Consider it as me buying this mutant. Li Qingshan thought to himself, this brother Hua is really rich. He didn't want a few thousand spirit stones just like that. It shows that his relationship with Han Tie is not ordinary. Begonia glared at Hua Sengzan and said, I said I'm giving it to Tie, so I'm giving it to Tie. Even if you want your bet, I won't give it to you. Han Tie took the contract. His expression was still cold. He didn't thank Hua Sengzan or Begonia. He just waved his hand and the contract immediately turned into powder. He even said to the giant lumberman, you're free now. Come to the 100 schools of thought the day after tomorrow and join the school of military. It was a command, cold and unquestionable. He looked at Li Qingshan and then at Hua Sengzan. He didn't say anything and walked away. Hua Sengzan touched his nose and smiled bitterly. At least he gave me some face. He didn't steal my disciple. That was giving him face? Li Qingshan realized that it was not that Han Tie didn't give him face. Just now he was born with a dead face and didn't give a damn about anyone. He also noticed that Han Tie's stride length and frequency were always the same. There was no difference at all. It was as precise and monotonous as a clock. Was this the demeanor of a disciple of the School of Military? Maybe the School of Military was a good choice. Biography of the Great Sage. Welcome readers to log in.